Marcus Garvey. was repatriation. He said Africa for the Africans. Then he started the black movement, which was watched by the world government. He said, my people, you must understand, you are part of Jaja plan. He was Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey. Now there's a man that we must remember. Marcus Garvey. Who inspired the rest of the world. By telling the poor and the oppressed, if they try, they can still be the best. He said, wake up your mighty race, kick the wicked from out of your...
Marcus Garvey.
The Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey speaks. The time has come for black people to forget and cast behind him his hero worship and adoration of other races, and to start out immediately to create and emulate heroes of his own. We must canonize our own saints, create our own martyrs, and elevate the position of fame and honor of black men and women who have made their distinct contributions to our racial history. Sojourner Truth is worthy of the place of sainthood alongside Joan of Arc. Crispus Attucks and George William Gordon are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than that of the martyrs of any other race. Toussaint Overture, brilliance as a soldier and statesman, outshone that of Cromwell, Napoleon, and Washington. Hence, he is entitled to the highest place as a hero among men. Africa has produced countless numbers of men and women in war and in peace, whose luster and bravery outshine that of any other people. Then why not see good and perfection in ourselves? The world today is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. They stole our arts and science from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Their modern improvements are but duplicates of a grander civilization that we reflected thousands of years ago, without the advantage of what is buried and still hidden to be resurrected and reintroduced by the intelligence of our generation and our prosperity. Why should we be discouraged because somebody laughs at us today? Who to tell what tomorrow will bring forth? Did they not laugh at Moses, Christ, and Muhammad? Was there not a Carthage, Greece, and Rome? We see and have changes every day. So pray, work, be steadfast, and be not dismayed. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own raise you in time of peace and time of war. Hear all, but attend only to that which concerns you. Your first allegiance shall be to yourself, then to your family, race, and country. Remember always that the Jews in his political and economical urge is always first a Jew. The white man is first a white man under all circumstances, and you can do no less than be first and always a black person, and then all else will take care of itself. Let no one inoculate you for their own conveniences. There's no humanity before that which starts with yourself. Charity begins at home. First to thyself be true, and thou canst not then be false to any man.
What about the teachings he gave? Put it in practice today. Thought about human rights. Brothers should never fight. Always live in love. No better friend to find. Where is Marcus today? Where is Gabby and Say? What about the teachings he gave? Put it in practice today.
The teaching of Marcus Garvey. Kebranekas means glory of kings. Give I and I Selassie and keep the images of lies for yourself. People without a vision perish like suicide. You tell me it's not about color, still you refuse to take the picture off the wall. All you do is trick the brothers and keep them confused. They don't know who to call on in this spiritual war. Now tell me of a paradise in the sky when that's a lie. And now tell me I was born in sin and shaped in iniquity and love created I. Look how many prophets tried to open our eyes. You can't fool me. Look how they're treating us. New millennium slavery, hiding the chains and still beating us daily. Now we're mentally poisoned to fight with black skin. And bleaching at the inting, far out and far in. Sin, you tell me it's not about color, still you refuse take the picture out your books. I know that's not how he looks. Kush. All you do is trick the brothers and keep them confused. They don't know who to call on in this heretical war. Don't tell me of a paradise in the sky, and that's a lie. And not tell me I was born in sin and shaped in iniquity when love created I. Look how many prophets tried to open our eyes. You can't fool me. Karamabe, karamabe, karamabe. The teaching of Marcus Garvey. Kebranegas means glory of kings. If I and I, Selassie, I keep your images of lies for yourself. People without a vision perish like suicide. You tell me it's not about color, still you refuse to take the picture off the wall. All you do is trick the brothers and keep them confused. They don't know who to call on in this heretical war. Now tell me of a paradise in the sky, and that's a lie. Don't you tell me I was born in sin and shaped in iniquity, and love created I. Look how many prophets tried to open our eyes. Can't fool me. So now tell me of a paradise in the sky, and that's a lie. And now tell me I was born in sin and shaped in iniquity when Jah created I. Look how many prophets tried. Look how many prophets tried.
Was born down in Lima, St. Andre. He was going about prophesying equal rights and justice to the nation, I know. And they took him away, and they told us all that Black man Gabby is dead. Man, I weep not at all for For I know that one man just can't get and buried 3 times. God, people, come on. Let's talk about down, diddy down, diddy down in Jamaica where God come from. Let's talk about down, diddy down in Jamaica where God come from. Yeah. Gabby was going about prophesying equal rights and justice to the nation, I know. And because of all those, they took him away and told us all that he's dead. Dreadlocks I weep, not at all. For I know that one man just can't get and buried 3 times. So come on, it's our business. Let's talk about down, diddy down. Down in send back Gabby down here. Jaja know that we want him here. Let's talk about down, diddy down in Jamaica where Gabby come from. Roots, let's talk about down.
That's DZA. You're playing some nice Garvey music here now for the 100th year of the Unia-Acl global government. And we're going to get big up our DJ tonight. He going to be with us, carrying us through the whole night and everything. Ras DZA, member number 372 for Division 421 in Atlanta, Georgia. And he's our official Marcus Garvey DJ. And y'all can see why, because last year he rammed it up and we got a whole bunch of members. And I want to say greetings and welcome to everyone to the 100th anniversary of the celebration of the first Negro Peoples of the World Convention. I first want to introduce my co-hosts them, because it's the UNIA division president's putting it on. So I want to bring forward one of our leaders in the government of the UNIA Division 429 in Chicago, President Clyde. What's going on, President Clyde?
Greeting, President Ross Marvin. A great
man.
Garvey Day. I'm glad to have you leading the charge to kick off this 24-hour Garvey Marathon today. Ours started a little bit early as I traveled to Fort in Indiana, in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and they had a great gathering of cooperative agriculture by one of our members of 429, Brother Ty Simmons, and they did a great job in raising funds for our community gardens. So he'll be joining us during the UNIA Division 429 segment tomorrow morning. And so I'm just looking forward to a great 24 hours of Garvey.
Yes, I want to welcome everyone. Also, we have Division 330 in Washington, D.C., the Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal. How you doing this morning, early morning?
Great Garvey Day to you and to everyone on the Zoom.
Excellent. And also we have the Lady President from out of the state of Michigan, UNIA Division 407 in Michigan, Lady President Mukuraba. How are you doing, Lady President? Lady President Mukuraba, are you there? Well, we got a lot of brothers and sisters here, and we want to welcome each and everyone. And when everyone get a chance, make sure you sign in the chat, put your name and your city and your state, because we want to make sure that, you know, it's all for Garvey. We're building up the numbers, rebuilding our government and thing. And the other thing we want to invite everybody to do, and we're going to be doing it through the whole 24-hour celebration, is to join your nearest Unia-Acl division, because our goal is to get 100 new division. It's like a marathon, 24-hour marathon, because 100 years ago, our ancestors had built it up over 10 million brothers and sisters. And today, yeah, we don't have markets in the physical life, you know, but we have technology and we have computers. So everyone can join the UNIA tonight, because we have an online application. I'm going to put it in the chat. And the dues are only $3 a month. You know, $3 a month. Look how much money we spend in Babylon. We can't give $3 to our government that our ancestors created for us exactly 100 years ago in the month of August, 1920. Also, we have some other brothers and co-hosts. We have another co-host who's here with us. And I definitely want to bring him in now, because he's one of the big leaders in the government of the UNIA. Let's welcome Division 433 out of Buffalo, New York, President Lion Blyden. What's going on, President? President Lion Blyden. Yeah, man. He's another co-host, and all the division is here are co-hosts, because we came together to put this event on for Garvey and for each one of us, because that's how Garvey think. Garvey think for all African people. Just be yourself, come as you are, and let's do it. Let's build up this government. President Lion Blyden, can you hear me?
Face First family. President Blyden is in bed.
Okay.
So it's Lady President tonight.
How you doing, Lady President Miss
Yes.
Sophia? How you doing?
Yes.
Okay, great, great.
So, yes, so I'm the one tonight that everybody's seeing for the first time, really.
Mm-hmm.
Face First family, I'm so excited about today. Yes, I was doing homework and I was like, I gotta be here to hold it down.
That's
I gotta
right.
hold it down. So
That's
here
right.
I am, and I'm
Uh-oh.
excited.
We're so glad to have you, Lady President Miss Sophia, UNIA Division 433 Buffalo. And we're glad to have each and every one today, this morning, early this morning. And we're gonna get kicked off shortly in a second. I don't see our sister who's gonna lead our libation. So I'm gonna ask for our DJ, Ras DZA, UNIA member 372, to give us about 5 more minutes of music, Ras DZA. And I'm gonna see if I can get in touch with Division 421 member, Queen Mother Moses, because she's supposed to lead us in our libation. Yes, Mother Moses. Oh, okay. I got her on the phone already. Queen Mother. Okay, I got the answer machine. Okay, so she'll call me right back and ting. But in the meantime, Ras DZA, you're playing some fire music, some good music here now on the 100th anniversary. So keep it going, my brother, for another 5-10 minutes, and I'm gonna check back on our. Okay, excellent. All right, so take your time. We're here. Okay, great.
Gabby, rise again. Take her from this evil den. Gabby, rescue it from this ideology. Marcus Garvey rising from earth, like Moses picked from birth. Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud. Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud.
Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud.
African leaders just wait. Garvey action we can duplicate. Black pride him did preach. To the young we must teach. Put Garvey in reality. Make we check him philosophy. Talking about African dignity in a this insanity. Talking about our history that begin before slavery. Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud. Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
From Egypt to Timbuktu, from Morocco to South Africa too. We walk proud over the land. Out of Africa it all began. Garvey taught race first. African slave was not a curse. We can accomplish what we will. Great Africa was great, we are still. Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud. Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud.
Garvey, Garvey, rise again. Take her from this evil den. Garvey, Garvey, rescue it from this ideology. Marcus Garvey rising from earth, like Moses picked from birth. Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud. Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
Scabba-dabba-dab.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
If you don't know where you're coming from, you won't know where you're going. A people without the knowledge of their past is like a tree without roots. Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. If you have no confidence in yourself, you are twice defeated in the race of life. But with confidence you have won, even before you have started. Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud.
I'm blacker than proud.
Come children, say it loud. Make them know we're still black and proud.
I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud. I'm blacker than proud.
I am black and I'm proud. I am African and I'm proud. And I just spoke with our co-MC, Sister Moses from Division 421, Queen Mother Moses, and she's having some internet reception trouble, but she'll be with us shortly and we'll be starting shortly. So we say welcome to each and everyone who've joined us, and my co-host, brother President Clyde. How's the vibes up there in Chicago going on and thing? And greetings, Lady President.
Lady President. We have our Lady President, Sister Georgia Johnson, sitting in on the kickoff to the event. So we appreciate her input. We're going to have something in just a little bit that she had a very positive hand in doing, and that is our Ethiopian Universal Anthem that she recorded with our brother Maceo Leon Thomas back in 2015. I just put up a YouTube that I just had my grandson put on YouTube, but a little bit of the liner notes as to where it was recorded, who originally wrote the music and the lyrics. And so it's got a very rich and deep history, and she and Brother Maceo were able to pull it off flawlessly, made us all proud. So if you don't have a copy of it, you can contact Division 429 here in Chicago, and we'll see to it that we send that out. But we'll be doing an introduction to that shortly. The vibe in Chicago is hot. We've been out almost every evening in the communities, just trying to make sure that people have what they need relative to PPE equipment, face masks, what have you, sanitizers, as well as food. So sustenance, mind, body, and spirit. Although we have not had mass meetings in person and trying to keep our social distancing, we are continuing to do the work with respect to keeping communication lines open in our community. And we think that is going to go a long way for getting us past this struggle that we're going through right now. So I'd like to have a few words from our lady president, Sister Georgia.
Well, thank you, Brother Clyde Banks. I'm just happy to be here. This is very interesting that we're having a Zoom. We usually have our convention and all of our programs, somewhere out of town. But this is amazing, and we're doing it, we're adjusting. And so I'm just excited. So I'm looking forward to a great 24 hours of Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey this evening, tonight, 24 hours. So I'm just excited. I'm sitting here with Brother Clyde Banks, and he's just got me cheesing because he knows that I'm excited. So I'm just here. I'm just giving a shout out to everybody that's online, and we're just going to make it happen.
And we have one of our newer members of Division 429 that happened to be visiting from Iowa. Little Sanaa, 4 years old, and she is able to sit in on our kickoff hour for this great Garvey Day. You want to say hello? Say hi. Okay. She's busy with her toys and things, so but she'll be listening in to so please. Keep it age appropriate. Any comments that we have? Thank you.
I don't think she's gonna last much longer here.
I want to turn it back to President Ross Marvin there in Atlanta.
Oh, I was speaking. I was on mute, and it's so good to see you again, Lady President, Sister Georgia, because we saw each other last year at the High Executive Council meeting there in Chicago, and now we get to see each other again in this celebration. It's so beautiful and thing, And now we see the secret of the Chicago division. They bring in the youths them from since they're baby into the UNIA. So when they grow up to adult, they're already seasoned. Yeah. So President Clyde, man, enough respect to you, because when 421 started down here in Atlanta, Division 429 and all the previous divisions that was there before us has been guiders for us and brought us into the right way, into the UNIA, into the government. So enough respect, my brother. And your division is, how old is your division?
1974, so that would be 26 and 20. So what is that, 46 years?
That's absolutely right.
Wow. 46 years old. Wow. 46 years old. Exactly. And Atlanta is just a little, we didn't even reach a teenager yet, because we started in 2009. So we still 11, we're just 11 years old, Y'all passed.
But President Ross Marvin, it's about the continuity and having some of the elders who have been involved with the UNIA for years. And that has been a mainstay for Division 429 and our sister organization here in Chicago, Division 401. I've talked to our Secretary General, who is out of 401 today, and also our elder, her elder mother, Mother Farrell, today, as I was handing them a folder about this big from one of the divisions in Los Angeles that can't wait to get back and rejoin. So it was good to be able to help facilitate on that. And so we'll be looking for bigger things out of that division out of Los Angeles.
Excellent. That's good news. That's great news. And y'all been around for 46 years, but y'all, there's a division on the call on the celebration right now as I speak, who's been, they just celebrate their 100th year.
100 years.
100 years division. Is that President Mensah I see over there from Detroit Division 407, who's just celebrating 100 years their division has been in existence?
Wow.
Is that President Mensah I'm looking at? Lady President Bukarava, are you there? Go ahead and say something. Brother James Smith, go ahead and say something. You can hear? Okay. Is that President Mensah, President Clyde?
You know, so who else?
Okay, okay. But we're gonna keep it going. And we have, I think our other MC is coming in shortly, and she's gonna lead us in the libation and thing. And also we have coming in from Toronto, Canada, member of Division 433, Brother Ross X. Greetings, Brother Ross X, from out of Toronto, here with us this evening. And also we have coming in from Washington, D.C., Brother Charles Butler. Greetings, Brother Charles Butler. How you doing, my brother? And I see we have more of the family coming on in and things. So, okay, here's our Queen Mother now. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put the program on the screen so everybody can
Hello, Brother Ross.
Oh, yeah, greetings, greetings. Who's that? Who's that? That's our brother.
This is Brother Charles. You just said hello to me. I'm trying to say hello to you.
Oh, big up my brother. Big up my brother.
Yeah, Brother Charles.
Yes, yes,
Charles.
yes.
Hey, Brother Clyde, how you doing?
All right.
Yes, yes. Beautiful, the family.
Ah, you got me. You got me. You recognize Sister Maureen over here.
So we're ready to go ahead and begin the program now because
Race family.
race first, Brother Charles Butler from out of DC, Division 330 in Washington, DC. And we have now who just joined us.
Greetings!
Her Excellency for the Atlanta Rastafari community and the Almighty Rastafari Kingdom Ambassador, Dr. Queen Mother Moses, who's gonna do our libation and member Division 421. And she and I have been working over 25 years here in the movement for us as a people from out of Georgia and thing. So how you doing, Queen Mother Moses?
I'm so blessed and highly favored. It is a blessing to finally get connected.
Yes.
Thank you all for your patience as I deal with this. Now I am actually in New York, and the libation, I'm going right outside of my door because, as we know, is all Black Lives Matter. Especially we are losing so many in our communities to violence. So,
Seem like your mic going in and out, Queen Mother. We're not hearing you well. Queen Mother, we can't hear you at all. If you can hear me. Okay. Her signal going in and out. Hold on, let me see something. That's what I thought. Yeah, her signal was getting weak when she dropped out and thing. But let's go on and let's go to the I'm going to pass the mic to our co-host, President Clyde. And President Clyde, we're ready for the Ethiopian anthem, and then we'll go to the pledge. Mother Moses will be right back, and we'll do our libation as soon as she get back and thing.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Okay.
I hope that YouTube version, I only ran it through once since he put it up an hour ago, but just to set it up, this was something we felt strongly in Division 429 to put this together. I mean, a lot of times you hear the UNIA Universal Ethiopian Anthem, one verse, but it's much longer than that. And it goes back to the early 1900s and was written, the music and the lyrics were written by Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford. And he was the, it goes back to the early 1900s with the UNIA, and he was from Barbados. He was brought up in a family that they made sure he had, they wanted him to be a musician and be musically inclined. So they made sure he could be very well versed in a number of different instruments. He asserted that he could trace his lineage all the way back to Yoruba on his father's side, and on his mother's side, all the way back to the 1500s. And so they had that spirituality about them, and he was able to also manifest that in his Jewish faith. But Garvey recognized him for the genius that he was as far as his music. And he was part of the Amsterdam Musicians Society, the Clef Club Orchestra. They first brought the jazz to Carnegie Hall in 1912. The other thing was that Garvey paid him as an officer, and he was responsible for orchestrating much of the pageantry that Garvey's ceremonies had. So if you recall that first UNIA International Convention there at Madison Square Garden involved a lot of music. And that is where Arnold Ford really came into his own, and having the marching bands and what have you, with all of the pageantry that helped open up and create the real electricity. In addition, of course, Marcus Mosiah Garvey's voice generating some of that blacktricity as we know it as well. Just to set this up, we recorded it back in 2015. Our current Dr. Robert Scott had a studio at that time, One Stop Studio. We recorded in 2 different sessions with Brother Maceo Thomas. He had worked with us quite extensively in terms of public relations, because he's always on the radio, and since he works in the community college system, he's able to bring young people to the table, and he just has a magnificent voice. And what can I say about our Lady President, Georgia Johnson? She's got the voice of an angel as well. So putting the 2 together in that studio, all I could do is just have my jaw dropping, and just, I couldn't believe I was a part of getting the sound engineers together, and just doing my little part, getting their coffee and their tea and their water, and making sure that the temperature was just right.
His check is in the mail. Your check is in the mail.
So you're telling us that Lady President, Sister Georgia Johnson, is one of the vocals on the
absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I didn't know you can sing. All right.
So if we can click the link, I don't know if you
yes,
got the control.
I'm ready. And Mother Moses, we got you back with us. Give thanks. We'll be right back with you. Right to you, Mother Moses. So yeah, let's go. Let's go ahead and everybody, please rise as we gonna listen now to the Ethiopian national anthem.
You have more volume?
Do you need some help?
Excellent, excellent, President Clyde. And tell us who was the author again from Barbados, and who was the two singers?
Okay, the singers on that, I apologize for the low volume audio. I didn't know how that was going to come across. I mean, I played it on the car off of YouTube. It was fine, but sometimes things get lost. But Burrell and Ford were the two authors of the music and the lyrics. Back in the early 1900s. And then you had Lady President Georgia Johnson and brother Maceo Leon Thomas, both out of Chicago, Division 429. And in fact, after they did that, we said, well, hey, we got to use these voices a little bit more. So we've done a couple of what we call Black Love musical extravaganzas just from members of 429. We had some of the Grammy-nominated musicians backing them up. They were very nice events and showcased.
Ask them were they able to hear it.
Now, I just saw a note from President Lyon Blyden out of Buffalo saying that he could not hear with the volume. Would you all like to hear one verse from Our Lady President 429?
Of course, of course. So hold on. Was everybody else able to hear? Because I heard it perfectly. Nobody was able to hear?
We made a showing. So I just listened at the last of these 4 minutes. And then we'll be back on again.
Mucuraga, were you able to hear?
Well, maybe at that time.
Okay.
I can't hear you. If you're talking to me.
That must have been something from this side then. Because President Clyde, were you able to hear it?
It was faint.
It was very faint.
Yeah, it was faint.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so.
Very faint.
Mara.
I volunteer to do one verse just so you can get the gist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for ours tomorrow afternoon, 1 to 2.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
You have the YouTube address, Mukaraba, so you should be able to use that.
Yes, and
I think you already had a CD also. So,
President Clyde, you have it on your computer where you could play it from your computer?
Probably.
Okay.
But we have it live, not Memorex. We got it live.
Okay, good. That's even better. You're filling in for Brother Maceo.
One verse. Since it's 4 long verses, I'll just do one just so you can get the flavor.
Okay.
All right. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where the gods love to be. When storm clouds at night suddenly gathers.
Oh, that's right. We do this.
To thee, we must in the fight be victorious. When swords are thrust onward to gleam, for us may the victory
glorious.
When led by black and green, advance
to victory. Let Africa be free.
To meet the foe. To meet the foe. Come on, Clyde. To meet the foe with the might
of the red,
of light
and the green,
with the
might of the red, the black, and the green. Amen.
Ashe. Excellent. We should have had the live version from the get-go. Excellent. Oh boy, thank you,
They can
Division
hear me. I'm on my computer.
429 out of Chicago. And big up brother Maceo because why he had a strong voice up on the
Yeah.
recording. I heard it perfectly, so I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know that y'all wasn't here, and I was just too immense into the energy.
That song is powerful. You
That's
feel
what I'm saying.
Woo!
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see him. I'm on the computer.
We're going to hear it again the next time within this 24-hour because as Lady President Sister Georgia said, we're coming together for 24 hours, y'all. Who's going to be here for the whole duration? Who's going to hang for Marcus Garvey for the 100th year? Also call brothers and sisters, tell them come on because everybody carried the red, black, and green. But do they know about the UNIA? Today is the day where we're going to learn about the UNIA because Marcus Garvey and our ancestors knew that they wasn't going to be around for eternity in the flesh. So they created something that had everything encompassed inside of it like a capsule. Their philosophy, the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, the UNIA. So brothers and sisters, we're asking if you're not an active member, because all African people are members of the UNIA, because the UNIA was created for all Africans at home and abroad. So there's two types of members. An active member is a member who gives $3 a month dues to their nearest UNIA division. And that's not too difficult. We want to make sure in this 24-hour marathon, we get at least a minimum of 100 new members for each of the division, or even 100. We're doing it for the 100th year. So when everything's all said and done, we want a minimum of 100 members for each division. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to put the link where you can join online. You can join from where you are, and you'll be able to connect with your nearest UNIA division. So big things going on. And Lady President, Sister Mokraba, Detroit Division 407. We had called for you a little earlier, and we just want to say congratulations to your division because your division has been in existence. You just celebrated your 100th year since Division 407 been in existence. And is that President Mensa with us on the Zoom?
No, he doesn't have a computer.
Okay,
he
well,
said he could hear, but he couldn't speak.
Okay.
So I will do the ode to the flag and God of the right.
Okay, excellent. Well, can you hold on a second? Tell him to call the 678 number because we'll just get him.
So, he said for you to call that 678 number.
Yes, call the 678 number, President Mensa here at Atlanta, and we'll definitely make sure that everyone can hear you.
I might have it right here.
Okay. So we're gonna hold on 1 second. In the meantime, we have some more brothers and sisters who's joined us, and we say greetings to each and every one. And we welcome each and everyone this evening on the call. Let's also say greetings to the brothers and sisters coming out of Atlanta. We have several members on the line from out of Atlanta. And Lady President, Sister Sophia, we have a big lineup today for our people all over the world. And brothers and sisters, we're expecting some divisions to come in from out of Africa. And the Caribbean and so on, sometime throughout the 24. But in the meantime, let's all rise and say the pledge to the red, black, and green, because we're in the beginning of the program. And I see that our co-host was with us, Sister Queen Mother Moses, but then she's dropped out. I know she's having internet trouble. So if there is somebody who can do the libation on the call, definitely let us know. Wave your hand. Raise your hand if you can do the libation. Okay, great. So I see Lady President, Sister Georgia Jackson. So once after we do, let's give the thanks and praise to our ancestors, and then we'll come in with a pledge. Are you ready, Lady President, or would you like us to do the pledge first? Sister Georgia, you're on mute, President Clyde.
I misunderstood you when you said raise your hand.
Right, I was asking if there's, okay, that's most likely President Mensa in Detroit. Let me bring him in on the line. Hold on, let me make sure before I get him. I might have to end up calling him back because computer moving slow. Okay, there he is. Greetings, President Mensa. Are you there?
Greetings.
Okay, excellent. I can hear you. Y'all can hear President Mensa? Okay, excellent. Everybody can hear you, President Mensa. For UNIA division.
Okay, I was able to see everybody,
Uh-huh.
and I suppose you could see me, but I was speaking, but nobody could hear me. So
no, we couldn't hear you.
So that's good. We can hear each other anyway.
Exactly. Well, you can use the speaker on your phone and then just use your camera to be able to see everybody. So that way you put them together and you get the whole and thing. But how you doing, my brother, President Mensa of UNIA Division 407 out of Detroit? And I want to say congratulations to you leading the division in this time and celebrating 100 years since your division has been in existence. So President Mensa, we're gonna have you say a couple words, but what we're gonna do first, we haven't done the libation and the pledge. So we're gonna do those two things first, and then we're gonna open it up to the full program and thing. So President Clyde, you're still on mute. And let me know when Lady President is ready.
Did you still want me to do Regard on the Right Our Battle Fight?
Yes, that's coming right after the pledge.
All right.
Okay. And I'm going to want you to introduce it to the fullness, President Mensa. President Clyde, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Okay, there you go.
All right, she's asking a question. What would you like her to do?
I was asking if somebody on the line could do the libation.
Libation. You want to do libation?
And then we have
I can do libation. You have one of the plants.
Lady President Mukuraba also waved her hand.
Okay. Well, let Sister Mugaraba do it. That'd be great.
Is that okay, Mukuraba? Go ahead and
okay. Libation is something that you do to call spirit of our ancestors among us. We ask that they do not take us back with them, and we call them so that we can have their presence and their inspiration, so that we're rightly guided. So the way you do that, I give hail to the north, south, east, and west, and we want to honor those ancestors that went before us, and they kind of like blazed the trail for us, and we stand on their shoulders now as a result of the result of their effort and work and sacrifice and blood, sweat, and tears. And so we call them, and when you say it, when you call their name, you say Ensa, like so let it be that they come, like that. And you call people like from your family, you know, like great ones, big mamas, you know, your father or significant people in our lives. And we also call on the great historical figures that we know, so that they may come and bless us with their presence. So I don't have the cola nut, and I don't have that, but I do have some water. And so we pour some water to the earth, and we ask them to come and drink. And so let us call on Marcus Garvey. You say Insa. And I pour some water to the earth, and I ask the spirit to come forth. And let us call on the famous ones, you know, Malcolm X and so. And let us call on Mary McLeod Bethune, because she's a great teacher. And so. And then you call on sometimes you can call on great warriors like Steve Biko or Patrice Lumumba. Let's say Insa.
And so,
And so we can call on Harriet Tubman, so for the strength and the resolve. Let's call on Harriet Tubman. Toussaint Overture. Let's go Insa.
and so,
Let us call on Huey P. Newton, who was a great leader, and he was a revolutionary. He wanted to make change by starting our own political party, and I agree. Let's call on Huey P. Newton, Insa. Let's call on our great historians like John Henry Clark, say Insa.
and so,
Dr. Carruthers, let's say Insa.
and so.
Lately, we just had a brother die here that is a great member of ASCAC, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. He is Akil Muswawir, and let us say Insa. He just passed. We have lost some of our warriors in our community, like Sister Charity Hicks, who was going to Washington to fight for environmental justice. Let's not forget how important it is. Everybody needs water and everybody needs air. And we must protect that and our environment from pollution and that. And now you may call your family members. I'm gonna call mine first, I guess. I'll call on my father, John Hamilton Benham, who changed his name to Nyang Abdul Rahim, and my mommy, and her name is Louise. I say Insa. And so now my uncle, who made a big difference with Thurgood Marshall and all those people that he was able to influence for our good. So we say Insa. And now you can call your family that you would like to remember and have in our presence.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Kwame Nkrumah, Insa.
Patrice Lumumba.
Patrice Lumumba, Insa.
Amy Jacques Garvey.
Amy Jacques Garvey, let's say Insa, come to us.
Henrietta Vinton Davis.
Henrietta Vinton Davis, let's say Insa. My great friend Maxine Powell, who taught us charm and personal development at Motown. Insa.
Insa.
Elba and Samuel Ward.
Insa.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Sister Lorraine. Probably have to unmute your line so we can hear you.
Malcolm X.
Insa.
Insa.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley, Insa. Peter Tosh, Insa.
Edward Wilmot Blyden.
Inside.
Blyden, Insa.
Carter G. Woodson.
Carter G. Woodson.
Insa.
Insa.
William Henry Jackson Bay.
William Henry Jackson Bay, Insa.
Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks, Insa. Paul Rhodes.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman, Insa.
Sojourner Truth.
Sojourner Truth, Insa.
Queen Nzinga.
President Lady
Insa. So,
President Dr. Lewis.
Insa.
Patty
Patty, Insa. Carrie Oppie, my great grandmother. That was pure
Amy Jacques Garvey.
Amy Jacques Garvey, Insa.
Amy Ashford Garvey.
Amy Ashford Garvey, Insa.
Yeah.
So we will We could call of everyone, so many people to remember. Those that went through the Middle Passage, those who hung through the trees and the poplar trees. And so we say Insa. And Insa for all of the ones that we didn't mention that we should have mentioned.
Thank you so much, Lady President. Mr. Mukaraba from Detroit, Michigan, UNIA Division 407. And I also want to welcome also here to the UNIA CBPM office, the Executive Secretary, the Division 421, Sister Felicia. Greetings, Sister Felicia. Sister Felicia. Yes, yes, yes. Also, I see some more brothers and sisters who join on, and we say welcome to each and every one. At this time, brothers and sisters, please rise. Please rise and let's say the pledge to the red, black, and green. Brother Charles, you might have some distortion coming from your line, so I had muted you. Okay, please rise and follow after me as we say the pledge to the red, black, and green. But wait, my general, Brother Kijana is here. Okay, big up Kijana. I commit my body, mind, and spirit.
I commit my body, mind, and spirit.
Protection, defense, and security.
The protection, defense, and security.
Of the red, black, and the green.
Of the red, the black, and the green.
I dedicate my life.
I dedicate
my life.
To the redemption of Mother Africa.
To the redemption of Mother Africa.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
And the liberation of her scattered black children.
I accept for myself and my descendants.
I accept for myself and my descendants.
The teachings of universal African nationalism.
The teachings of
universal African nationalism.
And promise that our children will be instilled.
And promise
that our children will be instilled.
With the purpose and knowledge of themselves.
With the
purpose and knowledge of themselves.
As African people.
As African people.
In order that the cause of our struggle.
In order that the cause of our struggle.
Will neither falter nor fail.
Will neither falter nor fail.
Falter nor fail.
Until all black people are free and united.
Until all black people are free and united.
And united.
Through one God.
Through one God.
One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Praise first, everyone.
Praise first.
Brothers and sisters, I think our co-MC, co-host has joined us back, Queen Mother Moses. Queen Mother Moses, I see you solid now there. How you doing? Everything good now on your side, my sister?
Yes, I am so blessed. I am actually doing this live. I have my other phone on, so I'm doing this live on Facebook, you know, with the other phone, so others could have done the pledge with I and I. They know that we're here. We're here for 24 hours. We are committed to the Unia-Acl because Marcus Garvey is definitely in the whirlwind. And this centenary of the 100 years anniversary, I and I are on fire. We are empowered. We are ready, over to African unity. Please close the talk shops and open the workshops so we can have empowerment. Marcus Garvey has definitely helped I and I on the path with missions. We just have to instill what we know is the right thing. Let's be the change we want to see in self, family, and community, because it's still one God, one name, one destiny. And we don't want no other God except an African God. We claim that. Blessings, family, throughout, and all of the presidents and sister queen mothers, etc., the brothers and the sisters and give thanks for your commitment to black pride, to black love, because that's what we want. one united black love. Please, family. Yes, I.
Ashe, Queen Mother Moses. And she got the fire, and we got the fire. We're all in the whirlwind. We lifted it up higher on the 100th anniversary. And now we got a special treat, y'all. Division 407 in Detroit, Michigan. And President Mensa and Lady President Sister Mukraba, they're going to lead us in the song, God on the Right. Come on in, President Mensa.
That's a point.
God on the right, yeah.
Hold on, did we lose him? The poem, yes.
It's a point. Mm-hmm.
Let me see, because I called him one time. Let me just see if I can get him one more time. But yes, brothers and sisters, Queen Mother Moses, you said you know God on the right. Okay, let me see if he answers. Because President Mensa is an elder. He's been holding the fort for years in Detroit.
45 years.
How long has he been in the UNIA?
45 years.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, President Mensa. You know that we couldn't start God on the Right without getting you on the line, you know? So,
God on the right, yes, sir.
You need to do that. Ruby Roberts said she was going to do it.
No, for a talk about God.
No, we want you to do it. Now that you can be heard.
God on the right, no holy mother. Same song. Holding on to this field.
let's go ahead and pass the mic to President Mensa.
Holding on to all our culture, Kemetic and otherwise. Yes, sir.
Hold on, then.
God on the right.
Yeah. Hold on, Queen Mother Moses. The fire is in Queen Mother Moses.
Absolutely.
You know,
we love you. Thank you.
But I want to pass the mic to President Mensa because on the program, he was supposed to lead it, and I just want to make sure we give that respect to our Black government officer.
Absolutely.
Who's been serving years and years, 45 years. President Mensa, come on in, and you got the mic. Now we don't hear you when we just was hearing you a second ago, President Mensa.
We're waiting on you, President Mensa. Honor and respect. We are here for you. Okay. Definitely, your loyalty is well up. Give thanks.
Yes.
Come on in. Okay. Yes, I.
And we were just hearing them strong. I don't know what happened. Okay, I just disconnected last time, and then if anything, if you don't come through this time, Lady President and Queen Mother Moses, y'all could go ahead and just lead it forward, but we can't leave out President Mensa, so I'm checking him one more time, and if we get him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you, President Mensa. Let me mute myself. You go on, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll try to say it very quickly because I'm having trouble with this phone. Mm-hmm. You ready?
Yes, my brother.
God on the right, our battles fight, be with us as of yore. Break down the barriers of might we reverently employ. Stand with us in our troubles for the triumph of the right, and spread confusion ever o'er the advocates of might. And let them know that righteousness is mightier than sin, that might is only selfishness and cannot or not win. And thou, Lord, faith and grace, and courage to endure, for the wrongs we suffer, hear faith, and bless us evermore.
Amen.
Ashe. President Mensa, did you want to say a few words about God on the Right?
Well, I can until this phone acts up on me. It's giving me a lot of problems, a lot of trouble. Mm-hmm. You know, but I often tell the membership all the time in that the end of our destiny lies with the Creator, and that's part of the ritual. That's what I just explained as part of the ritual. But also in the ritual is the Lord's Prayer and a few more other things that also, to me, points toward a spiritual situation. And therefore, I've always looked at the UNA and ACL spiritually. Even though it's a government, I've always looked at it as being spiritual. And I also noticed that in the video, when Sister James was standing at the bank they may have gotten rid of Marcus Garvey, but they'll never get rid of the UNA and ACL, she said, because the UNA and ACL is spiritual. And I know that to be a fact. And I can tell you why I know it to be a fact. It's because when I was 8 years old, I was baptized. And when I came up out that water, I prayed a prayer. And that prayer was to put me in a position of whatever the Creator wanted me to be and do. I found myself in the UNA, and as you mentioned, going on 40 years now, come October. And you see, so my prayer is being definitely being used in terms of the Creator here in that prayer. So I know through experience of these 40 years that it's a spiritual situation, and that's how I look at it. So when I examine the ritual and those things that's in the ritual, such as God on the right our battle fight and others, the Lord's Prayer, it just bears witness to the fact that the UNA and ACL is a spiritual, righteous situation. So there's no reason to fear anything but to press on, and knowing as a fact that the Creator got our back. Ain't no ifs, ands, buts about it. All we got to do is step up to the plate and do what's got to be done.
Ashe. Enough respect, President Mensah, for all the years you've been serving and leading and teaching our people. And you're still doing it now, almost at your 50-year anniversary. And we pray long life for the eye so that you can teach the next generation. And I wanted to bring in Queen Mother Moses because she also have God on the right. So, you know, we do it in the UNIA. We have a lady president and a male president. It was Marcus and Ashford who started the UNIA. So we're not going to leave out the sisters at all. So Queen Mother Moses, I would love to hear the rendition that you have for God on the right. Okay, she's coming off mute now.
Who is that, Queen Mother Moore?
Queen Mother Moses. I think you're on mute, Queen Mother Moses. Unmute your line. You're still on mute. We can't hear you.
Unmute. Okay, I'm on mute now.
Yes.
Unmute. God on the right. You know, words don't have power, you overs. So I have to claim at all time the word right, that which is correct. We are actually looking at principles of Ma'at, and this month we are looking at propriety, that which is proper. Keeping God on the right keeps you doing that which is proper. And that which is proper is to look out for I and I. That, you know, in Africa we say Ubuntu. I am because we are. You overs, we would say Harambe. Let's pull together, knowing that God is on the right side of the right thing, of people doing the right thing every time. God on the right is God in our heart. It makes us holy and godly. Because remember, you know, it's not all the time the Spirit of God dwells within man or woman. Because the minute we think an ungodly thought or engage in ungodly act, the Spirit of God leaves our body. We want to keep God in the right place, in our heart. Because if your conscience feel funny, that means you're thinking or doing something that's not quite right. You're over. So you have to rethink now whether God is right in the right place. So let's keep God right in our heart by doing the right thing for ourselves, our family, and our community. That's what I and I need. God in the right place within I and I. Instead of going to raise up a godly people, a whole nation of people doing that which is right, especially in these safe times of these two viruses of COVID-19 and racism. Let's keep God on the right in our heart. Yes, I.
Ashe, give thanks.
Aseo.
Give thanks, Queen Mother Moses. And, you know, this is a collective celebration. So if anybody would like to add anything to what we heard, definitely chime in on it and ting. What we have coming up right now, we also have the Negro National Anthem here in the United
States. The Negro National Anthem.
And
we need the Ethiopian National Anthem to start off. Yes. So know that we're going straight through Africans at home and abroad.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay.
Lift every voice and sing. Everybody, please rise.
Yes, we're rising now to do the Ethiopian National Anthem. We're going to lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Yes, I.
Queen Mother Moses, we had did the Ethiopian National Anthem to start when you was having the internet reception.
Oh, I came on. I got that as a matter of fact, and a little of it got to Facebook before I got cut off. So I did get the Ethiopian National Anthem.
They want you to stand.
Right, the author?
Okay.
I want you to stand.
President Rush?
Yes.
President Rush, could I say a little something about that?
Yes.
Most of our people don't know that, and that's not to speak against it, but most of our people don't know that that's not an anthem. It's not an anthem. Mm-hmm. All down through the years of my children and I would attend their programs, and they would tell the audience to stand up, and they're going to sing the Black National Anthem, and they start singing, lift their voice and sing. And I would have to correct them. I would ask them after the show was over, did they know of something by the name of the miseducation of the Negro? And they say no. But let me say this so everybody will know. That's not an anthem. It can't be an anthem because it don't have a flag to go to it. All national anthems have a flag to go to it in every country. Lift Every Voice and Sing don't have a flag. Now let me tell you what that is.
It's a Negro hymn.
Black National Anthem. That's called the Black National Hymn. That's the difference because it don't have a flag to go to it. So I told them that they was miseducating the children to teach them that that's a Black National Anthem when there's no flag to go to it. The Black National Anthem, as we know it, is Ethiopian. Is Ethiopian anthem.
Yes.
That goes with the Black and green flag. I just wanted to make that correction.
So President Mensah, as one of our elders here, which direction would you go at this point? I think we can, would you, so you recommending that it's not played, or you said go ahead with it?
Well, I mean, we can sing it as it relates to a Black national hymn.
Okay.
But we can't classify it as an anthem because there's no flag to go to. You can't have an anthem.
Our anthem.
Exactly.
Every country that there is has an anthem and they have a flag to go with it. So the correction is that it's not an anthem,
but it's
called the Black National Hymn.
Ashe, ashe.
There you go.
Well, let's go ahead and listen to the Black National Hymn because as Garvey did it for all Africans. Yes, Queen Mother.
We're claiming we have a flag. Marcus Garvey gave us a flag. We have the flag of the red, black, and green. You understand? So if it's taking us 100 years to claim the flag, you understand? We're claiming the flag for the Black National Anthem because we have a flag. That is our anthem. We have to have something. 100 years it will take us to claim the flag for the Black National Anthem. We're claiming it. So let's lift our voice and sing the hymn that is our national anthem because we do have a flag for one God, one name, one destiny.
Ashe, ashe.
Oh God, yes.
It seemed like we should do the Ethiopian anthem again because we couldn't hear it clearly when we did it the first time.
That's true.
See? So let me go ahead and you want to try this recording again, or can we have Lady President do it live? Because her rendition to me was so nice.
Well, yeah, we could do it again.
Okay.
It's our anthem.
I'm going to, because I don't want it too long, I'm going to come out and come forward in for the Facebook Live, okay? We're going to do the Ethiopian National Anthem again.
Ashe, ashe. Everybody please rise. You're on mute, President Clyde. You're gonna have to come off mute, yes.
We're doing it a cappella, or are we gonna run the recorded version?
Whichever you prefer.
We're doing Ethiopia.
Yeah, I would like to try and run it with the volume up.
Okay, let's bring it back again. Y'all, the volume is all the way up. Let me know if you can hear it.
Start it off high enough.
Okay, I'm starting it again now.
You pay in time.
You know how Babylon say with them commercial here. Skip over this. Okay. Sorry about that.
Still low.
Everyone can hear it?
No.
Yeah, but it's sort of kind of, it's hard to hear.
Okay.
Why don't we just sing it? Why don't we just sing it? Because it's hard to hear.
Exactly, because
from my phone anyway, but my phone is messing up, so I don't know if everybody's phone is feeling like mine. But I can't make out the words of it while it's playing.
the volume was all the way up on it too. Sister Georgia and family, you would like to sing it live?
Okay, we can put the words on the screen, right? And I can lead it off, for sure. We're gonna do all 4 verses again, or just
one?
Just one.
Well, I can sing it if you like. I can sing it.
Oh, definitely.
Is that all right, President Clyde? I mean, President Margaret?
Of course.
Russ?
Of course.
The first verse.
My phone don't mess up on me. Here we go.
Yes.
You're the land of our fathers, the land where the gods love to be. As storm clouds at night suddenly gather, our armies rushing. We must in the fight be victorious. Since towards us our earth is green. For us to be glorious. Advance to victory. Let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe. Advance to meet the foe.
Meet the foe. With the might of glory, the black and the green. Hoorah. The black and the green. Hoorah. Hoorah.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to pass the mic to a couple out of great UNIA divisions in this time. Division 330 in DC, Executive Secretary. Also Division 433 in Buffalo, New York. And they're going to go ahead and share a little bit and co-host a little bit. Sisters, y'all are so powerful. Go ahead, go forward. And definitely it's all of us doing it together for the 100th year.
Honey, she's making an orange.
Greetings, Ross Marvin. Greetings, family. How's everyone doing?
Awesome, awesome.
We bless, we bless.
Awesome.
It's amazing that we are here, that, you know, we have decided that this is an important place to be, that we wanted to get this started right and correct. Like our Queen Mother Moses mentioned earlier, that it's right and correct. I just want to say that we appreciate the Woodson Banneker Jackson Bay Division 330 appreciates the opportunity to join the rest of our family. It's amazing now we can do this virtually and connect. And that's important. That's what we need. We need connection. We need unification. The question is, can we unify? The answer tonight is yes, we can. And
Yes,
so
we
I
can.
just wanted to also acknowledge earlier we had a guest from DC on, but I think she went off a little bit and maybe she'll be back, but it was Janua Moja. And also in Division 330, we have Queen Lorraine Butler and Charles Butler. And so I'm going to pass the mic to one of them.
Greetings, family. Can you all hear me?
Greetings.
Can everybody?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Now you're on mute. You're back on mute.
Okay, I'm off mute. Yes, Sister Janua Moja was on. We're excited because we're going to have a wonderful presentation during our time at what is it, from 8 to 10 p.m. this evening. I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing from all of you. Here comes Brother Charles. He's here.
Peace, family.
Can everybody hear him?
Yes.
Okay. I see a lot of faces that I don't know, but I do see faces that I do. And I am just happy and delighted to be on here. A little tired because I've been up early this morning too, but it's great to see all of you all. And I have a new thing that I always say now, and I'm hoping that we will. You know, we often say when we're ending it or beginning, race first. Well, my new saying is race first always, not just sometimes, but race first always. So I'll pass it on to Charles.
Black African, proud of yourself.
Say that again.
Black African, be proud of yourself. Race
That's right.
first every time. We are the human race. People of color. You. What a race God make.
Okay.
Go sis, you're empowering.
There it is. Yes. Yeah, Brother Charles. Yeah.
Race First family. It's good to see everybody. It's been a while. I know we all feel a little strange being stuck in the house many days, not being able to travel a lot, but this makes it better when we can get online and say hello to a few folks that we haven't seen in a while.
And meet new.
I know that there are folks there who don't know us by face or don't know our energy, but it won't be long before we'll all know each other. Because we're going to be back in the streets and walking around and doing all the things we used to do, maybe in about 2-3 months. I think this COVID going to die.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll pass it back to you, Sister Crystal. Or
Okay.
we'll pass.
Yes, I'll take it back. And I just have to let the family know, a lot of them do know the Butlers, but they are a dynamic duo here in Washington, D.C. And in fact, I think I can have the right to, oh no, he didn't let the, okay. So I was gonna share something to
My
just
fault.
kind of,
My fault, Sister Executive Secretary. Let me go ahead and I forgot to switch you to the host and thing. Let me go ahead and do that now. Yes, you hold on. You're good to go. You're good to go.
okay. All right, I'm just gonna share something real brief, but look, I don't think they'll be embarrassed, but this is just a testament. And so, you know, I'm gonna let the family see this is who we have in our division.
And we raised up in our midst one of our greatest leaders, one of our greatest leaders, the Honorable Pastor Life.
I don't know how to.
And today, his predecessor, Minister Farrakhan, that I stand here with you. I'm normally not lost for words, but I'm not really a talker. I'm more of a doer than a talker, but I can talk. But I want to say to the NIA, I appreciate this award, but I cannot accept it without acknowledging the ceasefire moments that made me be who I am. If y'all can stand up, hold it wherever you at, brother. Hold it, all ceasefire members, sisters, stand up. Right? I appreciate that. You know, tonight, I've been hearing nothing about women. Yes, women. I love women with a profound passion. My great-grandmother was jet black, and she was 114 years old when she died, right here in Washington, D.C. And she taught me, you are a king, and a king is no greater than having a queen with it. But I'm not hearing that today. We work with gangs out here in the street. And why do people get in gangs? They get in gangs because they're not getting any love at home. Either they don't have a father or they don't have a mother. Right? We got to stop this divide and conquer. Black man, black woman, we belong together. Right. Listen to Mrs. Butler. Look at it. Give a big round of applause. You don't even hear that no more. You don't even hear that no more. Right? See, look, that crack. And all the FBI agents stand up. What you got here? That crack. Right? Willie Lynch spoke about divide and conquer. Separate the man from the woman from the man, the kid from the man and father. And we are playing into that. We are doing that. Huh? And we gotta stop that. So you can't come and seize fire just talking about one and not talking about the other. And that's been our uniting point of bringing us together, man. I mean, listen. And I'm not trying to make no enemies or insult nobody, but I got to speak the truth. We're losing our babies because of this division. How you gonna teach about the mama and don't teach about the father? How you gonna teach about the father and don't teach about the mama? Slow it.
One family, Africa unity.
Ashe, ashe.
Ashe.
And so want to connect with your customers? You could. Sorry about that. And so one of the things that we do at Woodson Banneker Jackson Bay is we also make sure we have a spotlight on the sisters, because we're doing this together.
That's African unity.
Sister Butler, Brother Butler.
Yes. Oh, I was going to talking about our that happened at our Nia Night 2019, and it was a wonderful event where we invited the community to come in, and we had children, we had families there, we had mothers and fathers, as Baba Malik Farrakhan said, and it was one of our pinnacle events that we had, And we honored, yes, he was one of our honorees that received an award. Each year we honor people who have done great work in the community for a number of years. His organization is called Ceasefire, Don't Smoke, the Brothers and the Sisters. And he's been in the community for over 20 years now, maybe about 30 at this point, really helping the young men and women in the community to get along and put down their guns and not fight each other, and recognize, if they're going to do that, to know who the real enemy is, and it's not someone that looks like them. And we had 11 other recipients of awards. Our youngest was Atlantis Browder, Tony Browder's daughter. And our oldest was Dr. Edwin Nichols, and he was 80. No, I take that back. He was 86 years old. So we had a range of folks that have devoted at least 20 years to the community. So it was a wonderful, wonderful event. You want to say anything?
I just hope we're able to do it again this year, but if not, into 2021.
Right, right. So we're hoping that you will all stay safe and well.
One name, one destiny.
Say that again.
African unity. One God, one name, one destiny. Give thanks for the works.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Race first.
Race first, always.
And
Okay, we're complete.
Okay, and I also just wanted to let everyone know that we are actually doing a couple of things this weekend. So we're here for the marathon event. You know, we have representation. Also tomorrow, we're going to have a special event with guests from 1 to 4 p.m. That's Eastern Daylight Savings Time or Standard Time, 1 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Our special guests will be Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Nikichi Taifa, Shaka Barak. He's going to be a guest here today as well. Tony Browder, Janua Moja, I mentioned her earlier. Kalechi Igwim, Paula Coleman, and Tim Witt. And in fact, we have like a preview to our new website as well. And y'all are invited to take a look or take a peek at it. We're going to have a major release of it on Monday. But in the meantime, we have our events listed here now. And so folks can join the Zoom meeting from here. You could also register for Sunday's event here. And then on Monday, like I mentioned, we're going to do a release of our full website. Right now, this is just a preview. But here's a photo of one of our trustees, Baba Imama Kuumba. This was at MLK Parade this year. And then we also have the calendar for the month of Messiah. So, you know, that information is available right now while we're still working on our website. But these are just a few things that we're doing at the moment just to get organized and get our infrastructure in place. And, you know, as we're building membership. So I just wanted to share that with the family. And I am ready to hand it back over to President Ross Marvin, if he's ready for the mic.
Oh yes, we're here for 24 hours, 24 long marathon, and you know it's all of us doing it together. So let's bring in another queen in the UNIA from up in New York, the state of New York. We're going to Lady President Sister Sophia, Division 433 in Buffalo. Come on in, my sister.
Come in, upstate New York, Buffalo in the house.
Hi, everybody. I'm taking over for my husband because he doesn't know how to stay up at night.
You want to continue talking?
I am. So I'm excited. This is something I've been looking forward to. I was really looking forward to the convention because I always work. So I never really get to do anything. I never get to go to the AGC. I never get to do anything. So I was so excited to go to convention this year. And then the COVID happened. So I was like, no. But then I was like, okay, we're having a 24-hour convention. I'm excited. I want to meet everybody. I want to meet everybody. I want to meet every Garveyite. I'm so excited. I want to know what everybody is doing. Like, what are we doing? What, you know, I'm excited. I mean, we started what we're doing up here in Buffalo. We weren't even, we started talking about the Black Cross nurses because I'm a nurse, and my dream from a little girl was to always be a nurse for our people. I always knew who I was. I never doubted who I was. I was born in Jamaica, so you know, I was like, yes, I'm an African. So I was always like, I'm going to be a nurse for my people. So when I heard about Marcus Garvey doing the Black Cross nurses, I was like, where are they? I'm ready. Where's the clinic? Where are the nurses? I'm ready to rock, you know? So, but when I found out what had really happened, I was still ready to do the work. But when I found out what happened to the Garveyites here in Buffalo, I was like, what? What do you mean? Nobody wants to be a Garveyite. What do you mean nobody wants to be race first? I don't understand. But everybody's, what do you mean? So this is what, it's a drive for me. I see every day, Lord, people dying. I see every day the disparities that our people go through. And my drive is to open a clinic for our people. I'm back in school because I'm going to have a clinic, and it's going to be run by the Black Cross nurses, because that is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to have our own. We don't have to ask anybody for anything because we are the nurses. We do this. I've always seen my aunt and my grandmother do everything. When I was sick, they gave me soda to lick out of my hand. I never went to the doctor. I don't understand. What do you mean? So yes, I'm in the right spot. And I'm so excited. I'm excited. I'm just excited to meet everybody. I know I'm in the right spot. Race first all the time, race first. And this is it for me. I'm just excited.
Appreciate love you, Lady President.
Love you.
Yes.
Yeah, big up Jamaica. Samba, Natal. Yes, I bless up.
Yes.
Oppression is worse than death. A wise man said long ago. Oppression is worse than death. Strange how the truth don't change. Strange how the truth don't change.
Ashe. Oppression is worse than death. Oppression is worse than death.
Oppression worse than death. We're not taking liberation.
Exactly. And we have some more family. We want to hear from everybody because we're all one family, and we have some members from Division 421. I'm going to go ahead and bring in and let them say greetings. We have our education coordinator, Brother Kwabena, out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. Brother Kwabena, come off mute and come on in the party. And
can you hear me? Good evening, family.
Good evening. Blessings. Stone Mountain.
So glad to be here and see everybody.
You in the world? You in Atlanta or in Africa? Like daytime?
Atlanta. Okay. Probably the light that I have on up here. You know.
Education coordinator.
Yeah, we're trying to coordinate something. I've got a little 10-minute slot at 11 o'clock later that I'm going to start off by paying homage to the women. So stay tuned for 11 o'clock later on this evening. But we're it's a fantastic time that we're living in right now. And we have a lot of opportunity if we take advantage of it. So I think that by putting our heads together, we're going to come up with some good plans, and we're going to save our children's future. And with that, I'm done. Race first.
Race first. Give thanks, Dr. Kwabena. Bless up. Education. Tool for which I am moving forward. No miseducation. Oh, critical thinkers and implementers.
Ashe, Ashe. And everybody can put their links in the chat so we can connect with each other. If you have a website or you want to put your email in the chat so the family can connect with you, that's all good and thing. And also, we want to say big up to another brother from out of Atlanta. And we're going to go to, from out of Atlanta, our DJ, who's a member, him and his youth member of Division 421. So we definitely wanted to say a few words. We're going to go to a music break shortly. But before we go to that, we want to make sure everybody who's on the call get to greet the family, because we are one family. But let's bring in Ross DZA. Ross DZA, you there? You've been keeping the fire burning since the program started tonight at midnight. Ross DZA. You could have stepped away from the DJ turntables, but we'll be right back with Ross DZA. When you come back, Ross DZA, just jump on in. And we got another member from other Division 421. We're gonna give him a chance to say greetings. Brother Troy, are you there? Brother Troy from out of College Park, Georgia.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, greetings, Brother Troy.
Yes, yes, man. It's a bummer that that I can't be at the things to help out, but you know, but I'm very passionate about my people. We do need to get it together.
Ashe. And Brother Troy is also officer in Division 421. Whenever we have events, he coordinates our events, set up Marcus Garvey Day and help break it down. He's there no matter where we are, wherever 421 is, you can find Brother Troy from out of College Park with us same way. And we have some more family who didn't get a chance to greet the rest of the family. We have a sister. She's a member of the Collective Black People Movement organization, and she's here on the line. Miss Catherine, CBPM member 3171. Miss Catherine, can you hear us?
I can.
Hey, greetings. Thank you so much for being up on the celebration. And you have the mic and you have the floor, and definitely share whatever you'd like to feel. Share.
Much love to the family. It's just amazing to be amongst such privileged people. We are privileged people. We are the people. Thank you.
Oh, we thank you so much, Miss Catherine. And we have more family on the line that didn't get a chance to greet the family. We want everybody to greet everybody so we all connect and become closer and become more united. Now we're going back up to Division 433 jurisdiction. We have Brother Ross X. Brother Ross X. And Brother Ross X, I believe you're in Toronto, a member of Division 421. Can you hear us, Ross X? Brother Ross X. Race first, my brother. So, we're all one family, so you definitely have to come in and greet the family and share a few words for the 100th year.
Give thanks and honor the ancestors and Most High. Definitely honor and a privilege to be part of this historic moment event. So, I give thanks to the Richard, everyone here who's older than me, doing this work I consider an elder. To give give thanks to my elders, my brothers and sisters, and who also do this work. You know, give thanks, Most High. What need, what I see, raise first.
Race first, Ross-X. And up in Toronto, big things going on with the UNIA and up north. So we give thanks for the brothers and sisters who hold in the fort wherever we are, you know. And you see us who's on the call now, we're the true soldiers because from the get-go. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people, they can wait until after, and I'm not trying to say anything to those who are not here, but we are the true soldiers because we jump on from the start, true Garveyites. And we got some more family on the line. We want to welcome them this evening, this morning, early in the morning. Brother Oluche, yay. Brother Oluche.
Hey, how you all doing?
This is Reverend, right?
Yes, Pastor O, that's what they call me.
Pastor O, how you doing? You're in Oakland, California.
No, I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles, Pastor.
California in the house.
Yeah, buddy. I'm just for the celebration.
Fire out there.
It's hot out here. It's real hot. Very hot out here. I'm just glad to be here. I'm just glad to be in this celebration. It's my first time ever being in a Garvey celebration. I'm just glad to be here.
Ashe. Well, we definitely invite you to be part of the family, the UNIA family. You're already a member because our ancestors created it for all of us. And we encourage all to give $3 a month to become active in the UNIA. So that goes to the upkeep of our government that our ancestors established for us. But go ahead, Pastor O, go ahead and finish sharing. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's all I had to say was I'm just glad to be here. I'm just glad to be in this celebration.
Welcome.
I don't like to talk. I like to talk, but I don't like to talk. Except for when it comes on Sundays, yeah.
Okay, Pastor O. We love it when those come out of the church and come into the movements, and that's Pastor O. He can drop it wherever our people is or wherever our people are. And that's why we give enough respect to you, Pastor O, CBPM member 2,988, who joins us from out of Los Angeles, California. Well, Pastor O, we're all here today as a family, and definitely we're encouraging you and everybody for the rest of the 24 hours to chime in whenever the ancestors want you to chime in and sing. You know, we have a full program, a full 24-hour scheduled program lined up. Where in the morning we're going to hear from our President General, supposed to be visiting us around the 4 o'clock hour Eastern time. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to have other officers from the government coming forward. We're expecting some visitors from the divisions in Africa and the Caribbean supposed to be passing through. Also, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Division 433 in Buffalo will be hosting. And from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Division 432 from out of Queens, New York, they will be hosting. And then from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., Division 429 in Chicago will be hosting. And Division 421, we got the later part of the day. Matter of fact, we can wrap up the day. Division 421 will be presenting between the 10 and midnight p.m. hour and thing. And also Detroit Division will be presenting. Y'all have a presentation around the 2-3 o'clock hour. Is that correct, Lady
I
President?
think it's 1 to 2.
1 to 2, yes. And then 2 to 3 is Division 433 out of Buffalo. Yes. So a whole day. So this is very important for all of us to be honest, because most of the times we're functioning in our own divisions, but we don't get the opportunity to go meet the brothers and sisters in the other divisions who are doing great works and marvelous work, as we see with Division 429 and Lady President Sister Sophia and President Clyde, and all of us as African people are doing great works for our people, no matter what city or state we're in. And we have some other family members who's on the line, and we want to make sure we give everybody some time. So let's go to Jaka. Greetings, Jaka. Jaka, can you hear us? Okay, I wonder if, I don't know if Jaka have his, okay, no, he doesn't have his mic and his audio connected. Let's go to Brother Kwame. Brother Kwame, how you doing this morning? Thank you so much for being on the 100-year celebration. Brother Kwame, your mic is on mute. Probably you have to unmute yourself so that way we can hear you if you're speaking.
And while Brother Kwame unmuting, let's remind everyone, we're going to do this again, not 24 hours, we'll agree on the time, on the 31st of August, because it's taking us 100 years to do what the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey tell us to do. August 31st is supposed to be the international holiday for all Black people, all Africans born at home and abroad. So let's plan to get together again. Whether it's midnight on the 31st, but we're going to do it. And you're only going to spend your money with Black people on the 31st. No, don't give $1 to a white establishment or an Arab establishment or an Asian establishment. 31st of August, International African Day at Home and Abroad. Blessings.
Blessing. Our government Independence Day, August 31st, 1920, and everything that day is known as International African Independence Day. You're going to get the full story today. We're going to break it down a little later in the day, and we're going to hear from Consul General Farouk Muhammad, who's going to explain the history of our government and how Marcus Garvey and our ancestors did 5 things during this month, August 1920, to establish the government on August 31st, a world government. No matter where you go, you see the red, black, and green flag fly. And it's the flag for the nation of African people at home and abroad.
At home and abroad, yeah.
Big up every time. And who else have we didn't give a chance to share? Let's go ahead and Jaka and Kwame, y'all there? Okay. So I'm going to pass the mic back over to Division 429 in Chicago. They have their hands up. Come on in, President Clyde. President Clyde? Yes, you're probably muted. Go ahead, yes.
Yes, as Sister Sophia was talking about the Black Cross nurses, Lady President Georgia wanted to kind of interject about some of the health fairs that we have done here in Chicago. You know, the programs that have been effective in terms of helping our membership in our greater community cope with our myriad of health problems, eating disorders, and what have you, as part of our Black Cross nurses efforts here. So if you want to talk a little bit about what some of the presentations have been, etc.
Oh, I was just making a comment. I'm not going to really take up a lot of time, but I did, when Sister Sophia was talking, it just kind of brought to light. The last health fair we had, I believe Sister Bashima was visiting, and she gave me a handbook. Unfortunately, it was the only copy of its kind, I think, or something, and I misplaced it for a long time, but I found it and made like other copies and gave one to Sister Tanaya over at Division 401. And what we wanted to do was keep the efforts alive for the Black Cross nurses. And so I'm thinking now, because men are also members, and I'm thinking people that have these talents, like with healthcare, or folks that not necessarily have degrees and things in medicine, but folks who just have these talents. At some point, we can galvanize and do things like wellness checks, a concerted effort of sending some type of card or flowers or fruit or people that's sick or something. I do that sometimes, but as an effort, a small group of us that kind of reach out for people like that. And certainly with the food giveaways and things. But the health fairs that we had before this pandemic, we were able to bring everybody together, and different people would do small presentations. Like I would do something on first aid and safety, because that's kind of my background. And then we had a nurse person that came in and she talked about diabetes, and somebody else talked about hypertension, and then somebody else did something on massaging and blood circulation and reflexology. And we do have people with these knowledges out there, but if we can bring them together, and we actually can do a health fair kind of thing on the Zoom like we're doing now, and bring out some more ideas. Some people just have good nutrition ideas that they can impart. So I just want to put that out there, and we'll probably try to reach out and galvanize just a few people, and we put together some strategies to do a little outreach among the UNIA, because there's some people out there, I'm sure, that we don't even know that they're at home suffering. Maybe somebody heard about it and it's just, oh well, nobody reached out. So I think we might want to do some of that, and I'm going to just put together a small little email or something and probably get it out and see who would like to kind of come together and do something on that end. Because I certainly was thinking about that the other day, about simple things like wellness checks and, stuff like that. So I just wanted to put that in there because it was in my mind and in my heart.
Ashe, 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 oh. Come on in, Lady President, Sister Sophia. I seen you as Lady President, Sister Georgia was speaking. You was all excited and everything. Come on in and add to the Black Cross Nurse conversation, because during COVID, Division 433 took the lead as far as had products, masks, gloves, and different things that was available for our people. Let us know about those works that the Black Cross nurses have been doing there in Buffalo.
Yes, with that, just like she said, I was excited to hear what she said, because we actually did the same thing here in Buffalo. We do a community breakfast where we feed the people and teach about the illnesses in our community, where we talk about diabetes, hypertension. We do smoothies, like healthy smoothies. So the same thing, hand out brochures about diabetes, hypertension, lipids, because as a nurse, there are questions that I can answer in our community that our people don't understand that the doctors tell them. So I always tell them, there are questions that you have, ask me. So those are just like you said, we are here for them. And there's a lot of people in our community that have all these talents that can help. We had a lady that came in and did smoothies. That's what she do. We had another lady that she does labs. She put lab so I put all our resources together. So I put my email in there, and to talk about the COVID. Well, with the COVID, we took the initiative of, we were providing hand sanitizers to the schools as teaching about infection control, washing hands, because we were noticing that our young people didn't know about washing their hands, just basic stuff. So we were going in and teaching basic first aid, basic infection control. Here comes COVID. So we had already ordered the hand sanitizer, and then COVID came along. So we were already one step ahead of COVID. So when COVID came, we had already ordered hand sanitizers. So Black Cross nurses were one step ahead. Then we ordered masks to go with that. And then we also ordered soaps, little bars of soaps to give to the children into the community. So we packed little Black Cross nurse bags. We put the hand sanitizer, a bar of soap, and a mask, and we would hand it out into the community. We passed out food. You know, we did as much as we could with the small amount of us, because you know it's always a small amount of us, but that's what we did, and we pushed the Black Cross nurse as much as we could here, and we started teaching that the Black Cross nurses also started back with the Spanish flu in the 1918. That back then we had to stand up then. That's when we started. So it all came ahead 102 years later. So here we are again, you know, having to stand up, having to take a stand, having to prove to our people that we can take care of them. So this is where we are. So I was so happy when she said that, because I feel like we all are, you know, implementing the same things and we're all on the same page.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lady President Sophia. So we definitely have to do, as Lady President Georgia said, put together this health conference where we can unite. Zoom is available where we can all get together, because these things then that our sisters been presenting as far as basic health things, checkups and so on, we got to teach that to each other, and we got to make sure we take care of our own family and our people, because nobody gonna look out for us like how we would look out for us. So give thanks, sisters, for the works that y'all do and continue to do for our people. And we're gonna keep it moving, keep it moving. President Clyde, y'all chime in on anything? I see your true.
No, I think that some of the successful programs that individual divisions have, maybe we could go around the table a bit and just talk about why certain programs work well. It could be for recruitment. It could be just generating the initial buzz to get people to come in and at least explore membership with UNIA. Bringing in key speakers, or when you know you in your division who the fiery speakers are that will get people fired up. Just a bit of a discussion on what works.
That sounds excellent.
I know that with 429, a couple of our mainstay programs have been our children's program that we had in October of each year. I've been doing it for about 28 years now, where they portray some of our heroes and sheroes. It's an opportunity to get the older siblings involved, as well as their parents, getting them prepared. We might get them started with a couple of things that a certain hero or shero, say Queen Nzinga, might have said or done. But then that sparks their curiosity to get a little deeper with their research on that hero or shero. And they can in turn teach the other children on who these people were and why they were important. Also, as Queen Lorene, Queen Lorene had mentioned, honoring our men and women in our community who have helped move the needle. You know, that has also been a very powerful, those have been powerful programs for Division 429, where we'll have the packed houses because they, as being honorees, will bring their friends and family into the room where we might not have had the opportunity to meet with them and explain what the objects and aims are of the UNIA and what we're doing presently, and some history of what Garvey did and how his legacy continues on. So that for our Women's Day and Men's Day, those have been very successful programs for us. We need to work on a few things. I know structure and the training is certainly something that we want to spend more time with our other UNIA division here in Chicago. We're able to collaborate and get some of that additional training in, because you got the combination of their prospective members and our prospective members or current members. And it makes it easier to have a critical mass of students for the various classes. So that has helped. So if you do have, like in the case of New York or some other cities where you've got multiple divisions, they can, that situation can be a positive one. Maybe some of the other divisions, like President Blyden, you have some suggestions about what you all are doing in Buffalo.
Before President Blyden go, I want to comment on something important that you said. And we from here in Atlanta, I think this is something that we should do. I like the idea of what you said, President Clyde, that you have Heroes and Sheroes Day, where you have the children play the roles of great African heroes and sheroes. That sounds very interesting. I would love to see that program that you have there in Chicago, live and direct and thing.
As you know, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey thought that was a very key issue, because if we don't have our own, then we're left to whoever they say are supposed to be our heroes and sheroes. And so it's not going to be all encompassing, and it probably won't have what we identify as being hero and shero material. Go ahead.
Before we get too far off the subject, I just wanted to bring to attention one of the children events that we had. We had the kids all lined up, they're ready to go, they were all portraying. And I'll never forget this. One little girl was doing Lorraine Hansberry and somebody else was lined up. There was a young boy, he probably is about 8 years old. He just showed up and he said, I want to be in the program. But he wasn't, he didn't have a item or nothing, So Brother Shaka Barak said, okay, I tell you what, let's just come up with something. So he just interjected the child and said, okay, we want to do Marcus Garvey. He actually took this child to the side, took a red, black, and green flag and folded it in a certain way and draped it kind of horizontally like a sash, and took this little boy in the back and just kind of went over some things with him. Do you know this child came out and blew everybody away? It was unbelievable. And he won. He was so well spoken and it was just unbelievable. He just got in at the last minute. It was a lot of fun. But I'm sure that that'll be a moment, a long-lasting moment for that child.
Ashe, ashe. Hold on.
So yeah, we can encourage those. But one of the programs I found it was more interesting than anything else was our relationships, for men and women relationships. We had one with that, and then we had one that said family relationships, where they talked about relationships among different members of the family. So those types of programs were also very, very, very exciting, and they were always very controversial, and And then we had Q&A. The Q&A was, I mean, we had to really cut the program off because it just got everybody going. Those kinds of programs too.
Yeah, I think they were successful. One, because a lot of us typically don't take the time to look at mental health and confer with mental health practitioners. You know, we feel that, hey, we can, I know I'm probably guilty of that more than anybody. I said, look, I can handle this. And hey, if you don't experience it enough in your life, then how you are going to propose that you can handle it?
Right.
Starting. You know, so bringing in a neutral third party that is professionally trained and has numerous years of experience certainly is a good thing to bring to the table. There's been a lot said about reductions in mental health care and facilities in our communities, you know, as budgets get cut, etc. I know one of the main ones here in Chicago is for those of you who are familiar with Bobby Wright, and he's a psychologist, very outspoken, nationalist as well, but they closed that facility here on the west side of Chicago. And so, you know, there is a need to introduce some of those professionals into our community so that, you know, more people can get to know them and feel free to call on them. Should those, I mean, you know, a lot of our people get traumatized daily. And so you talk about the opportunity for them to have PTSD. I mean, you think about the killings that go on, the shootings that go on, you know, people traveling down the path with alcoholism, drug addictions, and just generally being lost. And as a result, we need to introduce more of those professionals into our community so that, again, you know, people have them on their, in their phone so they can call them if things come up. So I definitely agree with what Sister George is saying on that point.
And these could also be things that are injected into with the Blue Cross, Black Cross. I said Blue Cross, didn't I? Interjected with the Black Cross nurses also. Those that mental health piece for sure, absolutely.
I pray thee, beloved, this is so timely. Allow me to share how all of I and I are really on this same page with God in the right place with I and I. Actually, on the 13th, the day of the declaration, I actually launched a ministry called Boss Soul. Blessed, outstanding spiritual scientists. That's the boss part, because, you know, we are spiritual beings having a human experience. And all of I and I have evidence of our faith, no matter what faith or spirituality we subscribe to. That's why we are blessed, outstanding spiritual scientists. That's the boss part. Now, the soul part is the science of unlimited love, right? And the strategy about this science of unlimited love is that we have to start with self-love, okay? So let's continue to be honest and keeping it real. We've all been through a lot. Some of us much more than others. And I don't have to tell you about all that we are experiencing. We all know too well the two viruses, the COVID-19 and racism. So my family and friends, you know, relationship and estrangement and social distancing and physical distancing, all of that. So the Grand Queen Mother, you know, is because I'm a great grandmother, you know, of Prince Jahir.
You know, I'm a trained psychotherapist and clinical social worker, you know, out of Clark Atlanta University School of Social Work, where we did the Afrocentric perspective based on the humanistic principle that each and every one of I, equipped with the healing resolve within, to be the change in self, family, and community. We are continuing, you know, with the goal as a mental health practitioner. We have to help and support and guide toward health and healing with a focus on mind, body, spirit, and relationships. You overs. I am also in this process as I'm engaged in my own healing and reparations of relationships. So, you two I know full of bright ideas, and this is a good time to sort through our practical issues that require our attention. So we must make the most of our universal energies. Take your notes, you know, how you go and manage your material world more easily moving forward into the future. Because all August was focusing on Prophet Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who continues to inspire I and I, you overs of all faith and spirituality, the Rastafari faith who claim it as, you know, our prophet, because he pointed us to Africa, and the God and says the God of Ethiopia will go, you know, make the Chinese seem true, God true for them own spectacle. We, late though it be, have only now come to see our God through our own spectacles. But we go and worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia, so the God of Ethiopia. And yesterday we have, you know, the song too that says Ethiopia is a God where all loves to be. So, as we continue on this now, you know, Marcus Messiah Garvey don't tell us that we are going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because while others might free the body, none but ourselves can free our mind. And our mind is our ruler, it's the only sovereign thing we have. So you got to keep that really clear, Jehovah's, as I and I plan for the future from a position of self-love. Remember that. You can't have one love if you don't have self-love. Because you can't love God who you can't see. And you can't love your neighbor if you don't love yourself. So let's start from self-love, and that will help us to ensure that there's a good balance between our self-worth and our material worth. Because we're going to get our capacity built, you know. We have to ask ourselves difficult questions, because mental health has to do with financial health too, you understand? Are your finances adequate? Are you adequately prepared for the unknown? Jehovah's, those unexpected expenses, do you have a partner who is in a position to help? Or you have to be real. Is your partner going to hinder? Because you have to take on additional responsibility. So let's talk about relationships for a moment. Of course, oftentimes relationships come with more questions than answers. So, you know, you have to ask yourself now, what value you bring into your relationships? The relationship with partners, family, and friends. You overs. You have to get these things now up, because Prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey don't tell me, say, we have to have a healthier mind. You overs. Please, definitely hold on to your spirituality and tap into it, because I and I have to be that change we want to see. First with self. And it's when you're with that self fulfilling your self-energy and self-love that others in your family will see it. And you know, it's family make up community, because community is just families working together in common unity. And we're building a global community, because now we read them in the whole world. Africa. As a matter of fact, me I name it Fiancra, because Fiancra is the African word. We still not decide know where Africa come from, the word. But we know Fiancra is definitely an African word. You understand? And for the Africans born on the continent, it means safety. Because, you know, the housing, the Fiancra housing, it have one entrance, one exit. So everyone inside safe. Anybody are coming, them have safety. You understand? But I and I who are born outside of the continent, it's still Fiancra, but here what Fiancra mean for I and I who born outside in the 6th region. It means when we were leaving home, we could not say goodbye. You ovals. So Fianca definitely describes, you know, both those that born on the five region and I and I in the 6th region. So as we know, claim all of Africa, the whole world as one Africa, whether we in the 6th region or any of the 5 region. Let us know say Africa unity really mean we really gotta be there for each other. You know, that Ubuntu, the mental health, the spiritual health. Please, let's keep it together. Isla bless.
Ashe, Ashe.
Okay.
Give
I,
thanks.
I would just like to say that like a lot of people may not realize there were 41 countries where UNIA had divisions. So I feel like we can unite and rise again. Cuba, Panama, Trinidad, Costa Rica, Canada, Jamaica, Spanish Honduras, South Africa, British Guiana, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Barbados, British Honduras, Mexico, Sierra Leone, England, Gold Coast, Liberia, Bahamas, Canal Zone of the Panama, Southwest Africa, Wales, Antigua, Australia, Bermuda, Brazil, Dominica, Dutch Guiana, Ecuador, Grenada, Haiti, Nevis, Nigeria, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, St. Thomas, St. Vincent, Venezuela, and there are still some in the Virgin Islands, Canada, uh, Liberia. I think Ghana, but I'm not sure. But I know Liberia, and I was working as a Black Cross nurse in Sierra Leone. Now, in Detroit division, since I'm the lady president, I'm over the Black Cross nurses. And as such, I decided that we needed to help children around the world. So I want all of you around the world to understand that we're all in this together, and that it would take us our work and our love offering, our money. We gotta come with our love and build our own paradise earth. Anyways, there's children around the world that I feel like are suffering, and I'd like to see us to try to build shelters around the world for the children that's suffering so much from war, suffering so much from, like for an example, if they don't have water, or like the little children in India that dig in the garbage each day for something to eat. So I feel like it's really up to us to help our own people. You know, who can understand our people more than we understand ourselves, our own self, because we have a connection. We have a melanin connection. It really means a lot. It really means a lot that you are a melanated people. It had a lot to do with extra senses, extra being ability of taste, extra hearing, color. It has to do with not only the color of your skin, but it activates your brain cells. So, so while I was talking, I want to talk about that. It's you can help me with that. I'm already started in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and now they have their cassava machine. Ross Marlin, they got their cassava machine, and that means that because we have to be self-reliant, and this cassava machine means that they can try to fund themselves. And but we started out with one family and about 5 or 6 or 7 little children that didn't know where their parents were after a flood. And so this was in 2017. They had another flood in 2019. And however, it's still progressing, and they really coming together good. It's too bad that we wait until we're having trouble and calamity and flood and tornado before we come together and realize all we have is each other, and that we need to work together and love one another. That's it's really simple, but we make it hard. And I wanted to talk about something else too before I go, and that's about Marcus Garvey and that uh, it's like people have the wrong idea about Marcus Garvey. They always thought that he wanted us to go back to Africa, but it wasn't that he wanted us to go back to Africa. It was that he really wanted us to build Africa. He said it's not for everyone. But the ones who have skills should go there and should develop and build. Right now, I saw something on the TV just yesterday, and it was about Nigeria and Rwanda and places where people are coming from this diaspora back to the homeland to invest. It's a great investment. They said on that program that they're only using about 20% of the land, that the rest of the land is there for development. In fact, some of you may not know, but several years ago, when Brother Kwame Ida was still alive, and I was looking up to him as a young 23-year-old, and they were in their 40s and 30s. the when they said that we could come to Ghana and we could build homes there, and that we were welcome to come back. And I think that they were welcoming us in some other countries too. Well, that was what I wanted to say about Marcus Garvey. It was not that he wanted us all to go to Africa. He wanted us to develop Africa. He wanted those with skills to go there and develop Africa and put ourselves on our own map, so to say, like where we have our own doctor, our own big, he said big men of like of like I guess like people that you hold in high esteem, like they're great generals or whatever, you know. But that was what I wanted to say about Marcus Garvey. He really started something. It's too bad they framed him up with the scandal, because they even sold him a ship one time that sank in the harbor after he launched it. So they really try and make you fail every time you try to build up some wealth. Only this time it's going to be different, because this is not our battle, as they say. This is a battle against the divine energy that they're going against because of upsetting nature and everything. So we can let go and let God take care of it. Thank you so much. Oh, I can't hear you.
Mute myself. I was saying that I was just enjoying listening to all the great things you've been sharing, and my sister. And big ups, big ups, big ups. Keep up the works and thing.
I definitely, beloved, I have to really say, yes, my beloved president, sister president, you said it well. Marcus Garvey says some of us not going to be any good here, and we won't be any good in Africa either. So it's not everyone who want to go to Africa either, right? We want Africa to be developed with the best of the best. And we have, planning, and we have to be the change. We are dealing with intentional communities. Ghana has opened up from 2019, the year of return. Unfortunately, those of met someone still see us as the cash crop. You understand? So be careful. People will still try to sell you land and places that them don't have no title for our own. You understand? Still will jack up prices. But what we are doing, there is actually IDOR, the Universal Development of Rastafari. There's a repatriation initiative, and we'll have someone come and say something on that sometime tomorrow. Okay, where we are actually, we actually have done the homework and whatever, and different communities. We're asking for like 20 acres
that ones are going to be able to buy into. Lands are sold by plots. 4 plots make an acre. We ask some difficult questions because in these intentional communities, we are asking now for donation of some acres to build the community center that will have the, the school and the health center and those kind of things. We have to be intentional in how we are going forward home, Now, my role model and co-worker, the Honorable Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Arikana Chiamborikwa, we actually are working definitively on our ADI and our ADI.org, that's the African Diaspora Development Institute. And we are planning what we are calling Wakanda Centers of Excellence, around which there will be, she's a medical doctor, so the university and the medical health center, it will all be connected through these intentional communities. So we are, so we have different groupings that are dealing with intentional repatriation that is going to be planned. Because those who fail to plan to fail, you of us. And lots of ones been waiting for this mass exodus and the mass repatriation and that kind of thing. But we are the generation that making it happen, you of us. I actually live in Ghana, though I still work in the United States, for New York State Department of Corrections. But, we have to do what we have to do. Give thanks.
Ashe, ashe, ashe. Come on in, President Mensah. You want to add to the conversation? President Mensah is on the phone line. Come on in, President Mensah. You want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I'll try to do as much as I can until this thing mess up on me again, but I'll probably be in and out all night long.
That's no problem. Just call back.
Has anybody stated the here to the flag?
The pledge?
Yeah, I'd like to say that before this thing give out on me, and I come back again. So
of course.
I don't know if anybody has stated this. Here's to this flag of mine, the red, the black, and the green. Hopes in its future bright, Africa has seen. Here's to the red of it. Great nations shall know of it in time to come. Red blood shall flow of it. Historians shall write of it. Great flag of mine. Here's to the black of it. 400 million black of it. Whatever's destiny depends on it. The red, black, and green own this flag of mine. Here's to the green of it. Young men shall dream of it. Face shot and shells of it. Maidens shall sing of it, waving so high. Here's to the whole of it. Colors bright whole of it. Pleased is my soul with it, regardless of what is told of it. Thank God for giving it this great flag of mine. When we're talking about this particular theme, can we unite? The fact of the matter is, we have to unite. We don't have a choice. But one thing we can unite around, and that's this red, black, and green flag. Sure. I mean, I don't care.
I think we just lost President Mensah. His phone he said his phone gone in and out. So I think he should be, if he didn't lose his power, he should be connecting back with us shortly. Okay. Anyone else want to chime in? Okay.
In Detroit, we also gave out food for during the coronavirus, and then we just do that once a month anyway with our partners, the Shrine of the Black Madonna. And I think, and one part of this year earlier, I was working just before this came in around March. I was doing this probably January and February. We were doing some seniors lunches. We were going and making lunch at a church, and and at the same time we were talking about nutrition with them and how they could make meals uh, cost less money but still be healthy. And let me see what other stuff I do for Black Cross nurses. I can't think of nothing right at the moment, but that was some of the work we did so far. We were working toward having a senior home with the Shrine of the Black Madonna. They haven't approved me yet to finish helping with it, but however, just long as someone does it, it's a place where we're growing food. I also started that here too, gardening throughout our city. So now we have 500 gardens, and the first thing I had them do with the greening of Detroit was planting trees, because we had an incinerator that gives off that pollution in the air. You would be really surprised at how much comes out into the air and from something like that. We also need to shut down all those nuclear plants. We got a couple of them that they don't even talk about, but they on nuclear meltdown right now, you know, and stuff. So I hope we make it through because I don't know if they're gonna stop melting through till they get to the other side. So this it's really serious that we get ourselves right spiritually with that divine energy, so that we are one with that energy, so that we are in rhythm, and and everything in sync with it, and because remember, it's color too. It's other things beside just the material, the physical, because it's the body, mind, and spirit. You know, it's also your mind has to do with it. You got to have your mind right. You got because if you're melanin deficient, you're going to have a little problem. But you got to have your soul right, your heart right. That's your heart. Then you go at. So I teach about health and nutrition, and I'm a homeopathic doctor and a midwife, and I have gathered a few skills, emergency medical technician, so that I would be able to heal the people if I needed to. And other than that, I do counseling, and I counsel young people, and I counsel marriages, and I counsel people spiritually, like young people. It's kind of like your rites of passage type of thing, where you are trying to prepare those children for adulthood, to be functional. you know I don't want to see you standing on the corners and having a drink every day. I want to see you to build something for yourself. Even if you don't have a lot of money, you have $1. You can take $1 and buy some seeds and plant something to eat, because that things don't seem like they're gonna get better on that part, because the food has been genetically engineered, and it's not as nutritional as it used to be, because they're telling us even on their standards that we need to eat more in order to have the same amount of nutritional value that it used to have. And you can't tell, but I'm a little older, so I can tell that even the lemons are different now, and they tried to create it where it wouldn't have any seeds. So then the Monsanto Corporation will have a monopoly on seeds that they wanted to put a patent on, like they did that vaccine, to put the patent on, and then they want to like make you have to buy or pay, or you know what I mean. But anyway, um, you have your labor. You have what you call, if you don't have money, I'm saying, you have your sweat equity. You can come and do something. For an example, one time we had a little program going. I was involved again, where we went to the seniors' homes, and we shovel the snow for them, or we rake their leaves and that type of thing. And that's not things that cost you, you know, that you have to have money to do. That's what I'm trying to say. But it helps to um, unite the community. You know, we have to look at what we have in common instead of saying, well, I'm a Jehovah Witness, and if you ain't my way, that's the only way. Or I'm a Muslim, and if you're not my way, that's the only way. Because that basically all those different beliefs were the same. They believe in the angels and the day of judgment, they have in the hell, the God, and stuff like that. And but now people are learning that we are more spiritual than we realize, because that we are, that God does dwell within us. That energy, that divine energy that we all come from, it dwells within us, and we should nurture it, and we should build it, and you build it with practice and discipline. Being sometimes it's not as easy at first to be truthful, or to be responsible. Oh, I have to get to school today. Oh, I have to get to work, you know, and to have order and everything. But you have to have some rules, because there that would be, you wouldn't have order if you don't have some kind of rules. The rules should be within you. You should have the truth within you, right? So that you already know the difference in between right and wrong. Something inside you should say something to you, you know, like a thought. It's not really words and a voice, it's really your thought. You know what I mean? That's why people meditate, so they can get that divine thought, that it'll come to them, to, you know, it'll come to you. You know what I mean? Maybe that's where the ancestors come in too, where they kind of like inspire you, or, you know, like people, like when Catholic might talk about angel, or they might call somebody a saint or something like that. But that was a really, really loving person, because if we really were loving here, we would have a paradise earth, because we have enough that nobody has to go hungry. Who needs trillions of dollars, you know, and you're gonna be sitting on the beach, and then down the street is the ghetto, and the little children is hungry. So I don't go for that. So I hope you'll join me with helping build that first shelter there in Sierra Leone, Freetown, with Suleiman Issa Kamara. He was named by the city council the goodwill ambassador for Sierra Leone, because Freetown happened to be the capital. So we're going to start there, and we're going to build our divisions all over Africa and the world, and we're going to do commerce with one another, and financial development, and we can't lose. Forward ever, backward never, and putting your race first, and um, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. These are some of the sayings from Marcus Garvey, and they are like classic music. It's just as good today as it was when it was first uttered. Thank you for taking time with me again. So I'm going to turn it back over to our master of the ceremony.
Oh yes, I was talking, but I was on mute. I said, you're doing a great job coordinating this section of the program. You and Queen Mother Moses sharing down the knowledge and thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and continue to listen to y'all.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to share?
Well,
yeah, I'm just listening.
We've had some really great institutions that we have built in Detroit. We have the largest what they would call it. They call it African American Museum. They call it the Charles Wright African American Museum, and it's the biggest one in the country. And I would like for everybody to be a member and take part in it, because so we can keep community control over it. And because a lot of times people don't realize that you have to build your own institutions and support them, and that's how you have them. So we have that. And you'll be. It's amazing. It started out as just a trailer, like a mobile home type trailer. I saw it. It was in fact, it was in at that time it was the president maybe of the UNIA. It was might have been in his backyard, brother G, Umwalimu G, and a great teacher. And oh man, I used to really like to hear him speaking. I was so blessed because I came in before all the elders had demise, so that I can come back and tell the younger children now about them and about their teachings. And so I'm pleased with Detroit for the institutions we have built. We had started our building institutions because we had got one politically. We had one because at first that's what we thought we should do. I marched with Martin Luther King, and people marched with Martin Luther King all over the country for us to be able to vote and for us to be able to have jobs. And here in Detroit, we marched for jobs and housing, because at the time we didn't have the mainstream jobs. We were still mostly like, cleaning. We can, even now we still serving food. We can dance or we can be athletic, but we're now that's why we want to kind of withdraw and like develop our own, like he said, your hospital, your whatever, your business, your clothing, and a lot of the young people have that spunk and they're doing it. I really enjoy seeing them because they're coming out trying to do media, do movies, do videos. I'm just so proud of you. Here's to you, and but I was telling you about our institutions here in the city. And so we, even at the museum, they had a little hip hop before. But I'm not talking about stuff that put down women and put down family, because if you don't have family, you don't have a basic structure, unit structure that is of a community or even a world, because that first of all, a person has to be peaceful within themselves and harmonious. Then I'm a lady. He's a guy. We're different. We are different for a reason. It's the way we were created. So therefore we come together, and so if we supposed to still keep that peace and harmony, and that fortitude, and also spirituality that you may have from your own personal development. Because remember, I was talking to you about meditation, talking to you about nutrition. They play an important part in your mental health and in your physical health, and your nutrition even plays a part in your spiritual health, I do believe, because it has to do with you feeling happy when you feel good and not sick. It has to do with you not being depressed. A lot of you all are getting depressed lately. I don't want you to fall into hopeless. I want you to take your hopeless and become determined, because that you can see things aren't right, and instead of being so angry and trying to stand up and by yourself and do a fight, instead your fight could have been channeled into building. For an example, like I tell you about the Shrine of Black Madonna, that's another institution that we have here in Detroit. In fact, it was Jeramoja, who was at the time Reverend Clegg. He was the one that main organizers of the march with Martin Luther King, and there was a Caucasian, European involved, or Caucasian. He was Walter Reuther, because it seems like throughout history we have had to have some of those type of alliances, because and then when we look at it, it may be that we were the same blood anyway, you know what I mean, because it's a whole lot of mixing went on. So I was telling you about the institutions that we have created in our city, and one was the Shrine of the Black Madonna. And it was the first church that claimed that the Madonna was black. And all that stuff came out afterwards, saying, oh man, Jesus was black. Oh, Noah was black. Oh, and even right now, the Israelites will be telling you all day long about Suleiman was black. And, and so we have learned, even Krishna. I went to the Hare Krishna temple and I saw Krishna, and Krishna was blue black. And I said, wow, look at that. And then I started learning from the historians that it was like, that's the original people, all that when the world was one, all separate all over the world was those people. But the environment made them to change. That's what we learned from our, what do you call that class? Wait a minute, anthropology, our anthropology class. And so anyway, I was telling you about Shrine of the Black Madonna, and that they have some land in South Carolina, and that it is 680 acres there. I've been down there and surveyed and worked. I worked about 12 years and developing and building support from the church and now even from the community to build our own, so that was a site where I wanted to have the retirement home, and I had a plan to do it, and I'm going to still be pushing for it, or at least for a time, because the rivers are rising and so are the oceans. I've noticed the Detroit River is taking over Belle Island almost. Pretty soon, they told me the glaciers will be melted in about 30 years. Now let me see, the institutions that we built. Well, we built the institution there. When I went down there, we had about 43 head of Black Angus. We were about to develop the chickens, but it's not that you have to eat meat. Meat shouldn't be your mainstay of food. In fact, if you get into the spiritual part about meat was killed in a prescribed manner, and it was eaten on the different feasts, according to Bible, if we're going by that. And that was on a special occasion, the birth of a baby, going to pilgrimage, things like that, spiritual growth and development. So down there on Beulah Land, there's 680 acres that could be farmed. And I was working with the Michigan Coalition of Black Farmers, and I had gone with even, because they were friends anyway. I went down there with them, and I was doing some farming and learning how to plant, learning how to the little things that the elders can tell you about farming, when to plant, how far things, everything, how you space them. I even drove a tractor, man. And one of my farmers wanted to make a film on how to dig a well and a tractor. So one of my ideas on health and development with the African Black Cross nurses is that we could I'll think of it again. The the I was talking about our Beulah land. We still have room down there for the chickens. We still have room down there for you to come and build a wall. We need to build a big old defense wall all around it. You know, because every time we ever had anything, it has always been destroyed. So I said, if you wanted to, don't fight. Go instead, turn your anger into building something, you know, coming together. There's nothing wrong with us knowing how to fight, though. We've been stepped on our head too long and too much, and you know what I mean. To not want to defend ourselves, you know, and we have to defend ourselves. Why should we let them come through our town and just shoot everybody? You know what I mean? So yeah, we got to have it. We got to have our own protection. And so I say we should build a big old wall around it. And they've got wells down there that you can get water from, and you got the land where you can grow some food, and you can be more self-reliant. You'll be more self-reliant because it's a lot to being self-reliant, you know, and saying, oh, I'm going to do for myself. I'm not waiting. You can't wait on nobody. Just like we used to have songs. That's why I'm going to do music. Because he had one song, I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Just open up the door and let me get it myself. That was some of the songs we had. And we had other motivational songs like Keep Your Head to the Sky. Like, because you had to keep your head up in order to push through, because we were still traumatized from the brutal things that we had suffered under the hands of slavery. And me, I don't know if my people were slavery, but I know they got a lot of suffering, and some of them were slaves because that I'm a Blackfoot. I'm a Blackfoot Cree. I came off, my grandmama and came off the reservation so that we could work in the factories in Detroit so that we would have a better life, because that we were not getting our subsidies that we were supposed to get on the reservations. And because I heard stories, like horror stories. Like one story was that they gave them spoiled meat. Another story was that they gave them blankets with smallpox in it. And one Christmas, I saw a story about Thanksgiving, and the Indians said, Indians, they don't like that either. You're Sioux or you're Wachita or you're Dakota, or, you know, even right now the Dakotas are fighting over their land. That's where the Black Hills are, and that that mountain that has the pictures of the president's heads on it. That was our spiritual mountain. I have heard from our you know, our elders. That was our spiritual mountain, and we were forced out of there by the Trail of Tears. So so we have had our share of problems too, from the slavery and everything, you know, and we always, you know, that you can see it even in the old westerns that they have. We was kind of like, you know, going through the same thing. I guess it's because we were all melanated too, you know, and so we got institutions like the Charles Wright Museum of African American History. We've got the Shrine of the Black Madonna, and you've got to get back into your churches and support them. These were always the places where we could build and train our youth and get our and create programs, all kind of programs for the community. And sometimes during the riots, we had to run into the churches to get and I was surprised that some of the Catholic Church down on 12th let us in. They closed that one. but but because you know, I just anything good almost they want to put it to they want to cut the funding, so that's why we gotta fund ourselves, and we have to sacrifice, you know, a pop, some chips and candy. It's not good for you no way. I don't even drink pop no more. I just I just want to drink some water because I know I don't want my eyes to have tears from out of the pharmacy to have tears in my eye, or spit is not no more spit in my mouth, because we're made out of water, 90% water in our body. So we thrive off of that, and I think it has to do with the fact that we're energy and electrical, you know, and really they can see the energy in us when they use special cameras and stuff, and the heat they can see that sometimes too. You want to talk about Ross? I'll, and so the Shrine of the Black Madonna and the Beulah Land Farm and the Bring Back Hope in Africa, Children's Aid Organization, and the Shrine of the Black Madonna. Let me see. Bring Back Hope in Africa. And I need for you to start working in the UNIA. This is what Ross Myron does with me. We do collective Black people movement. And this is where we organize our people, and they can see what one another is doing and support one another in business and join each other if you have the same business. Build yourselves up. You got to be in unity. Unity is strength. This is how we are taught in the Shrine of the Black Madonna. Do not be an individualist. Be a group. A group is strong. You're all alone, then you cannot do as much. When all hands come and work together, then we're able to accomplish more. And so that was what we had coming out of slavery with Marcus Garvey. He had us captivated because we had been through so much. We knew that that was all we had was one another to do anything. And we still we still haven't gotten past being killed and abused and stuff. So we gotta I kind of want us to separate and build our own, you know, infrastructure. So that's what I'm about, and I am and I need your help to do it. So join our organization. It's a government. It was set up that way. Isn't that wonderful? They thought ahead. And actually, Marcus Garvey was the first provincial president of Africa, because that Africa was the world. See, anyway, right? At that time, he even had how many states in the United States? He had 38 states. He had Louisiana, Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Mississippi, Ohio, Arkansas, Florida, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Georgia, South Carolina, Illinois, Missouri, California, New York, Michigan, Indiana, Alabama, Connecticut, Maryland, Tennessee, Texas, Kentucky, Kansas, Massachusetts, Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Washington, District of Columbia, Iowa, Rhode Island, Nebraska, Oregon. I'm still not through. Utah and Wisconsin. And there's still remnants of that. I tell you what, even if they're not developed into their own divisions, you know, and charters and things, they are still got a mindset. And some say, oh yeah, because you know they came up in it. You might not know it, but even Malcolm X's father was a part of that. And so don't forget to join in the collective Black people movement. Join in the UNIA. Join where you're at. Join together in your block. You know, because just start somewhere, even if it's just cleaning up your neighborhood and having a having cookouts together and seeing what each other is doing. You know, because we ain't nobody going to do it for you. I made this up before. We're all we've got. That's what you can count on. You can count. You can count on somebody if they're real. That's what you call keeping it 100. Okay, I love you.
Appreciate love you too, Lady President. Okay, we have some more people join us. Sister Sophia, are you from Division 432? How you doing this evening? I think you're on mute. I see you waving though.
Good morning. Great morning, everyone. Great Garvey Day.
Great Garvey Day. You're in New York, are you?
I just realized, like, okay, wait, it's happening now. So I said, let me join before I go back and lay down and just send in my greetings and see who's on and see who's here and just make my presence known. And it's a good thing.
True.
It's very emotional. You know, I don't know if people understand the significance of what's happening here virtually. It is a good thing. And it's something that we need to probably maintain, especially during this time and going forward, because it brings us together. And it's just positive. It's a great day. And thank you, President Russ Marvin, for coming up with this initiative and pulling it together and encouraging everyone, because it, you know, where there's unity, there is strength. And I think that's what we need right now among ourselves, UNIA, ACL, wherever we are. You know, as long as you're UNIA, ACL, we need to come together.
That's right.
You know, under whatever banner we claim we are, we just need, it's just time that we all come together and come under the banner of Marcus Mosiah Garvey's teachings.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Sister Sophia, you're in Queens, New York?
I'm in New York, Queens, yes.
Okay, excellent. With Division 432, right?
Division 432.
Excellent.
Is that Queen Mother Moses? Hey, how are you?
Hey, oh yes, I am
Greetings.
on. And guess what? Family at home and abroad, may I tell you, man, when a woman have a balance, my husband, Nana Ya and Nancy, is on, and he's actually in Ghana. So Africa definitely in the house.
In the house.
You know, on the Zoom, the virtual, and I want to give him thanks for being such a blessing and a balance, you know, in all things. And sis, glad to hear you in the Queens as a queen.
Yeah, man. I saw when you got your award. That was the last time I saw you at the Dark. You got an award, yeah. So. Yeah, man.
Right, yes. And that's another organization, Diaspora Africa, Rastafari Congress. All I and I have to be working together. For intentional repatriation and intentional development of African communities on the continent. We are world citizens, so that doesn't mean we cannot maintain homes and homesteads in different parts of the world. But we must have a base in Africa also.
Ashe. You know, it's powerful. This is very, very powerful, you know. Very powerful. And I just want to be a part of it to see the presence of the accomplishment of what this is going to do today for us. It's you know, a serious thing. We can't take it lightly.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
Well, Sister Sophia, we started off with a good amount of people, about 30 people and everything and so on. around the midnight hour, and we have
Okay.
information coming from.
I was knocked out around the midnight hour. So I got up off my couch and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's happening now, because I'm here trying to get the word out to our members to make sure they have the link. Yes. And I said, but wait, it's happening now. Let me just sign on, you know, and show my face. Presence is always a good thing, you know. I won't be able to do the whole day, but I'll be able to pop in and out, you know, throughout the day to make sure to see who's on and get to know faces and see the presence and the magnificence of the work that we're doing, you know, because the work is here. People are doing magnificent work, and we have to share and encourage each other and strengthen each other along the way, so that we know that even if I'm, you know, on the edges of New York doing a little work, that, you know, it's not in vain. It counts. Sure. You know, so we have to strengthen each other during these times, especially now that we can become isolated to a certain extent. You know, the work continues. A luta continua. The work does continue.
Continua, yes,
the work continues, you know.
And Sister Sophia, very, very vital things you mentioned about the work continuing, and the 100th year now that we're in. My sister, just preach she love you, because Queen's Division 432 has been doing a lot of things to help build our government and things. And that could be President Mensah. He's been calling in us by telephone. Let me just, yep, that's him. Let me see if I can get him back on the line. Usually what I probably have to do is call him back. But you mentioned several vital things, my sister. And let me see if I can catch him.
Are you calling me? You're calling me.
Okay.
While we're doing that, the objects and aims of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League shall be to establish a universal confraternity among the race, to promote the spirit of pride and love, to reclaim the fallen, to administer to and assist the needy, to assist in the development of independent African nations or Negro nations and communities, to assist in the development of independent Negro nations and communities, to establish missionaries of agencies in the principal countries and cities of the world for the representation and protection of all the Negroes, irrespective of nationality. To promote, in other words, all one people, either you're melanated or you're not. To promote a conscientious spiritual worship among the native tribes and nations of Africa. To promote a conscientious spiritual worship among the native tribes and nations of Africa. To establish universities, colleges, academies, and schools for the racial education and culture of the people. To conduct a worldwide commercial and industrial intercourse for the good of the people, to work for better conditions in all the Negro communities. Now that's what our objects and aims are. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League has it spelled out there in our Constitution. The beginning preamble I will read that for you, but or I could let someone else do that part. But it's about what type of organization is this? This organization uh, organized us into a government. The forefathers saw that we needed our own independent government, and it was like carrying on a tradition, because if you ask anybody in the Moorish Science Temple of America, they will tell you that we had originally been free, that they came here as immigrants and turned into invaders and then conquered all of my native people and put everybody on the reservation. Um, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League is a friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society, and it is founded by persons desiring to the utmost to work for the general uplift of the people, or of, you could say, of the Negro or the African peoples of the world. And the members pledge themselves to do all in their power to conserve the rights of all, even mankind, believing always in the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. The motto of the organization is one God, one aim, one destiny. Therefore, let justice be done to all mankind and all man, realizing that if the strong oppresses the weak, confusion and discontent will ever mark the path of man, but with love, faith, and charity towards all, the reign of peace and plenty will be heralded into the world, and generations of men shall be called blessed. Now, those are the things that we kind of like believe in. The other part was about our objects and aims. That's like our goals. Our goals is to unite our race, bring back a spirit of pride and love, reclaim the fallen and the needy, to build nations, communities, and establish commissionaries of agencies. That means where the government helps the people. That's what the government does. It is a servant for the people. Because remember, we're still trying to create this paradise earth. So we want to promote spiritual worship. And we want to build academies and schools. Now in Sierra Leone, what I was talking about earlier, we are going to have a school for those children and a shelter. And they have 200 acres or more, they have over 200 acres to develop and feed those little babies with. And so that's why I was so happy that they have gotten something to fund that cassava machine, to fund buying seeds, you know, for the equipment they might need to farm and feed yourself. And you might be thinking about this too, because you really can't buy good, healthy food out the store unless it is something that was organically grown. And you're going to find that it's easier to learn how to, and life was much simpler then when you learned how to grow and can something. But I'll tell you one thing, people was real healthy that lived on the farm. Everybody was real healthy, and it was always some food. My elders say, we always had something. We didn't have to have nothing, but maybe some toilet paper or some clothing. And even at the clothing, you know, that you could have sold. And I think we did, because you always see those pictures on westerns of those clothing that look handmade. So thank you for listening again.
You're on mute, President Ross Marvin.
All right, sister.
You're on mute, President Ross Marvin.
Okay, sorry. I was saying, Lady President, you're really schooling us on the Constitution tonight, the preamble, and now the aims and objectives. And I love how you put it and break it down, each part of the aims and objectives, because we're supposed to reclaim the fallen. Mother Moses told me that from day one. We got to reclaim the fallen, and we got to help independent African nations build. And we got to unite the confraternity of us as African people. Mother Moses, you speak so excellent upon this whenever I hear you speak and thing. Come on in, because like the sisters running.
Well, you know, I mean, Queen Mother, President, I mean, we are all captivated because those who know needs the review and those who don't know need the info. So we'll continue. Let's talk about the preamble to the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World that Marcus Garvey, the Unia-Acl, gave I and I over 100 years ago, that I and I going to make sure implement the preamble. These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper. You see that word again? Proper. We're talking about the propriety of the Ma'at principle. We got to do that which is proper. Babylon, that system of confusion, that institutionalized systemic racism, got to do that which is proper. And guess what? Them don't have any choice. Because if it is up to them, they are going to keep their legacy in place. Because they think that their money can stop God's judgment. Let's go back to the preamble. These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper for the protection of the Negro race at large. And because of this belief, we, on behalf of the over 400 million Negroes of the world, do pledge herein the sacred blood of the race in defense, and we hereby subscribe our names as a guarantee of the truthfulness and faithfulness hereof in the presence of Almighty God. On this 13th day of August, in the year of our Lord, 1920, 100 years ago and 1 day, 2 days now. And this is the 15th of August. Allow me as I continue on the preamble to tell my firstborn son, Isachar Jamar, happy birthday. Thank you for making me a great grandmother. And you being a grandfather, continuing his birthdays today, August 15. The preamble continues. These rights we believe to be justly ours and proper. Okay? So my people, let us know that this Marcus Garvey, if you just get known to him, if you want to be reminded, remember now, Marcus Messiah Garvey Jr. was born on the 17th of August, 1887 in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica. His parents were Marcus Messiah Garvey Sr., and he was a stonemason. And his mother, Sarah Jane Richard, was a domestic worker. The Garveys had 11 children. But guess what? 9 of them died in early childhood. only Marcus Garvey and his eldest sister, Indiana, lived to adulthood. As we know, Garvey was married twice. Both wives' first names were Amy. You know, when I talking to the Rosses and it's the young people that may have now in the prisons of New York State Department of Corrections, you know, me said, seem like our prophet had a thing for the Amy's. So, anyway, you know, you have to have some humor sometime. And, of course, first wife was Amy Ashwood Garvey. She was born 1897, transitioned 1969, and they were married in New York, you know. So New York have a big place, and I'm right now in Albany. New York have a big place in not only the UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association, ACL, the African Communities League, but also, you know, and point us to Ethiopia and the God of Ethiopia. So EWF, the Ethiopia World Federation, Jehovah's, because that's another fulfillment of prophecy that when Christ come on earth, him going to provide a place, lands, so that where he is, there is people called by his new name can come. So we give thanks that lands were provided in Ethiopia to set the pace and the precedent for repatriation, Jehovah's, because African leaders have to take responsibility also. And Emperor Haile Selassie imbibe the lands in the Showa province of Sashamane with him own money to give I who born outside. And then him send him personal physician and cousin, Dr. Malaku Bayen, to Harlem to start Ethiopian World Federation. So all of our black organization, we have to unite together, Jehovah's. We now go one over the other. All of them need support, and we're going to support all, Jehovah's. So, I've been talking about now Amy Ashwood Garvey. She and Marcus Messiah Garvey were married in New York in 1919, but they divorced in 1922. Amy Ashwood was a very active Pan-Africanist. She was a social worker like myself and an activist for women's rights. Now, you know, brethren, whether them a prophet or not, sometime, you know, when them start work with other females and him secretary anyway. Now, Marcus Messiah Garvey's second wife, I would give thanks for her too. Amy Jakes Garvey, she born 1895, she transitioned in 1973. They married in New York in 1922 after Garvey divorced first Amy Ashwood, right? See him here, them get divorced and married in secretary because Amy Jakes Garvey was Garvey's personal secretary, and she played a key organizational roles in the UNIA and was instrumental in teaching people about Marcus Garvey after he transitioned. She and Garvey had two sons, you know, Dr. Julius, and Marcus Garvey, you know. So them are two sons. So the Garvey legacy continues. You know, Garvey went to England in 1912 and worked in the offices of the African Times and the Orient Review Journal under the leadership of Duse Muhammad Ali, the famous black nationalist and journalist. The African Times and the Orient Review was the first political journal that was produced by and for black people. And that was, you know, of course, published in Britain. First, that was of its kind that was published in Britain. It was published during the 1912 to 1913 and the 1917 to 1918 on a monthly basis. It was printed on Fleet Street in London. Marcus Garvey returned to Jamaica from England in July 1914, and with the help of his associate who was named Enos J. Slolly and about 4 others, Marcus Messiah Garvey created the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Leagues and launched it on the 1st of August 1914, which is Emancipation Day in the British-ruled Caribbean.
Absolutely.
The first UNIA division was formed in New York in May 1917, so New York continued to have an important role. I'm glad I'm in Albany, the capital right now. And within a month, the organization had 2 million members all over the United States. So 100 years ago, by 1920, the UNIA had 1,100 chapters in 40 countries around the world, such as the UK, the United Kingdom, Cuba, Panama, Costa Rica, Ghana. Big up my husband, Nanaya Nancy. Yeah, Ghana in the house. By 1926, the membership of the UNIA had grown to over 11 million members. Marcus Garvey definitely built the largest Black organization in the history of the world. We can do it again because he's with I and I. In 1989, years after the failure of his first newspaper, The Watchman, because The Watchman was the first newspaper he put out, Garvey and the UNIA created the Negro World. And we know about the Negro World. That grew quickly from being a weekly into a worldwide phenomenon with a peak circulation of over 200,000. And the Negro World would feature reports from the UNIA chapters. You would have poetry in it, literary excerpts. You know, it make sure the women them, not only the nurses, but there was a woman's page, and commentary on global events of significance to Black people. We need those kind of vehicles again, you overs. It had section, the Negro World, in Spanish and French. See. So we have the English and we have the Spanish, we have the French, and see, so we could have to get the message in whichever country had colonized us. And of course, the colonial authorities feared the Negro World. That's why it was banned in many countries, such as Belize, Trinidad, Guyana, even my Jamaica, and several African countries. We have 24 hours, plenty facts to give out, Marcus Garvey. We have got to save that for a little more. That are 7 important facts you just get. Love when we see my Pan-African frontline soldiers. Blessings. Come in.
Yes, Medea.
Yes, I.
Thank you so much, Queen Mother Moses. And it's true, we have a whole heap of facts to give out on Marcus, 24 hours. And it's not even enough time to deal with everything that Marcus and our ancestors did. And give thanks, Mother Moses, for breaking down by 1926. We had over 1,100 UNIA divisions all over the world, over 11 million members. And back in those days, to be a division, you had to have a minimum of 500 active members, and so on. So sisters, y'all doing a beautiful job. Sister Sophia, we definitely want to mention that Queen's UNIA division will be hosting the program between the hours of 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Sister Sophia? This morning, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.?
Yes, Division 432, we have great lineup, just highlighting what the division is doing, and how we've grown over the few years that we've come back together. It's powerful, and just hearing and meeting the other brethren and sisters around the UNIA, it's just strengthening to know that the work is being done. And so it's good that we can come together just to honor each other and honor the legacy of the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, because that's what it's all about at this time. Just celebrating the fact that 100 years ago that we had a leader that was a visionary that could see what was needed amongst his people, you know, and it continues today. We need to honor and understand what Marcus Mosiah Garvey saw that the people didn't see, you know, and it's just so relevant today. As a Jamaican, you kind of take for granted the teachings of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, you know, as someone growing up hearing about Marcus Mosiah Garvey, it was embedded in us. So we, you know, I was privileged to be a Garveyite for since I was young. But for those that don't know themselves, who have been systematically discriminated against, and you know, the downtrodden, now the UNI-ACL is more important today. We see Black Lives Matters, we see all these other organizations coming up, and their premises are centered around Garveyism. And I don't even think that they realize it, that what they're doing as far as Black economics, and it is all centered around Garveyism in what he talked about 100 years ago. And so it's not new, but we have to get the word out that Black Lives Matters is Garveyism. Buying Black economics is Garveyism. And so we know that, you know, because he was a Black man and a Black man, that he wasn't acknowledged and recognized by the masses over the years. We are responsible to bring that back to the forefront so that people out there rallying and coming together for all these other rallies and gatherings, that they need to understand it's all Garveyism. It's coming from Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and that's one of the things that is important for me to get the word out, is that Garvey talked about all that's going on more than 100 years ago. Yeah, one little Black man talked about it more than 100 years ago. And for that, we need to definitely make sure that he's always recognized for that, you know, definitely.
His words hold.
I love that. What's that you're holding up, sis?
That's a cool up, you know, you and I, one God, one name, one destiny.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
make sure that them a see Garvey as you talk about
That's
Garvey.
it. That's
you
it.
Overs, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
You
it.
know,
Garvey.
a hundred
I think we are stressed.
years ago was the biggest convention that New York has ever seen. Right? When I look at that, you know, there's that image that I always see with the Black Cross nurses, you know, marching and this whole parade. It's like, can we get back to that again? Will we as a people get back to that? Because that was the biggest convention that took place in 1920. And when you think of what was happening then, that for that to happen during that time was a tremendous accomplishment. Yes. You know, and I don't think we've seen that again. And we need to get back to that point where our people can come together and be unified under one accord for one purpose. And that is, you know, for whether it's a convention, but just to come together in such a manner and in such numbers. It's incredible to even watch it, the magnificence of the parades and the auxiliaries and all the people that were at that convention 100 years ago. magnificence.
And
You know, just thinking of organizing it. What did it take for you to organize this virtual? It took a lot of work. So imagine the work that it took to bring all of those people from all over the world, all the divisions, Costa Rica, Africa, there was divisions all over the world to bring them to Harlem, USA, you know, and they turned up in numbers. So if they could have done that under those conditions, in being segregated and the economics of the times, if they can come together, what's holding us? What's holding us back? And so that's what pushes me, you know, in doing the work. And I think it should encourage and push all of us just a little bit more to know that if that was accomplished, then it must and can be accomplished now.
Exactly, because as you mentioned, the parade, I heard it was 5 miles long. That's how long the parade was. And
I'm sorry?
The parade, after they had the convention, after they had the celebration, they had the parade after, like following up on the convention. And
Right.
I heard that the parade was 5 miles long.
Oh, I can imagine. And when you watch the video, even though it's in black and white, you just see the pride coming off the people, the way they were dressed and the way they walked, and you know, so dignified and so determined in their character and knowledge of self that, you know, I think we really took many steps back. We need to get back to that royalty, that place where, you know, collectively we can acknowledge each other, uplift each other, you know, and not just people of my generation. The younger people, we need to get to them. We need to make sure that they're a part of this, that they understand the magnificence of the work that is being done. Me, I'm 56. I know myself. We need to get to the young people so that this continues, the work that's here continues, and they carry it. So one of the things that I think this organization and each division needs to do is to focus on making sure the youth are involved in the work that we're doing. Yeah, getting them involved, forcing them, because they're very reluctant. We know that they don't want to come hang out with us, but they need to understand that this is not fun. It's work, you know, serious work that needs to be done.
And you mentioned the same thing that President Clyde had mentioned that they're doing in Chicago. They have a Heroes, Sheroes Day where they have the young children dress up as African great heroes and sheroes and play the role that our great African ancestors played. And you just mentioned the same thing. To get the youth involved is going to be very, very vital, because we know they're coming in after us. And if we don't have them prepared, things ain't going to look good. So I agree with you fully, my sister.
And you know, sis, I have to come in here at this point as we talk about 100 years ago. With the youths them, you know, them like call each other, excuse the N-word, hey, my nigga, and my whatever, as if it is okay. 100 years ago, in the demand and the insistence, with clearly state number 11, we deprecate the use of the term in quotes lowercase nigger as applied to Negroes, and demand that the word Negro be written with a capital N. So that's why now, never anytime you write black, make sure it's with a capital B. You others. And anytime you hear the youth them call each other, no, that word not allowed. We ban it over 100 years ago. Over 25,000 people. You others. Everything we need to move forward. was put in place over 100 years ago.
Yes,
it's true.
Most definitely.
It was put in place.
Marcus' words still hold today.
Same way. Even more now, more than ever.
Yes.
Definitely. Definitely.
You said the key, Sister Sophia. You said you're here about the works. Mother Moses mentioned the same thing. It's the works that's going to move us ahead. Nothing else but the works. And you know, say, Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, that's all he was about, the works for our people.
Work.
And you see, one thing we have to be clear of too, because him don't tell us that none but ourselves can free our mind. Him need to ask none of these rights, you know. In the declaration, this is what him said, all right? In order to encourage our race all over the world and to stimulate it to overcome the handicaps and difficulties surrounding it, and to push forward to a higher and grander destiny. His Imperial Majesty say, you know, we must have an outlook, you know, greater, higher destiny, for which our education has not prepared us. Between the two of them, the prophet and the king, I hear now, this is how the point me I make. Him now ask them, you know, him say, we demand and insist. That's what I'm saying now. Him say we demand. We now beg them, and we are insist now. 100 years later, I will still not do what we demand. And no, man, it done. Be it known to all men, and that whereas all men are created equal and entitled to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and because of this, we, the duly elected representatives of the Negro Black peoples of the world, invoking the aid of the just and almighty God, do declare all men, women, and children of our blood throughout the world free denizens, and do claim them as free citizens of Africa, the motherland of all Negroes and Black people. How much clearer we can get? 100 years ago.
You know,
and not leave out the youth them. Him not leave out the woman.
When you read these things and when you look at the intelligence and the vocabulary that was used to put just this document together more than 100 years ago, shows you the brilliance of the thinking and the thought processes that it took to put these rights together, you know, brilliant, you know, and
really brilliant, really brilliant.
Yeah, but what is kind of disturbing is that most of our people don't know that this document exists. You know, most of our people don't know that this document exists. And so that alone shows us that we have a lot of work to do. And it's sort of kind of a failure on I'll take responsibility that I have not put it out there as much as I could have to make sure that, you know, the young people know that this exists. Give out copies. We have to, you know, find a way to give out this information wherever we're going and wherever we're speaking and wherever we're going to meetings. We need to give our young people these documents.
Sister Sophie, in the 70s, Don had done a little booklet of the speeches Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I did on the Bible. I need to come up with, and President Ross Marvin, putting out the word now, I need to publish the declaration as a booklet. That not to be sold, but you can ask for donations for duplications.
Okay.
I'm putting it just like how His Majesty put in his speeches. This book can be freely copied without any asking for rights or approval. Because a public document not in the book, you know, and we need to put it out in such a way that not, you know, see. It need to be republished as a little booklet.
I just wanted to make a comment. I know Sister Sophia mentioned earlier about how encouraging it was to see what Marcus Garvey accomplished back in the day, and 11 million people, and as President Ross Marvin mentioned, a parade that was 5 miles long. The people were hungry, the people were ready, the people wanted the word that Marcus Garvey spread at the time. And the fact that he was talking about race uplift, that was exactly what they wanted and needed at the time. But he also, this is where I'm seeing how he is prophetic, because he said what man has done, man can do. So we can look back to what he has done, and guess what? It's something we can do. So yes, we have to deal with the fact that there is a system that is working against us. Yes, we have to deal with the fact that they peeped what he did back then and said, oh no, this can't happen again. And so it's been working against us. We're dealing with the fact that, they've come into our homes, they've taken over our music to destabilize our homes. Then there was the certain rights movements that have been trying to usurp the fact that it's Africans that have been disenfranchised and still are disenfranchised as a minority group within this particular country. So there are things that we are fighting against that he didn't, it wasn't in the same manner. It wasn't the same manner. It wasn't a system that they put in place and a process that they put in place, knowing that they wanted to deconstruct our family because that's where we drew strength, So it's true that he had accomplished a lot, but at the same time, I believe what he said when he said what man has done, man can do. So he did it. He provided the black print. Well, we can do it again. We just need to look at these concerns that we're dealing with and address them head on and figure out a way not to be reactionary, but more so to plan for the years down the road.
And guess what? He has left us the motivation. In the number 2 for what him demand and insist on, we believe in the supreme authority of our race in all things racial. Wait, say, all things racial, the supreme authority of the race. And that all things are created and given to man as a common possession. That there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things. And in consideration of the fact that as a race, we are now deprived of those things that are morally, and legally ours. We believed it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. Let's keep, it's 2020 in, so it's clear vision. You understand? We've been unpacking the 7 principles of Martha out of the 82 laws because the laws were for moral liberty in our ancient people, you overs. And it is right and proper that, yes, let us start the truth. The black movement has been co-opted, you overs. It has been co-opted. That's why I say all Black Lives Matter. Because Black Lives Matter, and this is the truth, was started by some Marxists and black lesbian women, you overs. We have to be quite clear. And no, even Obama let us down when him change the definition. I don't care who I love who, And who want to marry who? And who want to go to bed with who? I just don't want no government to make it my responsibility. I'm a mental health practitioner. I don't ask people who them sleep or who them love before I treat and I serve. You understand? It's human beings we come to deal with and humanity. But let us be quite clear that they have co-opted moral and legal definitions. When the gender of a human being has been changed from what it is at birth to whatever them say, that changing things morally and legally. And no matter how you want to be up and down or whatever you want to be, we have to realize that these things are impacting our people, mental health, physical health, and spiritual health. Because guess what? They now have co-opted our civil rights, the black civil rights, for the rights of gay, lesbians, and everybody else. You're overs. And guess what the headline said? The worst group of people being impacted by COVID-19 are black, transgender, and homosexuals. Well, now, what them going to tell we say now? Eh? What right are you taking when you're giving up your mental, physical, and spiritual health? Morally and legally. People who going to start truth to power. Who you are, love your love. Don't make the government make us lose sight of God, moral, and legal liberty. Blessings.
That's God on the right. God on the righteousness.
That's propriety. That which is proper.
Exactly.
Yes, I.
Proper. See, I was wondering, everything's going real great, and y'all sisters really holding the fort and thing. And we just give thanks, Sister Crystal, Executive Secretary for Division 330. Also, you're the promotions coordinator, Sister Sophia, for 432, or you kind of put everything together, working with President Jasmine. And our President General, the Honorable Michael Duncan, is supposed to be coming through sometime this morning, and it might be next hour or two and so on. But he's there in Liberia, in Africa, and they're both 5 hours ahead of us. So I heard that sometime in the morning over there in Ting. But I was wondering, because I want to take a little pause for myself and see if y'all sisters can hold the fort, and then probably just getting to get a 1 hour or two just to be able to stretch a little bit and be ready for the rest of the 24 hours in Ting, you know. So I'm here. I'm right here next to y'all. If anything, just call me. But y'all doing such a lovely job. I'm just enjoying listening to the sisters and Ting. So forward ever, backward never. I'm on right there. So Garvey lives.
Garvey lives. I also wanted to ask the question and pose the question to the folks that are on the call. One of the themes, well, actually the theme for today is Garveyites. Can we unite? And so I wanted to pose that question to everyone that's on the call. What do you think? Can we unite? And if the answer is yes, how? And if it's no, why not?
We already uniting. But actually, we are uniting not just with the other people who, like us, that might call ourselves a Garveyite. We are also uniting with others in the world who, like Rastafarians, who teach to have love, you know, and and good conduct, you know. And we are also uniting with the poor, you know, because we giving them support, you know, and so I could go down the street now and homeless people will still realize that I'm a Garveyite or a sister. They'll say sister, see, because we kind of become like a family when you really give your heart to it and your energy to it, then because it's like my dear brother Sangor Baye says, you labor for what you love, and so when you do that, it make and you get a pride in it too, And so, yes, we are already doing it because I got that farm going with the Shrine of the Black Madonna, and we have in Detroit the D-Town Farm. That's really all community, you know, ran. So see at the Shrine of the Black Madonna, that's the church. But sometimes we had members in the church that were just from the community and supporting it because of the communal love group for strength. And so we are already doing that. And I had a unity with some people in Africa. You might not have been on then, but I went and it was there was a flood, and I was just on social media with the trying to reach out for the collective Black people movement with other countries because that I felt like that's where we really want to, like they have the raw resource and stuff to do it, but we'll have to study the terrain. But anyway, they had a flood, and so I ended up helping with some little children. Well, I was gonna help their family first. The family I was in their house got slid away in the mud, and it wasn't looking like much of a house anyway. It kind of looked like one of those houses that made out of doors, like you might see on a program that talks about the conditions, the poor conditions of some people, and the Christians are raising money to help them. And so it was this brother Suleiman Issa Kamat and his wife and child and his mother. And his mother got sick because that if you don't drink clean water, you can catch malaria. So so they catch these diseases now over there quite often. Because I don't know if they're all introduced, maybe some are. But anyway, I went on and I started forming that unity with him. And don't you know it spread? So, because right now we're talking with a brother in Nigeria, talking with people in Ghana and Liberia. Because we already had something in Liberia from way back in Marcus Garvey's time, or around that era. And I think if they said it was something like 26. Let me see. I have it here. Let's see. Oh. So anyway, I'm gonna let somebody else speak on it, but I was just saying that I think we are already doing it. I think you being here is another sign that we are doing it, and you're wanting to build a unity is to me another sign that we are reaching the youth. Because your voice sounds like a young person, pretty young. Shit, we living way longer nowadays. There's people living to be 130. Yeah, I was trying to see.
Definitely. We are on it, and we are going to continue with the Africa Unity, the Africa Unite, the Helping Africa, whether we're born at home or born abroad, whether we're living at home or living abroad. We are going to demand and insist because, we have the blueprint. Number 3, that we demand and insist on, that we believe the Negro, the Black person, like any other race, should be governed by the ethics of civilization. Ethics, that which is proper, God in the right. Ethics of civilization. And therefore should not be deprived of any of those rights or privileges common to other
human beings. We know, number 4, we declare that Negroes, wheresoever they form a community among themselves, should be given the right to elect their own representatives, to represent them in legislatures, courts of laws, or such institutions as may exercise control over that particular community. So, beloved, this is 2020. The Black History Month theme, and when the Black History Month theme is supposed to be not only for February, but for the rest of the year, and it is forever moving forward once the theme has been declared. And 2020 theme is the power of the Black vote. The what? The power of the Black vote. And don't think it's only in the Americas, you know. It's in all regions of Africa, whether it's the UK or on the continent. Now, the Women's History Month theme for March 2020, which is also the theme, you know, see, is the woman of the vote. Woman. Now, see what's going on in America. In America, we know who in the White House. We know what legacy wants to be kept in place. And we know what the choices are to ourselves. And we are clear that politics is the reality. We are quite clear. And because of that, we are also clear that is the lesser of two evils I and I face with right now. Because we now got things that the Democratic Party has been no savior for Black people. No, but right now, for the candidates that are available, it is definitely the lesser of both evils. We are not going to forget in this year of the power of the vote and the power of the woman, because guess what? Even in Africa, you know, the power of the woman governing is being turned right side up. The matriarchal society to make sure, because the African man them still thinking not for the community and the larger good, but how much them can make before them get out of office, still making deals with colonizers. We see places like Ethiopia now have a female president. Places like Rwanda, more than 50% women in legislators governing, you understand? And of course, the current Democratic nominee for presidency, Biden, have decided that he must have a female. And make no joke about Kamala Harris. We know who she is. And we know that she has some reparation, she has some repairing to do from her time as prosecutor. But she comes to help to rebalance things. And she's going to have to do what she need to do. You overs. Yes, them see her as in this one person whose father is from Jamaica, whose mother is from Asia, from India, and who married to none other than a Caucasian. So in the one woman, them I expect now to save everything and don't feel no way. It's so it really look. But we are going to remember that in the beginning, it was one political party. It was the Democratic Republican. Don't forget that them breaking a two is just for divide and rule. So we have to make whoever we give our vote to deal with I and I agenda. We failed to do that under Obama. Please do not fail to do that now. The power of the vote is a very important thing. We got to be clear. We have to deal with our governance. Make sure
And local elections are very important because it's at the local level that the statistics are out of hand. It is in our local community that all Black lives don't matter. I don't hear the outcry as large about the blacks killing off them own self. Yes, police brutality is terrible and have to stop. Police reform have to be in place. Justice reform, institutional reform, systemic reform. But I and I have to take responsibility for our own community. It has to stop. Blessings. I'm not preaching to the choir, but I'm live too on Facebook so them can know what I and I, the Queen Mothers, are saying. That we are in unity. We are willing to work with all Black organizations that is for the African family. Ethical, proper way of living and building so our youth can have a future. Blessings, family.
Let me read something from the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey. It is page 134. Black and white are proportionately bad as well as proportionately good, living under the same conditions and environments of our imperfect civilization. All beauty, virtue, and goodness are the exclusive attributes of no one race. All humanity have their shortcomings. Hence, no statement of mine at any time must be interpreted as a wholesale praise of or attack upon any race, people, or creed. There are good and bad Catholics, Protestants, Jews, and Klansmen. I would not wholesalely condemn any one group of the human race for the selfish good of another. The Negro needs as much moral reformation as anyone else. He lies, he steals, and he breaks the commandments of that we learn from the Bible. Like any other sinner, and his crimes merit the same punishment as melted out in others. Although so far we haven't been getting that. We've been getting twice the time, or 20, they get 9 years, you get 26 years. No one can influence me to be against Jews because they are Jews, Catholics because they are Catholics, or Klansmen because they are Klansmen. I condemn evil whatsoever I find it, in friend or foe, but I do not carry prejudice to the innocent because of their friendship for or association with the evildoer, for whom they are not responsible. I condemn evil whatsoever I find it, in friend or foe, but I do not carry prejudices to the innocent because of their friendship for or association with the evildoer, for whom they are not responsible. So what the sister was reading before, or was telling us about, was some of the it was adopted at that convention. August, in fact, the convention was August the 1st through the 31st. It was the whole month. And they adopted something there called Declaration of Rights of the Negro peoples of the world. And she was reading some from there. For example, uh, number one. Well, at first it says, "Be it resolved that the Negro people of the world, through their chosen representatives in convention, assembly, in Liberty Hall in the city of New York and United States of America, from August the 1st to the August 31st, in the year of our Lord 1920, protest against the wrongs and injustices they are suffering at the hands of their white brethren and state, and we call them European now, and state." See, we constantly be growing. Really, even though they gave us the groundwork, we may still find out even a little more as we stand on their shoulders to advance. Let's see. So we're suffering in the hands of he says, our white, but we say European brethren, and state what they deem their fair and just rights, as well as the treatment they propose to deem of all men in the. So we complain. It says we complain. One, that nowhere in the world, with few exceptions, are Black men accorded equal treatment with the European men, although in the same situation and circumstances, but on the contrary, are discriminated against and denied the common rights due to human beings for no other reason than their race and color. We are not willingly accepted as guests in the public hotels. We kind of got past that, but we took a lot of beatings to get it. I saw the beatings. I saw the dog bite the man. I thought it bit him in his stomach, but I understand that really bit him in the groin. They used to stick the dogs on the people that was marching to try to get the vote, and that was asking for fair wages at the strike for the garbage workers. Well, I saw it firsthand. I saw, it's a member in the Shrine of the Black Madonna that was involved in that famous picture of girl being shielded by a guy from the water hose being put on. Those were young children, because they had decided that it was a strategy to use the children for the demonstrations and for gaining rights. And they still turned on them children. Didn't care if you were a 40-year-old mother, you would knock you down. I almost cried because I was only 16, and I could see the elder men, because I was always taught to respect my elders, and like they would push them around, treat you like you're not a man, like you just their kid or something, or they treat you worse than they treat their animals, even their dogs or their horses. They still would just treat you worse than that, spit on you. They spit on them kids when they were sitting at the lunch counter. Well, anyway, it was a long struggle, a fight, and it was kind of like Iran, where people didn't have guns, and they just all went out in the street. They, and just they just said, "We're here, and we're not going." It's kind of like we had a guy in our city, Ghetto Warrior. He said, "I'm not speaking anymore until my people are free." And I mean, he did not speak, because I knew him when I was 12 years old, and I heard him speak for the first time when I was 40. And I said, I didn't even know he could talk, because he used to enlighten me when I was 12 years old, because he would write signs that tell us to think, just like Malcolm used to do in some of his speeches. He would tell you to think, that that you had to learn. Like he would say, you're not eating at the table, so therefore you're not something like a customer. Oh, I wish I knew how that story went. But he told us a few things, like can't nobody ride your back if you stand up. And so my stand up, it might be different than your stand up, but my stand up was economic development. And I learned that from Charles Anderson, but I learned it on my own first. But then he came along and he taught it, and he was a professor and everything. But because I started realizing when I was 16. Let me see, how was I have been? I think it was around 67, 8 when John F. Kennedy got shot, and everybody was upset and everything, because they had kind of stood for being a little more liberal, and he seemed like he was going to sway that away uh, from the political pressure of the marches and stuff. And it seemed like he was, but I don't know. It's always been talked about as hidden agendas going on. But it's one thing good about that divine energy, though, that dwells within us. You know, the, the Christians will call it the Holy Spirit and Jesus. Some people even go around saying they're Jesus. Like, and I started thinking, I said, well, maybe Jesus did return in them in a spiritual way. But whatever it is, it's got to be, it's true, you know, and that's what we have gotten back to. We have gotten back to Ma'at, true. We did it because we had studied in the pyramids, and learned the hieroglyphics, and we did it because some of our great men have uh, have studied history so thoroughly that they can tell us even the origin of Islam and Christianity and Judaism, which, by the way, is not as old as Egypt and the pyramids. So I was going to tell you more about Marcus Garvey and him making this Declaration of Rights of the Negro peoples of the world. So he made note that nowhere in the world do our men of color, no matter what, they're all in the same situation and circumstances, and discriminated against. And even to the point that they go against the Constitution. I was studying the American government, and when I saw the Constitution, I saw about three of those rights that were being violated. One was that they were not getting tried from a group of their peers. Their peers are not in the case sometimes. They really used to do that in the South before we started going down there and doing those marches and demonstrations. One of my cousins led the sit-in at the lunch counter. I saw them spit on. I was so grateful and compassionate when I saw that. Now, what is his name? Oh, I mean, they beat this boy bad. He Bill Cheney. Yeah, he's what you call a white person, and or a European, if his parents and all them. I guess all of them came from Europe over here, just like they went everywhere else. They did the same thing everywhere. I guess we're kind of under colonial rule too, you know. But anyway, I kind of lost my train of thought. I'll get it back.
Okay. I just wanted to
I'm
ask.
doing pretty good. My kids just gave me a 70-year-old birthday party. I told them I was only 43. They need to stop. They kept, I can still ride my bike. What they talking about?
And for folks just joining, that's Lady President Mukaraba of Division 407, and Division 407 is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year in 2020, which is the same as the red, black, and green flag. It's the 100th year anniversary of that as well, the centennial. So there's a lot to celebrate this year.
And more than that, sis, also at the same convention, they made these Declaration of Rights of the Negro peoples of the world, and it's what they were complaining about at that time. And they also did the ratified the Constitution and got the flag. Oh, you said that one. And the national and the anthem to go with it. And I thought that was so beautiful that it was the Ethiopian anthem, because that kind of ties us in, with the rosters and, with and other things. Because over in over that way in Ethiopia, it has been kind of significant throughout history, and I don't think they were ever conquered. That was one thing that stood out about them too, like the Mayans.
They
that
weren't.
were never conquered.
Yeah, you're right. So I just wondered if anybody else wanted to chime in on the call. I know we've been listening to Lady President Mukaraba. Is there anybody else that wanted to say something?
Yeah, this is Horace.
Greetings, Brother Horace. How you doing?
Long time no see.
I know, right?
This is getting kind of ridiculous, but I'm Jamaican by birth, but I'm not learned yet on a lot of the processes and the political hierarchy that exists, and that also prevents us from I'm not sure what the word is, but like Sister, what is it, Mukaraba?
Yeah.
You had mentioned a document that you were just reading from. I have no idea what that document is. I recently got my.
This is from the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey.
That's a book, or is that a? Oh. So,
yes. And it's like what he wrote, and also the other. I think that they said his wife put it together, and it has to do with some things that he wrote. It has to do with some of the like this part here is the philosophy.
And you're correct. Amy Jakes Garvey did compile it.
Mm-hmm.
The philosophies and opinions of Marcus Messiah Garvey.
So this was the Declaration of Rights of the Negro peoples of the world that I had started to read from.
That's a different document.
Mm-hmm. So I thought we'd go over that because people need to know what we stand for. People need to know, like I read our objects and aims, that they need to know that we're here to start a love revolution,
Mm-hmm.
like kind of like we did during the 60s when we had the love children and stuff like that. I used to hang with them because it was like it's better to be happy and smiling than to be mad and frowning.
Yeah, it does affect our health. I'm trying to strategize because um, I'm a young 56-year-old, and Brother Ross Marvin is my blood cousin, and it's just coincidental that I met up with him when I lived in Atlanta for a few months, and I'm kind of confused about a lot of the access to the proper education, or should I say, unlearning and re-education, because unless I know as an individual, as a sovereign individual who I am, it's kind of difficult for somebody to impose their beliefs without understanding who we are or who I am and where I intend to go. And if the alignment does not occur, we're going to have a house divided. So I more want to focus on how do we bring the folks together, because we're so divided. We have so many various divisions. The word division even concerns me, because division is dividing, and our words, the architecture of our souls,
It's not
so
our language.
right, exactly, right. So how do we unlearn the love language? I mean, that exists, but apply the true love language of the Most High. And I've been kind of quiet.
With spirit, with your
That's right.
spiritual eye, your third eye.
Right.
And then what's going to happen also as we self-purify ourselves, because you're the only one that knows what you're really doing. And it's all in between you and that divine energy source that you come from. And when you self-purify, then you're going to have that truth rise up, because it's already in your genetic makeup, which is why we got to fight to keep our genes.
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard the topic epigenetics, where we consume the universal principles, and with so doing in the physical reality, then we can conquer or overcome any disease. So, the modern day, we call them neuroscientists, have gone to the point where they don't know that we can heal ourselves from anything, any dis-ease. And that's about the point where I'm at right now, because the mind is both subconscious and conscious. And I believe it's like a bull who needs to be training to come into consciousness, where we no longer are subject to the outer world, but we live a massively magnificent internal life. And I mean, of all I know about my ancestors, they meditated, they do the shamanic evolution and try to understand what is it about humanity and where is my place, where is our place? Because I always find it weird that we're under rule. I don't get it. Why are we under rule of somebody? And I remember you saying something about, it's like we gotta be committed to the holy, the the most high, I guess the most high um adjusting to that rule. I don't need to report to nobody, except the one that comes in through spirit and the infinite wisdom that comes through there. But I don't know. This education thing, I believe has to be tantamount to in a world that's greater than anything else. And so there's got to be a library or an understanding. It's like you go for a PhD, you're expected to go through your undergraduate all the way up to PhD and postdoc stuff. And what does it mean to be a member of the UNA? I think, are you still there, Crystal? Is
Yes,
Crystal
I'm
still
here.
there? Yeah. So we have these divisions. I prefer to say organizations because I don't like the word division. It divides. It implies divisiveness. And as we talked the other night about a house divided must fall or will fall. So what do we do to unite, and get people educated? Because I can tell you, I know nothing. I have no idea. I was born in Jamaica, and Marcus Garvey is my least known national hero. So I want to get educated, but the question is, how are we going to market or move this strategy into the hearts of folks, back into the hearts of folks, and stop looking at the TV and everything that's outside of ourselves? It's just, how do we go within, identify who we are as individuals, as sovereign individuals, and activate that return to the heart, awakening of the heart. And does anyone have any idea, as according to like a manifesto or the dream? Maybe I should get that book. Is that a book that I can get from the division, or do I have to go out and purchase it on my own? The rights and freedoms. There's got to be something that we can look.
So the philosophy and opinions, you can get that anywhere. And of course, our preference is stores of Africans. And it has the list of the declarations. Also, just to let you know, at 3 p.m. today, Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, Second Assistant President General and High Chancellor Raymond Duguay has organized a reading of the declaration as well. So, you'll be able to hear it for another time. And it's crucial and it's important that we understand and realize that, when Marcus Garvey asked, where are our men of great affairs, our governments, et cetera, he couldn't find them, and he decided that he would make them. Well, these declarations were putting the world on notice. It's like, we have observed that these things are happening to our people. It needs to stop. This is what we demand. And so it's important that you get a copy of it. And again, like I said, 3 p.m. today, we're going to go over it again. And the approach is that, multiple folks will chime in and actually recite the Declaration of the Rights of African People. And so, hopefully you can join us again at that time. but you were also saying about unifying. So, sometimes you have to grow through what you go through. Sometimes
I
you
get
have to
that.
grow through what you go through. And all that means is that there are challenges that you will face, that we will face. At the same time, it'll make us stronger because of it. It'll make us more resilient because of it. It'll make us able to adapt even better in the future because of it. And so, sometimes when you look at the challenges, you got to realize that the silver lining or the light at the end of the tunnel is the fact that you will be a better, stronger person, nation, people, etc. once you get through it. And so, it's just a matter of having that resolve and that determination to get through it. Another thing that you mentioned is that you were talking about epigenetics and how you can heal the body and you can make the body well. So, that's a good point, because sometimes we talk about that word psychosomatic, and psychosomatic is the opposite. Psychosomatic is, when your emotions, your feelings, all of that is, when that's upside down and in the worst way, what that means is that it will have a physical impact on your body. Well, doesn't it make sense that the opposite would be true as well? Because there's that principle of polarity and how things are, things are pretty much the same, but they're just different in degrees. So if you can, based on your emotions, your feelings, and your ability to meditate and things like that, if you're able to make yourself sick, then you should be able to make yourself well as well. So that was a good point that you made.
Yeah, I've been front and center with it, because after 15 years on dialysis and on various surgeries, I've done so many surgeries, and I finally realized that the doctors run a sick care system. It's not about health. I remember when they talked about, not to say that he had any command on healthcare than anyone else, the Greek guy there, Hippocrates. He only got paid. His philosophy was, you get paid when the person stays well. Doctors get paid now for when you get sick. And I don't understand it. But I finally realized that in order for my body to heal, I just got to get in touch with the Creator. I have a significant improvement in that connection. That's that quiet voice that instructs me every morning when I get up. I was supposed to be on the call, but my body has been taking so many surgeries last year, and I finally realized that the doctors don't give me the medicine. The Holy Spirit gives me the medicine. The Most High, the Creator, gives me the medicine, and that comes through instructions. Sometimes it comes through dreams, and sometimes it comes through herbal remedies, whatever that may be. And in order for us to have we have to have healthy soldiers. We have to have healthy soldiers who just understands that we move from consciousness. We move consciously. Because I see all these groups. The other night when we were doing the agenda, and I'm thinking, my God, I didn't know there were so many African groups. I didn't know. And I was like, where does the unity come from? How do we start this re-education? And I will get as much education, but I think we need to encourage, we need to empower the ignorant to, instead of saying, I don't know anything, I would like to learn about, the history, the appropriate history, and apply myself to learning some more. Okay, yeah. So, where do you get your knowledge?
I get mine from that meditation, and and prayer, and like you, dreams and books and people and somebody being right there at the right time. I had
Right.
something I wanted to say about the things that you were talking about.
Yes.
Okay. I like that, awakening of the heart. So the mind over matter is what you had mentioned. Now there is even a group that taught that. It was a group that this brother that just passed here, Brother Akil, belonged to, and I think Brother Rasili too. It was called the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. That taught that the mind controlled everything, and and so yes, it was had to do with mind over matter.
Yes.
My father taught me in psychology that disease was dis-ease, which was like not being, at peace and harmony.
Right.
And so sometimes we are not. And if we're going to take destructive things into our body, then we're going to get the destructive results. Because what do we really need to thrive? Not beer, but water. And let's see. You asked how we should unite. You see, you said, how can I get them to unite? No, you don't have to get them to unite, just you unite. I'm winning this war one person at a time. And so therefore you just make this conscious decision that to unite. And so you do it. And if you do it, then I have won. And then we have won. And you can start in your own family to reach out. I'm on a committee for outreach with the Shrine of the Black Madonna, even though I was a self-proclaimed Muslim, and now I'm kind of like non-denominational, and now I think I'm a goddess or something. But anyway, let's see. So do not look to others, just you join. That will solve the problem.
Gotcha.
So it's just one person at a time that I need to convince that was what we need to do.
Okay.
And they begin to do it.
Okay. All right. Is there a library that I can access? Because the gentleman who kind of got me excited about the pathway or the struggle, what was his name? He died in 2016, but he was like a light-skinned guy with a beard. He was a professor.
Van Serterman. Ivan Van Serterman.
I'll find him because he helped me. But there are a lot of Dr. Clark, a lot of people.
Ben Johannan or something. Ben. I can't pronounce his name good.
Yeah.
Yusuf Ben, and I know Johannan or something like that.
Yakinen.
I'll tell you.
Yusuf Ben Yakinen.
Thank you. Yusuf Ben Yakinen. I never said it before.
Affectionately called Dr. Ben.
We always said that, and that was easier.
Yes, I've listened to a lot of his videos, and I found that I couldn't believe how much I didn't know about my history, and how powerful and strong in terms of history, just history. And I was like, who are these guys? I got a little taste of some of it because my aunt that just passed, she was a revolutionary. She knew Tutu and she knew all those guys from way back when they were planning the revolution. you know, and I didn't know anything about that, not one bit. It's almost like we were cut off after independence, you know, in Jamaica. And I know we have some fierce warriors, but the education. I got you, sister Muka.
Mukaraba.
Mukaraba. I gotta maintain my sovereignty, and now I gotta push it through the library. Is there a black store where I could access probably the Black history books that you've all learned from, and so I can start to.
Are you in Detroit?
I'm in Tampa.
Oh.
Right now I'm in Tampa. I wasn't.
I don't know that neighborhood.
Okay, so would we look somewhere online or something? You know.
That's what I did. Is hey, try to collect the Black People Movement.
That's my cousin. He's probably
Yeah, but no, what I mean is he'll have listings. Some.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
The only thing I would like to add is that remember, everything is about the mind, and when the student is ready, the teachers will show up. You are just ready, my brother. So the teachers are showing up, and they're going to continue to show up, as you will see, because you're going to recognize signs that you've been missing, that have been there. The signposts have all been there, okay? But it's when the student is ready that the teacher shows up. And you're on the path. Just continue.
Hey, sister, God bless you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
So some of those things that we learn are not just Bible sayings. Some of them are an Ashanti proverb, like you reap what you sow.
Yes.
And so they learn, because I learned from John Henry Clark that they learned everything from us.
Right.
And from and that they based
an African
Christianity religion on our story and the pyramids and stuff, you know, although now they're trying to make it where the children won't know because they try and bleach the faces on the images on the wall, and they blocked a lot of it off where you can't go there and stuff anymore. I am so glad we got them to go and learn it early, although Dr. Jacob Carruthers was the main one, I think, that knew all those hieroglyphics, but he did get to teach for several years before his demise. Yeah, but you gotta be on your P's and Q's, man. Because like a lot of people don't know what you know, that you can heal yourself, or that you're the solution to our problems, you know. But all you gotta do is take up the mantle and run. Okay, you can walk.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Well, I'm glad that you know, as the light shines, then I realize it's coming from my heart. You know, it's kind of like, well, light bearers, and sometimes I think the one outside of me is me, and it's always been me from the inside. You know that saying? I got up.
That's a psychological training.
Yeah. You know, they say you got up having a dream about holding on to God's coattails. And when you realize you were holding onto your own coattails.
And the Aztecs taught me that how I thought came into being.
Law of resonance, attraction, and all that kind of stuff.
Manifestation.
Yeah. Manifestation. Yeah. This is sweet, you know.
Thoughts are things.
Yeah. Yes. That sounds like it comes from. What's that one? My vocabulary ain't firing because I don't get a lot of sleep. So, but I've got you. Have you been on since 1 o'clock or 12 Till midnight?
I'm on drugs.
Okay. Well, as long as it keeps you firing, you know, without too much side effects. Yeah.
Oh, I can't drink more now. That's enough.
All right. Well, I'll start my re-education process. I'm always learning. You know, I'm always learning, and
Me too.
I'm always about evolving and growth and awareness and so this little talk is sufficient to light the rocket under my, my spiritual exploration. So I just gotta keep going. That's it. Keep going. So thank you all for.
Thank you. And also thank you for helping us plan this event. You mentioned it earlier, but yeah, Brother Horace was on the planning committee with President Ross Marvin and myself, and there were a few other presidents that were on earlier, but we were on to like 1 or something in the morning, getting this together, making sure that it happened, and you know, happened in a good way that we could be proud of. There is a program, and I don't know if everyone has access to the program.
I know.
But
Raskeets.
we're
I
hoping.
couldn't find it in any 3 of my emails.
You
But
couldn't find it?
earlier, when I first got on, Ross Marvin had to show it on the screen. But
Okay.
he asked us to carry on for a couple of hours while he rests. And
Yeah, I heard that.
and I'm just so I can do that. I can give a background of my 100 years here in our history here in Detroit, 100 years. And I have something that, you know, a lot of times people support us, like Paul Lee. He put this together, this document together. It's like a timeline. And it also shows, that we was like the top of the list, the second greatest division in the country, in the world, Detroit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it was such a.
Yeah, they said it was called division number 125 at first, and then later 407. I know they've had some kind of a split, but I still think that that if it was, they still should all come together, because that's the whole point. The whole point is, and I started, so in 2005, I started a little movement. I was after unity all the time, because in 1973 was when I first started the unity movement. But I named it in 2005 Unity in the Community Grassroots Project. And but in 73, when I was working with Operation Push, and they were starting our supermarket, I started our co-op, a Cass Corridor Food Co-op. It was a health food store. And I had been doing that until 1988. And then I saw that we really needed to have our own farm. And so I think it was no, it was earlier. It might have, it was around that time when I asked the Shrine of the Black Madonna to go down on the land and have farms like they were doing in the Nation of Islam with Elijah Muhammad. And so they did. They went down there and got some land. So anyway, I could tell you about Garveyism in Michigan here. It's called Garveyism in Michigan, the early years, by Paul Lee. And I can do this now, and then I think I'll do it again in the afternoon.
Are we recording this? Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, he's recording it. And I think Detroit is on from 1 to 2 p.m. and then again from like 7 to 8, right?
Right. And I think that I should go over it more than once anyway, because that everybody's not up now.
Sounds good.
And I could go over it again when I think we'll have more of a crowd. And then I don't know, we'll figure something else out toward the end. I've been trying to I see, I've been trying to keep uh keep growing and by giving out the information that I know about Marcus Garvey and the movement. I studied some books to get some of this, and some of it I got direct from the elders. And it's like, oh, I love that. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry that some of them have passed, right, right at this time, like Patricia Wellspring, or the psychologist Patricia Wellspring, I think it is how you say her name, and Omari Abedeli. We're burying quite a few people in our city. I had my Citizens Against Police Brutality head, former Black Panther Ron Scott. So I lost Charity. Charity was in my environmental justice, and because I can't do everything, so I just try to partner as much as I can with other people who have a similar, like when we started this store, I said, well, I had to fool our people because we were not buying from our own people. And they didn't know I had started that store. They thought it was white. Cause I had hippie friends. I told you I came out that peace and love revolution. So I had hippie friends, and that's who I started the store with. and then I let them take it over. You get, but you go, I don't care if you're white or black, you're gonna get a. What did Dr. Omar Johnson say? You're gonna get a few coons, and you're gonna get and you're gonna get a few prejudice people. But or you might as well call them a hypocrite. I made up a saying. It's not about black and white. It's about wrong and right.
I
And
love it.
and
I
so
love it.
so
Wow.
so anyway, at first I was telling you about the history of Michigan. Let's go back to that.
That's the book by Paul
Garveyism
Lee.
in Michigan, the early years by Paul Lee. Few Michiganders, however, realized that their state was once among the most thoroughly organized Garveyite strongholds. Michigan was the site of one of the largest UNIA chapters in the world, and over a dozen smaller divisions scattered throughout the state. Moreover, several Detroit officers doubled as regional, national, and international UNIA leaders. And that was why I went to Sierra Leone, and went on and started something there, because we were already in Guinea, we were already in Liberia, and we were already invited to Ghana. So, and guess what happened? My daughter did her bloodline, and she saw Nigeria in it. I said, uh-oh, Mama was over there in Georgia by Virginia, where they bring the slaves in. And she had two sons, and then I think he went over farther in Tennessee and had about 10 other children. I don't know. I don't really know their story, how it came about that they separated or got together or anything. I just found out from my cousin, my father's first cousin. I'm second cousin, because she and him have the same grandmother down on the reservation. So she was 81 or so, and she gave me that information and told me to remember that when I was 23. So anyway, Michigan had a big I would say representation there in that movement. in our movement for, this is our struggle to be free, really. Garvey first visited Detroit during a speaking tour in late 1916 or 1917, shortly after he arrived in the United States. He returned in early June of 1919, staying at the Biltmore Hotel located at 1926 St. Antoine.
It's a French name. Saint Antoine.
According to this paper that Paul Lee wrote, and he says that Ted Vincent said this, indispensable revisionist history, yeah, I guess it's revisionist, according to this writing here, called Black Power and the Garvey Movement. The 1920 conclave drew more than 2,000 Black delegates from 25 countries and 4 continents. Oh, so they're saying that the convention drew 2,000 Black delegates from 25 countries and 4 continents. I would like to say that that's, I have heard from my elders that is what made Madison Square Garden famous. Madison Square Gardens, I knew about it when I was a kid because they did fights there. And they used to always have something called Monday night fights and Wednesday night fights or something like that. And to me, it was like a carryover from slavery when they used to make the slaves fight each other. But anyway, I was a little kid, 3 years old, watching the fights. And so, so let me see. I'll tell you about Marcus Lincoln. He visited us here in Detroit, though, in 1919. Oh, and it was that, and they went to the convention. Now he said we had at least people all over the world, 25 countries and 4 continents. At that convention, they elected Garvey as the President General of the Unia and Provisional President of the Projected Republic of Africa, and bestowed upon him the title, the Honorable Marcus Garvey.
Wow.
The delegates adopted a red, black, and green flag for the race. Red for the blood, which men must shed for their redemption and liberty. Black for the noble and distinguished race to which we belong. And green for the vegetation of our motherland. In effect, the UNIA saw itself as an African government in exile and took on many of the trappings of a foreign nation. While it worked and waited for the hour of Africa's redemption. So that was at that time they had world unity and elected him as the president, the first provincial president of Africa. Yeah. Like he was the president of Africa, but he was in exile here. He probably did feel like he was a slave brought over from, somewhere, unless he was just born in Jamaica where the continents had drifted apart or something like that. But anyway.
There's a video, a series of videos that Ross asked me to compile. They were like 6 and 7 minutes long, and I learned some of those appointments from. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, they're called the it's like parts 1 to 7, and it's called the I think it's gonna be part of the videos that are shown today, because I turned those 7 videos into a 45-minute video by just joining them together. But
Okay.
what was the name of the gentleman that passed away? He said he taught him everything about the process, the political process, and how the UNIA came about. I don't even see the video on the program. What was his name?
Are you talking about Attorney General Farouk Muhammad?
Yes, yes. It was an interview that was done some years back.
You
And
didn't find it?
I
You said you
have
were
the
looking
video.
for it, but you didn't see it.
No, on the program. Yeah, on the program. Where is it on the program?
Okay, it is on the program. It's going to be, I think, like in the afternoon. History of the Government video. It's 4 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. So because it's so huge.
Does that mean the other Zoom is going to be going 3 to 6?
Right. Okay. So just so you know, there is a concurrent Zoom running from 3 p.m. to I thought it was 5 p.m. 3 to 5. Let me double check that. And that one is hosted by Raymond Duguay. Oh, you're right. It is 3 to 6. But at the same time, this is supposed to be a 24-hour channel. So what that means is that President Ross Marvin was hard at work making sure that there was programming during that time period on this Zoom as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So from 3 to 6, you got options. You got 2 options, of what you want to do for that period of time. Unless you're one of the folks that's reading the Declaration of the Rights of Negro Peoples of the World, then you could stay on this channel, And then after, or if you go to the one with Raymond Duguay from 3 to 6, then you can come back here, at any point.
Okay. Well, he told me about the video that we
Well,
got
I do
around.
want to see that video myself.
We had a glitch.
I haven't seen that.
What a little glitch, because the videos, he didn't tell me he had the videos posted on CBPM website. So I went to YouTube, found the videos, and turns out the one that I had for part 4 was no audio. I said I couldn't wait for him because it took about 3 hours to compile the entire integration of all the different parts. And he finally told me after I compiled it, oh, I found the one with the audio. And I'm like, I ain't going over this video again. So we had agreed that I would play up to the point where I would get my part 4 to stop, and then he would play the part from where it has the audio, and then I will continue on the 5th part through to the 7th part after that. So we got to do some organizing, coordination, so to speak, because there's no way I could have sent him that video. It was like 100 and some gigs or something. It was big, a huge file. Just to, maybe I should have just not done the video, just to kind of keep the size small. But people like to see and identify. You know that lady that was interviewing Farouk Muhammad? I don't remember her name, but you probably, her sister something or the other. And they had brought up a point about Belize and how the inheritance of some land at the time when they discussed that video was in question. Because apparently some person in Belize had willed some land to the UNIA, and I'm not sure who's because he said we have to get the deed for that property, and it looks like I don't know if it's been done or who really owns that property. And I think land is always important, especially if you want to do organic farming. So do you know of that story at all?
Yeah, you're talking
Crystal?
about the land that Sir Isaiah Mortar willed to the UNIA. And what I would say more than likely is that it's better to discuss it with the Bureau of, what is it, the Bureau of Law. And then that way you can get all of the particulars and what's proper.
Okay. Do they have a division down in Belize? Or I should I say a unit? So, in Belize, do you know?
There has been a division in Belize, and I'm not sure what the status is at the moment.
Okay.
But just know that this is a 24-hour event, and so there are going to be folks from all over chiming in at different periods of time. Look, we're soldiering on because we doing the early hours, right? But
Right,
then
right.
you'll have many folks from like the High Executive Council coming on as well, and so you can probably get their contact information and ask questions.
Okay. So, Sister Mukaraba, you were talking about Detroit being one of the 100-year-old celebrants in this whole UNIA establishment. Are there any other groups that could maybe walk in your shoe, except for 421?
I think Detroit is the oldest. I think Chicago, a couple of the Chicago divisions are up there too. But Detroit is the oldest at the moment with 100 years. I'll tell you that the Woodson, Banneker, Jackson Bay division of 330 in DC, we've hit 40 years. So 2020 is our 40th anniversary. And so, that's exciting for us as well.
I gotcha. All right. Well, the incubator for others has opened.
So two officers of the UNIA Detroit met with Garvey and other UNIA high commissioners and branch representatives at Toronto, Canada in 1928 and helped plan the 1929 UNIA convention. Three Detroit members were served on the editorial staffs of the UNIA's newspaper, the Negro World, and the Daily Negro Times. One of the members here was Vincent Poston. No, it was his brother, Arthur. Vincent Poston, brother, Arthur, served the parent body as the Minister of Labor. And then it says, at least two officers provided personal services to Garvey. Zamfte was his, I think it's like his driver and traveling companion. And Smith handled many of Garvey's legal affairs. Let me see what their names are. Charles Zamfte.
I remember that name. Didn't turn? That's Xanthy.
Charles and Zamfte. Is that the part?
Yeah.
Like the Z like zebra. Ampty. Ampty.
Okay. All right.
One officer and one member, Cragen, and the other guy, Poston. It was three brothers. It was R.L. Poston. There was Arthur H. And then there's Vincent.
Okay.
And so they one was really close to him, and they say that he left, let me see. He said, let me see. Of the 11 officers and members of the Detroit chapter that served the parent body, 5, and they name them, broke with Garvey. 1 amiably was Poston, and Garvey strongly denounced the rest. I think some of them were involved with the problem with the star
Right.
line, the Black Star
Starlight,
line.
right. I remember his name because I was reading how he ended up losing the ship. And I think some of those guys from Detroit what kind of broke off, called basically sold out the Star Line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And that's how they happened to be going to Liberia and starting a whole different division.
right.
I mean, a whole different group than the original group. So that's why I was kind of happy to be with the original group when I got here to Division 407. But because, I feel like my President Mensa, that I don't care who's the president, we're going to serve them because we want the whole organization and the institution, rather, to survive, And I'm going to try and bring them together, like with the Moorish Science Temple of America that know the law. They've been studying law for 20 and 30 years, some of them,
Right.
And then Nation of Islam got a lot of numbers. We got land again, and
Right.
stuff. And because I feel like we need to go somewhere and circle up. The Westerns, when you circle up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I told the young men that wanted to start a revolution to go down there and build a perimeter around the land. Yeah, I hope they do. They sometimes do what I tell them.
I've been studying particularly land reuse or repurposing the land because it's so toxic now from pesticides and genetic modification that we got to start going back to production, food production.
I hope we can get the food, the fruit back to the original,
Yeah, we
because
can.
they've been doing crossbreeding and it has
Right.
really created a monster. Like at first I thought it was gonna be so cool because I was only 12 years old, and I said, "Oh man, they crossed the orange with a grapefruit and made a tangerine." I said, "Wow!" Little did I know.
Well, there have been seed. There have been these people who store seeds. I don't remember what they called them, but they've been keeping a original seeds for I know it's over 50 years. They've been keeping the real seed, except for these darn genetic modified seeds, and it's wreaking havoc on our healthcare, and the hospital costs, and there's got to be a whole new system that we as I said, repurpose. Well, they don't have to repurpose it because it was given to us from day one. But just how do we re-educate people? I've been building a database about health, and I'm going to be writing one of my books about how the connection law works, the law of attraction, if you will, manifestation and stuff. So
Oh yeah, it's in a great movie called The Secret.
yes, I've seen it. I played that video for like 2 weeks straight on rewind.
I'm not mad at you.
You know where that material came from, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. So the author of The Secret was a attendee of Abraham Hicks.
All right.
You know, the law of attraction.
Mm-hmm.
And what's her name? Esther.
Esther, yeah.
But before that, you can find that information in the Gospel of Thomas. It's a Gnostic text. It's a Gnostic text that was omitted from the Bible when they met.
Now that's what that group in California called themselves, the Gnostics.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And they don't believe in God, they believe in the power of the mind.
Right. I can understand.
That's when I first learned about that. But that was a while ago. That was so long ago. That might have been the 90s.
Yeah, and in the Gospel of Thomas, and it's called Logion 48, it says, Yeshua said, if two make peace with each other in a single house, then they can say to the mountain, move, and it will move. And so this particular text right here is the whole basis. Actually, I take that back. The very first one starts off and says, these are the words of the secret.
What?
They were revealed by the living Yeshua. Didymus Judas Thomas wrote them down. And so that's where they got them from. And then these gospels, these texts, they came from Africa. So, you know, sometimes what we end up getting is watered down versions of our own philosophy.
Exactly.
You know, our own way
And
of thinking.
sometimes we get twisted versions.
Yes.
So that, for an example, like, you know, one, like the words, you know, that like he was saying, how you say division, the words that we, what we say sometimes, and you really find it out when you start studying law and learning that the words that you thought meant a certain thing doesn't in law.
Yeah, I propose a change of that word. I don't like that. I don't like it. It you know, it built into it. But St. Thomas Scrolls is one of the ones I wanted to get my hands on, because I know 38 books were removed from the Bible when Mr. I don't know what I want to call it, Mr. King James, you know, decided that he was going to modify to his own liking. And
Are those in the book called the Apothecary?
Yeah,
Apocrypha?
that's the Apocrypha.
The Apocrypha.
Yeah. That's a beautiful that book is so full of wisdom. All I know is the Apocrypha, the St. Thomas Scrolls were one of the two most enlightening ones for me. I have never gotten a copy of it, but I've listened to videos, and there's still groups reading from the Apocrypha and their messages and in their sermons today. But I'm glad you mentioned that. You getting me excited now.
Yeah.
We'll pull that out, because I really believe education. You know, I just these modern day churches who believe in things that was only partial. You know, I think he was right. Yeshua has said, today we know in part, but in tomorrow we will know, what do you call it? Infinite, not infinity, forever. So something like that. You know, because I'm actually studying his words now according to the Bible, and I'm comparing two sets of authors just so I can really see what Yeshua says. And it's so contradictory in so many other parts of the word that you can tell that people try to corrupt the text. I mean, you know, that when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you, kind of thing. And for some reason, everybody dresses up and go to church on Sundays or Sabbath or whatever, and they don't read. I just don't understand. They don't read the book. You know, so I'm like, why did you learn to read? You know, as I came before anything was given, and even though it came from the word into life, we still don't understand. We don't read. God. Anyways,
The Israelites are reading it real really pretty strong. But what I don't like still is that when you go to church, they seem to want to teach the same scriptures over and over. And now that I'm starting to read for myself, I see it's a whole lot more to it than what they were saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And actually, there's a scripture, Romans chapter 2, verse 14, that it talks about, it says, for when people of the nations who do not have law do by nature the things of the law, these people, although not having law, are a law to themselves. And
Right.
so, that really talks about how spirituality is intrinsic,
Right.
and there are just
Right.
certain things that and you understand, and you don't have to have people tell you,
That's
And
right.
so,
We were
that.
talking about that earlier when we were talking about things just coming up in your meditation that's just already in your genes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In your you could call it in your psyche, you could call it within your being or your soul.
Your consciousness, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, Paul studied that stuff. He was a lawmaker. He's a Pharisee. So all those, I mean, I think he wrote Romans, and all he did was use the law. And Yeshua said, look, if you need the law, you're a lawless person. You're not running by the Spirit or spiritual law. And people still, I'll tell you, the 10 Commandments. Commandments were given for lawless people, and they still don't understand that. But, we just got to learn, read the word for ourselves and come into spiritual law. And I've fallen in love with the word. When I say word, I'm not just talking about the Bible. I'm talking about any book, that brings you into new awareness, new knowledge. So I don't remember which chapter in the book that says, "My people perish due to a lack of knowledge," and we're, we're scared. We're scared to get refamiliarized with the things that we have been oppressed by or burdened by for such a long time. And there's also a saying in psychology that I think it was a famous writer. He said, it's easier to fool the people, to continue to fool the people, than to get them convinced of the truth.
Dang.
Yeah, so.
And that scripture that you asked about earlier is Hosea 4:6.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's one of my mentors, too, because I've been married and divorced like 4 times. And, I remember the story of all.
I beat you, I've had 5.
Well, the interesting thing.
You can't be unevenly yoked, and it's not always easy to find someone who you're very compatible with.
In one of my devotional this week, I actually, I cry out to God often. I cry out and I say, like, no, you're bringing me this challenge. Do I really need another test? And he said, he says, yes, you'll need them forever because you're always growing. And when you shift from the physical world to the unseen world, you'll still be getting tests. So I'm thinking, I said, why, man? This is so simple. Why are you giving me this test? And he says to me, you've got to learn that your desire for the physical is so insignificant compared to the desire for the infinite, that once you get that in your thick skull, on your brain, you will know the only one that you will rely on is me. And I was like, all right, okay. In the sermon, I just went on, and now I'm happier with myself. I do appreciate collaborative effort, where people kind of like-minded, you can just second nature complete sentences or second nature complete tasks, and it just jive. And but I find that I enjoy my alone time, and I call it my worship. I enjoy my worship, and yeah. So well, I hope I'm not hogging, kind of preventing anybody else from talking, but I don't hear the unmuting of the microphones, but they're probably on the call but sleeping.
Yeah, I just want to remind others that they can chime in at any time. You can just unmute yourself and add to the conversation if you like. We are doing a 24-hour marathon event in honor of Marcus Garvey and the centennial of the Red, Black, and Green and the centennial of the convention. Lots of things to celebrate. And, we have programming all day long. We are looking forward to the other divisions having, periods of time, chunks of time to cover information and keep us informed. Oh, there's somebody from Division 421.
Yeah. Who was that?
Did you unmute by mistake?
Who's that? Joy?
Okay. Anyway, yeah, anytime you want to chime in, feel free.
I think that's him right there. Is that Joy?
Yes. I unmute by mistake.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome anyways for the short period of time that you did. Have you been listening, or you just
Yes.
stumbled on the
Yes,
button?
I've been listening.
Okay. Well, you got a whole day, literally. But we're having this spirited historical discussion, and I think it's most necessary for the proponents of this organization to really learn, invest, and integrate. So, yeah. So you're gonna drop off the call, or you're gonna participate? I'm sure there's gotta be things you gotta ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen in.
Okay.
All right.
All right, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm
One
gonna
of the
try.
things that we said that I think is important is we were discussing how to bring about unity. And I was saying that that you don't have to make everyone be in unity. That you just make yourself that way, and
Right.
you take up the work and make things happen. If you see something that needs to be done, you do it and make sure that it gets done. Like for an example, we're talking now and we're doing our part
Yes.
to make this happen. Because that it's up to us to determine ourselves, which is part of the Ngozi Saba. After unity became self-determination.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
After that is collective work and responsibility. All right? Because it's so much easier. I don't care if you're cleaning up your room or raking the grass, but if everybody works and do it together, it gets over real fast. Then after that is cooperative economics, because we got to have some money to work to perform it. Or if we don't have that, we have to have something of value that we can trade.
Amen. Wow.
And then what's after that? After that, it might be creativity. which was that we come up with our own original ideas. And you know, one thing I noticed was that almost every invention I ever heard of was invented by a black man or a
Yes.
black lady. Because I see we did the comb and the pressing comb.
Right. And the iron board, the refrigeration, air conditioning. I have a list here. When I went to Atlanta, I had to visit the Martin Luther King museum, and I after I purchased some of these reminders, I couldn't stay in the place. I just was bawling because I realized that who knows these things? How many black people knows these things and understand there's got to be pride. I write down my inventions a lot of times, and I journal every day because I know that that power that lies within us is incomparable forever to that which lies outside of us. So I journal and I write, and I'm motivated by that one little chart that I bought that showed us even electricity, you know, that Edison claimed that he invented. The groundwork was laid by one of his so-called, yeah, exactly. So that's what I want to return to. So as you say, I take the initiative. It's funny. I've just been talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and I said, you got to take the initiative. Don't wait for somebody to do it. If it's on your chest, it's because God wants you to have it on your chest, you know, so just do it. And I've been sitting back for a long time because oftentimes my teachers never gave me the validation. They didn't even know what history they were teaching. They were teaching us things that the Europeans gave them to teach, you know, and I had to get to like 50 years old to get to the point where I say, wow, some of this don't make no sense to me.
Yeah.
And it's like, where do
And you
you
know
turn?
what
And
was
there's
so
a reason for
amazing to
that.
me? Amazing to me when I went back to college again was to find out that psychology was just something, and even being medicine, it was just racist people that
Mm-hmm.
developed these things to try to the psychology was to try to justify that we were not able to think like them, you know, that we were not human, we were animal. And so those scientists, and in fact, the other part of that was that that you are really excel there that level.
Right.
And the reason is from Dr. Laila Africa that the melanin that your body produces
Right.
see, our pineal gland secretes different than theirs. There's ours do melatonin and serotonin, and he said theirs did some kind of sulfide or something.
It's
That it
calcified.
and that it calcifies and dries
Mm-hmm.
up by the time they're 13 or 14 years old. And so I noticed right away because the little girl in my class, she got wet and she was smelling just like a dog. And I was like, ooh, what happened? That's the prettiest girl in our class. Everybody just thought she was so, you know,
She was
and
so
everything.
robotic,
And
unhuman.
I said, and I found out a lot of them, those people, they may not realize it either. You know, I'm not trying to be down on you guys, you know, because we just look at it as a disease, you know, but I've learned from my doctors, these are chemists.
Right.
Dr. Leila Africa is a chemist. Dr. Sebi is a chemist.
Right.
They put something together chemically, and
Right.
it's not a chemical. It's gonna be a natural remedy. It's water soluble. It ain't gonna make your kidneys go out, you know, and everything from. I had a client once, they were giving that guy 12 pills in the morning and 12 in the evening. I said, woo, too much. You know, how can your body filter all that? You know, I decided long ago when they were trying to give me blood pressure pills and I got sick and they said, oh, you'll get over it after a while. I said, oh, you right. I ain't gonna take it no more. I said So I did. So I went and I took about a year to find out what to do, you know, and try out COQ10 and try out Hawthorne Berry and see which one I could go with. Now I'm going to start getting it right off the ground in a minute, because I'll be scared they're going to tamper with that, put something in it. It's a girl on the internet talking about them putting fetuses material in the vaccine, and she said they were putting like the dead virus, but it's not a virus. She said it was really a genetic modification, and if you get it in your body, then it's going to attack your cells in your body. I didn't know that's why they kept drawing my blood. I wouldn't have gave it to them. But they've been studying that blood for a while, because I understand it's blue in our inside and red on the outside.
Yes, because of oxidation of iron. Yes.
I said, you know what? They might not even. Think about this, brother. What if we're, because you know we're atoms and molecules constantly in motion, right? And that's what I learned from Deepak Chopra. That we are just atoms and molecules constantly in motion. And I learned that in 8th grade before Deepak Chopra showed me. I learned it in like 1963, too, and say, wait a minute. I said, what about this table? And I knocked on the table. She said, no, that's atoms and molecules constantly in motion. I said, so I'm atoms and molecules. So guess what? I took it a step further. I said, what if other people looking at us from space don't see us, and we don't see other people on other planets because they're different too? You know what I mean? Like, because if we're the atoms and molecules, that means you don't never die. Because what did we learn about energy? It's neither created nor destroyed. When that probably might go with the part about are you God, you know? But anyway, you're neither created nor destroyed. You just change form and come in liquid, solid, and gas, right? All that's supposed to be, you know, like the Quran say, Lord of all the worlds. And I don't mean those other kinds, like them demon worlds.
They're there though. You know, they are there. And
well, I guess he is the Lord of that there's something that's greater than everything. You know what I mean? Because when you want to go around talking about you God, you can't even create a fly.
Yeah, right.
At the same time, I think, you know.
I'll just play with that anyway, baby. Because like we've already been talking about how you create the thought in your mind and bring it into being.
Right. Right. There are things that we create, although it's not necessarily a fly, but yes. Yes, ma'am.
You were saying earlier, Crystal, that there's a reason why it took me 50 years to figure out why what I seem to know intrinsically is so different from what's outside in the world. And you said there was a reason for that, but we didn't give me a chance to say what that reason was.
Oh, you want to hear that now?
I do. I don't know if you can complete it, but you can at least start to summarize, because I think
one thing I could tell you about that everything happens in divine order, and it happens when it's supposed to happen. Like, you know, that's part of believing in a plan, or when they talk about God's plan and stuff
Right.
like that. But anyway, everything does happen. It's like in a season. That's that's a scripture too, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Ecclesiastes. A time and a place for everything.
And that's just the thing. You can find truth in any holy book, any book that's deemed
Sacred
or
text.
considered holy. Yeah, because
Right.
it's full of philosophies that mostly originated in Africa.
Yes.
So,
And I made up a saying about it. The truth is the same wherever you find it. I like that. And so I made that up about it. So people would stop being so different.
I feel like I've heard that before too.
Well, I made up some sayings long ago, child. Like nothing to it but to do it and go with the flow. And
Are those songs?
In the 80s, I made up a family that prays together stays together. And I just do it all the time.
You copyrighted that?
No, I haven't, but I think I should. So that was what I was going to start doing now. I don't do nothing but work for the community.
Sister Mukaraba, you a songwriter?
Oh yeah, I'm a poet.
Okay.
That's where lyrics come from. I think I could teach English. So because I just got finished looking at a program, and they were saying, "Ooh, if you can teach, you might can come to Africa and teach." I got to figure out my finances, and then I'll try and figure that out, how to go somewhere else. But then we got to pray and find out where we supposed to be, and be at the right place at the right time. Because you know, if you don't call it prayer, then you can call it positive energy.
What was that? What was that saying you said? About what is right? Is that what you said? There's a saying you made. You said it's not about black or white. When you were starting that.
Oh, I told you it's not about black and white. It's about wrong and right.
Right.
I made that one up when I was trying to integrate. But I've changed my mind. I don't want to integrate.
I think that's a great idea. I've never seen the animals kind of bosom buddy up, like, you know, the lions go and says, "Hey dear, would you like to be a part of my family?" It's just about eating. That's all I want. I like husbandry of deers because we like how your meat tastes. Oh boy.
Let this be clear. Just like that other story. You knew I was a snake when you took me in.
Yes. Yes.
You're talking about the illustration of the scorpion and the frog.
Or the swan or whatever animal, the duck, whatever. You know. But give me a ride. I just need a ride across the river. Oh boy. I find this fun. I think we should have this more often. You know, I mean, I don't know how many people could stand the lack of sleep, but this would be a really learning experience, a great, like a crucible for learning, you know. And I'm not letting you off the hook, Crystal.
It's
I want
kind
to
of like
know.
a panel discussion in
Yeah.
a way about certain subject, which was how do we unite?
That's a big one.
What is some of our strategies now? And what institutions we have and are available?
Yeah.
And we should be supporting. And what work each person is doing. And seeing that they might be supported by other people who may not be working and and have the skill set to be a benefit. to the
Yes.
community.
Yeah.
To the
So
that's getting back to our roots because we had communal living. Yeah, I've noticed that we always had communal living, and and uh, and we kind of like that. You know, we kind of get into individualism from learning about capitalism.
right. I have two thoughts about that unification question. And my first thought is that the us not being unified is more so a perception thing. Because it's almost like, when you go to a program and in the beginning, maybe the program starts at 6, you're there at 6, and you're seeing, maybe the folks that are playing music come in, you see the person that's going to speak come in, you see guests coming in, everyone starts coming in, and then by maybe 7 o'clock, everything starts. But before that, you're like, oh, how is this going to come together? It's a perception of chaos or things not really about to go smoothly, but then when it starts, it goes smoothly. There's a rhythm, there's a flow, and it succeeds. And so I think sometimes there's a perception that we're not unified. For instance, like, CBPM is a tool of a division of Unia-Acl. There's some unification there, and CBPM, that stands for unification. It says collective Black People's Movement. So it's an attempt to bring people together, from not just Atlanta, but all over the world, and so there's unity there. And the fact that the members there are also members of the UNI, there's unity there. The fact that I'm in DC and they're based in Atlanta, y'all are based in Atlanta, there's unity there. So sometimes there's a perception of being disjointed or disunity that really doesn't exist. Here's my other take on the unity question. So earlier today, it was yesterday. Yesterday, I had a conversation with Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and so I posed the question because I kind of just find it fascinating about, Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois and how their ideologies were so different that they came into conflict with each other, even, verbally through their magazines, through their news articles, But I use the term frenemies or something. That's what people use today. It's like a friend that's an enemy or enemy that's a friend. And in my mind, the way I saw it is that they kind of prompted each other or pushed each other on to greatness, even though their ideologies were different. And I'm not saying that if they weren't present, at the same time that they wouldn't have been great. I'm just saying that it was this, I don't know, this back and forth that spurred them on to do even more. That was my perception. And so Dr. Jeffries was like, don't get caught up on the conflict. I was like, okay, I get that, I understand. But at the same time, later on, W.E.B. Du Bois, he realized that integrationism wasn't the answer. Later on, he realized that. Same thing with Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. They were both very, very popular at the same time. And sometimes they took a little shots at each other, not major, but somewhat. And at the end, what? Martin Luther King, his idea of integration again, he felt at the end of it that he sold people the wrong dream. And so sometimes I wonder if the idea is to offer these two different schools of thoughts so that folks can start reaching their own conclusions, And so even though they, they're on different sides of the spectrum, eventually one of them or both of them starts moving towards the middle somehow.
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent point. I really believe in the law of opposites, and without the law of opposites, there is no attraction, because we know one of the laws in the magnetic energies is opposites attract. It's kind of weird. And it's like we wake up And what has existed has always existed. And the question is, how can we mobilize those energies or those forces to create the law of the universe, which is attraction and connection? So that's beautiful. I think I've got to readjust my mind around that question, you know. But I still think our self-speak also influences our power. So I'm still gonna work on division. I'm gonna find a way to change it, you know, maybe unit. But I see what you're saying, and that's a very powerful observation. Because as Sister Mukaba, Mu-
Mukaraba.
Mukaraba said, it's not about black or white. It's about what's wrong or right. And I hope that we can be elevated to a level of consciousness or awareness where our hearts really gets awakened. So that's sweet. That's sweet. Well, I don't know how we're gonna get this recording to you can repost this to somewhere where you can go back and watch it, right?
Yeah, President Ross Marvin has access to it. So, you know, if you're interested, you'd have to let your cousin know.
Yeah, he's probably exhausted right now, you know. But yeah, I do enjoy this panel. I like it. I really like it. I'm glad I was so tired, and I said, you know, I promised him something about the being available between 3 and 6. And when I got on, it was after 4, and I'm thinking, oh Lord. But as you say, it works. It works no matter what it is. There's entropy, and there's what the other one is. It's organized state, but it works. You know what I mean? We don't have to question why the planets stay in orbit. You know, we know.
That's why I want them to stop what they're doing. I went over to Wayne State in Detroit, Wayne State University. They have a planetarium, and I went in there, and they was showing us how they were trying to see if they could my friend probably said it right. She thinks they're trying to create life. They were trying to roll these atoms so fast until they would combine or something. And they're down in the and they're over there by the Black Hills, our sacred place. Because sometimes I think they know, you know, like when you have Stonehenge and places where you feel like
inexplicable.
or doors or something.
Right.
And let's see. So that's what they're doing over in to the Dakotas. And they chased them away, they said, from those. Oh, I remember Mount Rushmore. They chased them away from over there so they could get the gold, and then they carved their faces on the mountain.
Wow.
And so I put all that together from just reading from different books. And because you have to do your own research.
Mm-hmm.
My teachers always said that. All the historians always say that. They say, because you may not even want to believe me, but you can research it for yourself. That's what they always would tell us. And I didn't get to see all of them because when they first came around, like the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations, you had to have you some money, child, if you wanted to get some of those tapes.
Oh.
Because they cost $30 and $40 a tape. Now I think Michael Imhotep probably had trouble selling one for $5 and $10. But anyway, it is worth it. He gives
Yeah.
out a lot of good information. He's on the African History Network on Thursdays on the internet. African History Network, Michael and Hotep.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
Look
made
at
friends with some people who are in the African diaspora and doing radio. One is called Black Tie, and I don't know Hammer is the news. That's right. That's Hammer News. And I don't know Princess either. He's in Nigeria. And turns out that when I wanted to build these shelters for the children that have suffered from maybe being without their parents have died from a disease, or maybe when the parents died in the flood in Sierra Leone, or did they have war in their country, have they been raped? And anyway, it's a lot for us to consider, and so the work needs to be done. But anyway, I wanted to move to Nigeria after that, and I found out that that guy who was interested in the UNIA and everything, someone contacted us from Nigeria, and someone contacted us from Ghana, and so I said, great. So we can start the UNI divisions, because that is a tool we could use to try to unite the people and also organize them. And like you say, instead of saying division, we could always say organizing, because that's what it is too. It's organizing. And
unit. It's closer. About the unite. I don't know. What is going to change. Our vocabularies are gonna embrace, as Crystal said, we're gonna embrace the isness, the existence, and we see what we want to see.
Oh, somebody came on.
Yes, Claudette Joy.
Hi. We're kind of having a panel discussion. We were talking about the state of affairs, and how should we combat a challenge of getting people united.
Yeah.
And other things of interest like spiritual development.
Yeah.
Because we have decided that spirit is the most important thing that affects everything else.
I hear somebody.
And mine too, I guess, because
there was another thing that Dr. Jeffries mentioned yesterday when I talked to him, and we kind of got on that subject of unity. Greetings, President Lion Blyton. How you doing? Race first.
I am well. Salute. Race first. Happy centennial to the fam.
All right.
It's good to see you. So we started at 12 a.m. and a lot of us are hanging strong, hanging tough. It's good to have you on. We're just talking right now about unity, because that's the theme of this event, Garveyites, Can We Unite? And so some of the answers to the question is, can we unite? We are unified. We're unified already. Another answer is maybe it's just a perception of disunity. Another answer is maybe what we consider disunity isn't so bad because it offers different perspectives from which you can make your own informed decision. So I mean, there have been different responses to that question. And yeah, we're holding down the fort. We know that the divisions will have a roll call, a lineup later on today, I think, starting at about 8 a.m. I think your division's on first, right? Who's on first? So did you want to say something to the family?
I am. We are presenting at 8. And to that point, as far as can we unify, there is something to be said about like minds already doing the work that is necessary, right? And it may be that the masses just are not there yet. You know what I mean? So the diligent must remain strong, you know?
Yeah. It's a good point.
I'm thanking you for pushing that thought forward, Sister Crystal.
Sure.
I do appreciate that. I mean, I come from a group of what do you call reverse oppression. So if I don't agree, you know, if you don't agree with me, I'm gonna make you agree. Not realizing that I was doing the same thing as the oppressors were. So that's I think we should give a sub theme. I really should we should give a sub theme with what you said. You know,
What's the sub-theme?
the sub theme is we are already united. I really believe that.
That's speaking it into existence, right? That's making it
Amen.
manifest.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I said. And
Exactly.
because I think she was saying that if we have a difference, then that might be our motivation.
Catalyst. Yep, for sure. You know, friction causes fire, but we need light, you know. And can you imagine the amount of atoms and radioactive substances blazing in the sun, just bouncing off of each other? And they don't give a crap about what we want to think. Guess what? The sun is there. You understand? The atoms are just saying, hey, come over here and brush against me. Give me a spark.
You know what they were saying at Wayne State and the planetarium? They were saying that they thought we were going to go into the sun. And I said I wouldn't be surprised. They probably set off so many bombs they knocked us off of our orbit. So we're going to have to get that collective mind going, because we got a whole lot to come up against. Because I think we could save our planet so that we, can establish that paradise Earth that really we came here to have in the first place. We was already everywhere and here at the same time. We was everywhere and here at the same time, formless as energy. And then, well, this is what I saw for myself in my dreams, right? And so then when we decided that we wanted to come to the earth, now when we come to the earth, that was supposed to be our paradise Earth, where we could come and put things into like the physical and the reality. And I mean, everything was, I mean, we did have to survive from some animals and stuff from what I understand. But at the same time, we still had the fruit of the land and, and the air and the water and things that were so nice about it, But anyway, this is the theory of mind.
I think
that
manifestation philosophy, anticipated gratitude is what I call it. Because we came and saw everything. I can't go back to quote unquote Adam and Eve or the first day that man manifested. I really don't care now. I always say existence exists. And that's, we want to see what we want to see. Our perceptions are formed by a thought, an emotion, and mastery. And let's just pray that we don't get stuck on the wrong mastery. Yeah. So
I think that sometimes I think sometimes I'm putting that position in spite of myself.
Yeah, right, right. And it's like, what do you do when the music calls you? You know, what do you do? Wow. Yeah. You say when the students is ready, the knowledge elevates. Knowledge just poof. Here I am. Yeah. I love it.
And the other term was that the teacher appears when the student is ready.
Wow. Yeah.
I
You
think
got the
that's what
corollary.
Queen Mother Moses said earlier, and that's something
Yes.
that I've thought about before too.
Mm. Lord, let us manifest. Let us manifest the manifested. We are already there. The song goes, I'm already there. No.
Hello?
Oh, you got a new voice?
Hi there.
Yeah, this is Troy. Yes, how could we stop gentrification in our neighborhoods and stuff like that? You know what I mean? How could we stop gentrification?
Oh, what does that term gentrification really mean?
I have no idea. That I heard that I heard that a lot. I hear that a lot though.
Yeah,
I have a response, Brother Troy, if you don't mind.
go
Um,
ahead.
and it is um, fundamentally the solution to all of our issues. It is the unification and the building of our own everything. So when we talk about gentrification, that is outsiders coming in
Brother Lion,
because they
excuse me, I'm
feel
not hearing you clearly.
Yeah, your mic, you may want to turn up your mic or bring it closer.
Closer.
just go ahead and just speak up loud. Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you.
for sure. Gentrification is outsiders coming into our areas, buying up property and pushing us out of our areas. And the
Oh
solution to
Lord.
that problem is the solution to all of our problems, which is the unification of our people and the
Yeah,
building
okay.
of everything. So,
Gotcha.
we get caught up in a lot of protests, we get caught up in a lot of politics and things like that, hoping and begging that the people that's causing these problems is going to stop doing it. That is the opposite of the way to stop it. The only solution to that is to get together, organize locally in your area, go find some land, grab some folks together, tell them hold this pole while I go scoop this shovel up with something, get to work and go build something. There is no
Mm,
talk about stopping
amen.
because they don't have no qualms about coming to do it. They see
Right.
a property in our area, they come together, figure out a way to put the money together and buy it. And there's not even a whole bunch of planning involved, and they plan on what they're gonna do with it later.
Later.
We sit up
Yeah,
here and
gotcha.
we have a problem where we argue back and forth, and I don't trust you with the money, and we can't put something. As Garveyites, it's our job, it's our duty to be the central thing, so we can have the money to buy these things. Like that is Garveyism at its most fundamental core to me. And I'm a
Mm,
baby, so hopefully I'm right. You can check the elders on that one.
I love it. Thank you. All right.
I'll give you an example. I live in Maryland. I'm like, as far as driving is concerned, it's like a 10-minute drive into DC, just on the border of DC. But I'm in Maryland in PG County, and it's supposed to be, one of the wealthiest counties of Black folks, or one of the counties with the largest number of wealthy Black folks, whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. And what that also means is that we have a lot of people that look like us in positions of power, council people, mayors, and basically, this past summer, while we're all dealing with this pandemic and other things and this economic issue, they decided to put on the ballot a vote to increase taxes for homeowners. And it was based off of a study that was done about 10 years ago. Not recently, but 10 years ago. And it's like, oh yeah, so we'll go ahead and put it on the ballot. Like, let's just go ahead and do it. And, you know, that would have put off financial hardship on a lot of folks in this county, right? But the thing is that people didn't know, you know, the way it was worded, it was hidden.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
it was hidden. It was kind of underneath the surface. So that's why, you know, folks like Frances Cress Welsing, you know, she definitely promoted the ideas or at least the understanding of the system of racism, white supremacy, and how it works and how it operates in the 9 areas or maybe 10 areas of people activity, and how important it is to read the signs and look at the news and be on top of current events, you know, and stay well read, because that way you can counteract it before it starts. And so, you know, we raised the uproar, we got the word out, and so folks decided that they were going to pressure their council people not to vote on it, and so it's not on the ballot anymore. So, you know, gentrification is a tricky thing, but like President Lyon Blyton said, it's up to us. You know, we gotta act. And that's one of the things that I loved about Marcus Garvey. The man was a visionary. Yes, the man was a masterful systems person. Yes, but he was also a man of action. You know, whatever he said he was going to do, he did it. And so that's a trait for us to emulate as well. You know, it's good to dream. It's good to have a vision. It's good to know where you want to go. It's good to figure out how to properly line that vision up so that it can be a success. But then you have to act. You know, then you have to act and just realize that once you put that fire, that spark behind it, good things can come. So gentrification, that's a major issue that our community has been dealing with. The important thing is to address it in the beginning phases, because when it starts to hit, they plan for it for a while. You know, they put a plan in place. So that's just my thought on it. All right, we're about to have a musical prelude, a musical interlude.
Okay. Let me see. We are righteous soldiers, and we don't wear no uniform. We wear a sense of pride and a sense of dignity. We are righteous soldiers, and we don't need no uniform. We can be recognized by love and unity. Righteous soldiers gonna stand up tall when all around us others fall. Righteous soldiers gonna stand up and declare that we are free. Righteous soldiers gonna take a stand with the power behind your just demands. In the struggle to free the land, you better take us seriously. We are righteous soldiers, and we don't wear no uniform. We wear a sense of pride and a sense of dignity. We are righteous soldiers, and we don't need no uniform. We can be recognized by love and unity. We can be recognized by love and unity. We can be recognized by love and unity. That's it.
That was
I,
beautiful.
I learned that song from Sister Samaya, who was with the Black Panther Party. I met her in California, and we were able to do some of that artistic creating together while we were doing African Liberation Day parade, and I was taking up African dancing, and she had a restaurant, and she was so historically and involved because she had been in the shootout with the police in the courthouse of all places. I was like, oh, that took a lot of nerve, girlfriend. But she went to jail because of that. And she told me she thinks that they gave her sickle cell anemia in jail. And so she's passed on now. But we got to spend about 5 years together over there while I was visiting in California. Yep, she was in the revolution. That's her song too about oppression is worse than death. Oppression is worse than death. A wise man said long ago. Oppression is worse than death. Strange how the truth don't change. Strange how the truth don't change. I could just about see her now. She played an electric harp. Let me see. I have another song I made up. This is mine. This is the one I made up. Let me see. I just think that's all right. What are you gonna do with your life to save your soul? Save your soul. You better hurry up. Hurry, hurry, hurry up before you get too old. Never in life can you take your actions back and you reap what you sow, they say. So you better hurry up today, 'cause it's time to rise and take your stand. You've got to realize what it means to live in a promised land. What are you gonna do to save your soul? Your soul. You better hurry up. You better hurry up before you get too old. That's what I made up. That's on ReverbNation.com. I'm gonna start selling songs so that we can have a fundraiser for the UNIA and my other work I want to do, like the children. They got their machine for one thing, so that's a plus right there. I was working with a community-based organization that I helped to form in Freetown, Sierra Leone, after a flood in 2017. So now that they have a up and running community-based organization, and they're just waiting on their charter and everything for them to be part of our of our. I told maybe I said, since I read about how great Detroit was, I said maybe you should just be a part of Detroit over there, cause that's a big step. You know, it's a big plus for us to to be to be starting divisions on the worldwide. Yep.
Excuse me, Sister Crystal, are you running the Zoom right now?
Say that again.
Are you running the Zoom right now?
Oh yeah, I have access. I'm co-hosting on behalf of President Ross Marvin of 421. He's taking a little break, and I'm holding down the fort. Actually, we are holding down the fort. Yeah, you need
Can I
something?
share my screen real quick? I just want to test something.
Yeah, I think you can just go. Oh wait a minute. Do I need
No,
to make you a host?
you have
I
to give
might
them
have to make you a
permission.
host.
Yeah.
I am.
I'm trying to get it together for this presentation. I want to make sure.
Yeah, actually, I think you can just go ahead and hit that green button and say share.
All right. The big old lit up button so you can share.
I think you can move it up to the top of the screen. Or sometimes it's at the bottom.
It says host disable participant screen sharing.
Okay, one participant can multiple can share advanced sharing options. Who can share? All right, I just made a change. Try it again.
Yep. All right.
Well, I wish the president would come on. It's going on 12.
What
Their
president?
time. Yeah, he was supposed to have been coming on a few hours ago, actually.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can. It's working.
Well, let me just see if you can hear it. You hear that?
Faintly.
No.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
I think he has to make sure that his settings are using computer audio.
And led by the red, black, and green. Let Africa be free. To meet the fall. To meet the fall. With the mind. The black and the green.
Okay. Brother Lion, you may have to go in and adjust. I think one of the problems is the audio settings on your system. It looks to me like you're using audio, but you're not using the same amplifier that would make your voice stronger. So when you go into settings, excuse me, because I had a problem yesterday. I did not select the correct audio settings so that I could project the voice or the audio parts of it. So when you click on share screen or when you click on your audio settings, look for the one that most amplifies the sound. There's one there that says,
how's this now? Is it better?
yeah, that's a little better. What did you change?
It said I went to where the microphone was. It says internal microphone versus same as system. But it still looks a little low. So you saying was
Yeah, that sounds a
the
lot
audio
better.
and the video low?
Yeah, whatever you just changed, it was a much better audio.
Yeah, and just so folks know, you know, when they comment, that you can also change the settings for your microphone and your speaker directly in Zoom, like where that little mute button is. You can hit the arrow instead, and it'll give you choices to select from, so you don't have to go out of Zoom in order to make the changes.
Yeah, that's what I just did. I went to an internal mic. So
Perfect.
Sounded much better.
okay, so what about the video? Was that low too?
Yeah, you might want to try it again because it was very low. So let's see if that makes an impact. Yeah, it does sound louder.
That's me.
Oh, that's you?
No.
Clear. It's clear.
Hey, greetings, family.
Are y'all saying that's better?
Yeah.
No. Or
I
you guys want to
can hear you a lot clearer. Let's just hit the video and let's see if we can hear the video with the same clarity.
Okay.
It's the sharing option. Greetings, family.
Much better. Yeah. Is there one video that you could get along with the lyrics? Because I don't know those lyrics.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play it with the lyrics though.
Whose video is that? Where did you get that video from?
That's us. We that was Marcus Garvey celebration in 2016.
Was it posted on YouTube?
Yes, sir. It's under the listing National Anthem for the Pan African Nation.
Oh, let's see if I can find one with lyrics. Are you playing it from your laptop or your computer, or you're playing it from the live viewing on YouTube?
I was playing her on the laptop. I'm just playing. I was just sharing the screen.
Oh, okay.
I just put the link in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Hey, it says we have 15 people on here.
That's right.
First?
Well, nobody saying much.
Everybody's listening. They're just waking up.
Right. Good morning.
Well, greetings. On behalf of Marcus Garvey and the centennial celebration of 100 years since that we have been incorporated, and with our Constitution, our flag, and our national anthem, and those those declarations of human rights. I think that's the name, how that goes.
Declaration of Rights of Negro People.
Rights of the Negro peoples of the world. Declaration of the Rights of the Negro peoples of the world. I just called it human rights because it really was kind of like that. Yeah. So we've been talking about unity and how you come about it. And it's not as big of a problem as it may seem to be. It's more like it's an individual thing where you only have to control yourself, and you're responsible to you because only you know you. And we're talking about spiritual self-purification, because that, for one thing, we know Ma'at means truth, and that we standing on truth in our spirituality. So we all mentioned still about, we say our prayers, though. And it's important to develop a spiritual love, a love for yourself and a love for others. And sometimes we have to learn to love ourselves over again. We learn because we've had so much trauma and brainwash to make us not love ourselves. Marcus Garvey said, "I am not preaching a doctrine that all of us must go back to Africa." Garvey told a Washington, D.C. meeting on November the 20th of 1921, debunking a stereotype that persists to this day, that he said, we want thrifty, industrious, hardworking Negroes to go back to Africa and make cities, make townships, and let a great nation rise in Africa. That is, Garvey advocated the voluntary migration of skilled Black pioneers, not mass immigration back to Africa. Now, we're having our 100-year celebration here in Detroit. So I went over this earlier with everybody, but I'll just talk about it again. Garvey first visited Detroit during a speaking tour in the late 1916s or 1917, shortly after he arrived in the United States, and he returned in early June of 1919, staying at the Biltmore Hotel located on 1926 St. Antoine. I'm gonna have to go see if that's still there. However, I know our Liberty Hall isn't. However, the UNI apparently did not make a root in Michigan for another year, because that's why we started in after the convention in August. The convention was the whole month of August the 1st through the 31st. And after that, according to Paul Lee, this brother, let me see, where is his name at? That went over there, as a delegate, came back all fired up. And they said he used to play a tambourine and go down the street recruiting members. The delegates adopted a red, black, and green flag for the race. And red was for the blood which men must shed for their redemption and liberty. Black for the noble and distinguished race in which we belong. And green for the vegetation of our motherland. In effect, the UNIA is a African government in exile because that he was elected the first provincial president of Africa. And see, at that time, like I was reading to you guys earlier, at that time there was, I'll tell you in a minute, there was 50, there was 38 states in the United States that were where you had the organization of the UNIA, and there were countries. How many countries? It was
So it was 25.
41 countries and 38 states.
Oh.
And
which event is this?
this was at the this is from, these are UNI records including membership files.
Oh, okay.
According to these records, mostly compiled from about 1925 through 1928.
Okay.
There were 725 UNIA branches in the United States, possibly 723. And there was 271 outside of the United States, possibly 273, making a grand total of 996 without a computer. The data, excluding 11 branches not cataloged, maybe, according to location. So this was a table created in 1926 of the branches and the states and the branches in the countries of the UNIA. So the Detroit chapter was chartered as a Detroit Division number 125, and later it was changed to number 407. It experienced an astonishing growth curve that, with the possible exception of New York, respectively of, well, I guess that's a skip. So anyway, except for New York, we're the second greatest division in the whole world in Detroit. Millions of Black people around the world understood and supported Garvey's answer to universal oppression. Garvey, quotation marks, if the Negro shall succeed in building up a government and a nation sufficiently strong, it means that the Negro will be respected universally. And that's the end of that quote.
They say why they changed from the original number system to 407.
I haven't discovered anything except for that.
Okay.
Except for that split that happened.
The split happened before the changeover.
I think so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And some of it might be like you said, that like some kind of a disagreement that was going on between Du Bois, and so some people in the group may be, like a little coonish. No, I'm just playing. But that's what Dr. Umar calls people who are kind of like middle of the road or not really Black. And it's not always their fault, because sometimes they just have been conditioned to be that way and not even realize it.
But it did spark a growth. It said it sparked a growth. So
A big growth.
Either
and two officers from the Detroit division were involved with the planning of the first convention in 19
okay.
convention. Now the first one was 1920, so this was a different convention. Planned the 1929 convention. That was different. Three Detroit members were part of the UNIA newspapers, and at least two of them were involved with the Black Star Line. I hear of one in particular.
That's the postal guys?
Yeah, never. It said two officers, Cheryl and R.L. Poston, occupied important positions in the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company. That's kind of good because then you can take the Black Cross nurses and go visit other places. Now, I understand that we have a ship down in Jamaica left over. What kind of condition that's in, though, we'd have to see. But it would be nice to have a ship.
Plane.
Yeah, that's better, huh? Oh, yeah, but we can't be like Kobe.
Not yet, but the vision is there. I get it. I just need to understand. You know, back then they never had. They have much planes. They had very few planes. They were in the vestiges of air flight or air travel. Hindenburg, I think, was still blowing up. So, all right.
So the Detroit division was the second largest division in the world.
Look at
Wow. There was 11 officers and members of the Detroit chapter that served the parent body. And some of them were involved with the split. The names here are Cragen, Kofi, U.S. Poston, Cheryl, and Smith. One left, both of them broke, but except for Poston, he left. He said amiably, and Garvey denounced all the rest of them. They say Cheryl returned back several times. So then he gave me a list of compiled of the best of the Detroit chapter members, but the UNIA parent body officers that were from Detroit and the years that they served. And there's a few of those here. There is Sherrill. Sherrill is William LaVan Sherrill, president from 1930s to the 1940s. Second Assistant President General and leader of the American Negroes, 1922 to 25. Member of the League of Nations delegation in 1922. President Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company, 1924. They don't know when he quit. Acting President General, 1925 to 26. Supreme Deputy Potentate and Anti-Garvey UNIA faction. President General of the UNIA Philadelphia faction. That was about Sherrill.
When was this book written?
I'm tired. Thank you. I'm gonna let you talk some more. So I commit my mind, body, and spirit to the protection and defense of the red, black, and green. I dedicate my life to the redemption of Mother Africa and the liberation of her scattered black children. I accept for myself and my descendants the teachings of universal African nationalism and promise that our children will be instilled with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people in order that the cause of our struggle will neither falter nor fail until all black people are free and united through one God, one aim, and one destiny.
Great start.
Thank you, Lady President.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the pledge of the UNIA. It's one of our rituals. We have rituals. In fact, that was one of the things that was noted about the movement is the incorporation of rituals into the activities of the movement. It really helped folks to get their mind right in today's words, I guess you could say, and just to understand the mission and the purpose of the UNIA ACL of the world. And we have people coming in, UNIA ACL Division 421, Atlanta, Georgia.
So
I better get your
that was
phone number.
that was taken from where?
That was the
Pledge.
yes, that was the pledge to the to the flag, Pledge of Allegiance.
And is it part of the Constitution?
I don't think so. They're separate.
All right.
No, it's not in the Constitution.
Mm.
You're trying to figure out how you can get copies.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
get these.
I was gonna get your phone number and send you the copy I had.
Okay.
Brother Horace, are you a member yet, or are you thinking about joining?
Oh no, I should be a member.
Okay.
I joined CBPM first because I know Ross was there about that, and then I get to learn that after he became, he was a
President.
yeah. I think they made him a chapter because of what he was doing with CBPM. I think that's what I understood. So at first I was never interested in the UNIA, especially since I didn't know much about the UNIA. I knew about my cousin, but that was about it. And that's why I think these rituals must be a part of our existence. Just like how we know the Lord's Prayer and the Ten Commandments, why shouldn't these things become part of our culture, inculcated by ritualistic practice? So I'm just astonished that there's so much information out there. And as I said, I'm gonna have to collect them and move forward in dissemination of that information. So I gotta have to sign off now, guys, because I gotta go get my son and have a little day with him. A month I haven't seen him. So I'm gonna have to sign off now. And thank you so much.
I'm gonna get your number later from Crystal or Ross Marvin.
Right.
So I can send you some information that I have copies of.
Yeah, I mean, I can give it to you now.
Oh.
If you have something to write or text, though. Let me get yours too, so I know when I get the text, I won't be. Yeah. Yes.
I'm ready.
Hold on. My phone number is area code 305 301 5213.
Spell your name for me.
Horace, Horace.
Okay.
And my last name is Stewart, Stewart.
Okay.
If you could text me now so I can add you to my phone book, that would be fine. And Executive Secretary, Crystal,
Yes, sir.
do you have a membership list? Am I not on the list?
Oh, no, no, no. I just wondered because typically
Uh-oh.
when you join, you get all of those materials. So
Yeah.
you would have copies.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I kind of joined family. It's like a
Yeah.
family enrollment.
Okay,
So
okay.
I think things got a little strange because when I had to ask him, he said, "Oh, you didn't get a constitution?" I said, "No, I found one on the internet." And he said, "No, that's not allowed." So I'm going to be working on what you call securing those documents by encryption and now making it available. Because to me, mailing out these documents, we got to move with the technology. There's no reason why once you join, you shouldn't be getting this immediately with encryption. You know what I mean?
Sounds good.
So I'll talk to Brother Russ about it because, as I said, he's tasked with just too many responsibilities to be able to, command
And
this.
sometimes it's like that.
Yeah. And as I was saying, one of the things, to me, a story of a great leader is one who commands the presence of his replacement. That's what I believe. And in time, I just got to be more present. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, race first.
Race first. All right. There we go.
Did I see you, Brother John, log in? Brother John, are you with us? Okay, maybe you logged in and stepped away. We see a lot of representation from 421. Sister Mukaraba, you hanging in there.
I told you, don't give me no coffee.
Well, it seems like we are getting closer and closer to the time for the program to start. That is for the various divisions to check in. So we're looking forward to that. In the meantime, what we're doing, we're just having a discussion, talking to each other, talking to our family. We've been provided with an opportunity to have this cross state, cross country, cross world exchange. And so, we're taking advantage of it because this is a crucial time for us. It's a centennial of the Red, Black, and Green of Convention. The Honorable Marcus Messiah's birthday is Monday, August the 17th. And so we decided to get together today and honor him and what he means to us, and what the organization that he started means to us. And the theme of the program is Garveyites, Can We Unite? So we've had some discussions on the term or the theme unification. And folks have come back with various responses to that question. And we are, open. The mic is open. If you want to have a chance to speak or to share or whatever the case may be, feel free to chime in. I started to get happy for a second because I thought I saw Brother John Hargrove log in. Okay, so anyway, we've done a few things this morning. You know, we've had that welcoming, we've had that opening session. We've had a couple of different renditions of the Ethiopian anthem, a couple of different times actually. Libation, the pledge to the red, the black, and the green, God on the right. We've also had some musical stylings from, is it Brother Dizza? Anyway,
Yes.
and
Greetings.
there we go, there we go. How you doing?
Magnificent. African and proud.
All right. Can you say your name for me?
Dizza.
Okay, I said it right. Great. All right. And we've gone through the session where we kind of we're looking for some HEC members to come in. We'll probably hear from them closer to the afternoon or closer to when their divisions go on. And at 8 a.m., President Lyon Blyden will give us some information from Buffalo, New York. So right now we are moving into that time frame. All right, we got some other folks coming in.
16.
And yeah, I'm just going to go down the program a little bit. So 8 a.m., Buffalo, New York, that's Division 433 with President Lyon Blyden. 9 a.m., Queens, New York, that's Division 432 with President Jasmine Pitter. And she's also going to do a reading of the President Generals. 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., that's going to be Chicago, Illinois. Now, Chicago has two divisions in that city. One of the divisions is 429, and that's led by President Clyde Banks. And they are going to have a Garvey Center broadcast. They're also going to do a wreath laying ceremony from the Charles L. James grave site. And then at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., that's going to be Detroit, Michigan, Division 407 with President Mensa Salim. That's also the division of Lady President Mukaraba. And from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., that's Buffalo, New York again, with President Lyon Blyden, Division 433. Then from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., you're going to have two options. You know, you can stay here. And there's a program here with a main speaker on Marcus Garvey, that's Brother Mukasa. There will be music by Ross Dizza. There's also going to be Brother James Wilson, who's going to present. He is the author of Teach Me About Garvey. Mama Virgie, Pearl Academy Math and Science Institute. The Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. You might have heard Lady President Mukaraba mention ASCAC a couple of times. Sister Reba Kelsey would represent ASCAC for that period of time. The Regional Council of Africans in America, that's Brother Damani. Grupo Nzinga Angola, that's Sister Miriam. World African Diaspora Union, Sister Wilson, or WADU, and Sister Wilson would represent them. Friends of the Congo, Kwame Wilbert. The History of Our Government video by the late Consul General Farouk Mohammed of the Unia-Acl. And then the Unia-Acl Division 401. So that's the second division in Chicago, represented by President Marua Farrell. And during that segment, there'll be a Constitution Committee update with the Constitution Committee Chair, Sister Tanaya Scott. And also the UNIA-ACL Secretary General Brenda Malkin will be able to address folks at that time as well. So that's your first choice from that 3 to 6 slot. The other choice is to change your Zoom link, and that's provided. This particular Zoom link is provided. And what it is it's a presentation by President Raymond Duguay, who is our second assistant president general and also high chancellor, and president of the Division 431 in, I think it's Brooklyn. I think he's in Brooklyn, yeah. And what it is it's going to be a reading of the Declaration of the Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. And he has assigned different segments to different folks. So that's your second choice or first choice or whichever one you choose. But then after that period of time, this is 24 hours, right? So this particular Zoom link will be open the entire time. So whenever you're ready to come back to it, it'll be here. And then we will continue with division updates or division presentations. So from 7 to 8 p.m., that's Division 407 with President Mrs. Salim again. And from Detroit, Michigan, from 8 to 10 p.m., it's going to be Washington, D.C., Division 330 with Executive Secretary Crystal Jackson. That's me. But I will be joined by members of the division, some trustees, Baba Imamu Kumbu, who's going to talk about the history of the Ethiopian anthem and the history of red, black, and green. I am going to do a presentation on the era that made a legend, context of Marcus Garvey movement. Charles Butler will cover what did Marcus Garvey give to us. And Laureen Butler will cover historic women in and outside of the Garvey movement. And then, we'd open up the floor for some Q&A, to talk to folks. And Brother Charles Butler will close out for our division. Then after that, at 10 p.m., from 10 to 11:30, it's Atlanta, Georgia, Division 421 with President Ross Marvin. Also, there's the Almighty Rastafari Kingdom Arc, speaking on Marcus Garvey, that's Queen Mother Moses. And there's the UNIA-ACL Government History by Brother John. August 31st, 1920, UNIA-ACL Independence Day, covered by President Ross Marvin. The Black History Archives by historian Eric Majette Jr. African History and Science Education by Dr. Kwabena. Live music from trumpeter J.K. Groovemaster, Brother Julian. Then there's the introduction of Division 421 officers and a announcement to join, for folks who aren't yet members. It's a push for folks to join. And that would be by Ross Marvin, President Ross Marvin, and then a closing rally. And we will have celebrated the centennial for a whole 24 hours together at the end of this program, which will be an amazing, amazing, amazing accomplishment that is made possible by this technology at this time. Please, if anyone wants to comment or wants to say something or wants to contribute or introduce themselves, take a moment if you like.
Crystal.
Yes, ma'am.
Put the that address he said you could go to join.
Yes.
Yeah, put that up on the screen.
Okay.
The whole time of the presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna type it in right now, so folks can peep it. Okay, it's a great idea. Okay, let me proofread it, make sure it's right. Okay, I'm good with that. All right. So, brother, is it possible to do some a little bit more of playing some music as folks start to join before Buffalo goes on?
I can make that happen. You want some music now?
Yes, that would be great.
Play Bob Marley.
All right, all right.
Do I need to give
definitely
you
do that, Mama.
control?
Yes, I would need a host,
Okay.
co-host.
Okay, I think you can do it now.
All right, give me a second.
Tickets on me now. Rhythm music. Rhythm music.
Jah come to break down oppression, rule equality here, wipe away transgression, set the captives free, 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 set the captives free in this Exodus. Exodus, movement of the people, people. The movement of the 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 people.
But more than weather, yeah! Exodus! But more than weather!
Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are an African. Now mind your nationality, you've got the identity of an African. Cause if you come from Florida, you are an African. And if you come from Poland, you are an African. And if you come from Westmoreland, you are an African. Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are an African. No mind your nationality, you've got the identity, you are an African. Cause if you come from Trinidad, you are an African. And if you come from Nassau, you are an African. And if you come from Cuba, you are an African. Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are an African. No mind denomination, that is only segregation, you are an African. Cause if you go to the Catholic, you are an African. And if you go to the Methodist, you are an African. And if you go to the Church of God, you are an African. Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man, affection. There is no rejection. You are an African. Cause if you flexion high, and if you flexion low, and if you flexion in the tree, you are an African. Don't care where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you are an African. Never mind your nationality, you've got the identity, you are an African. Cause if you come from Brixton, you are an African. And if you come from Winston, you are an African. And if you come from Harsden, you are an African. And if you come from Leesden, you are an African. And if you come from Bronx, you are an African. If you come from Brooklyn, you are an African. And if you come from Queens, you are an African. And if you come from Manhattan, you are an African. And if you come from Panama, you are an African. And if you come from Miami, you are an African. And if you come from Switzerland, you are an African. And if you come from Sweden, you are an African. And if you come from Belgium, you are an African. And if you come from Paris, you are an African. And if you come from Hamburg, you are an African. And if you come from Frankfurt, you are an African. And if you come from Amsterdam, you are an African. And if you come from Taiwan, you are an African. And if you come from Taitu, you are an African. And if you come from the North Pole, you are an African. And if you come from the South Pole, you are an African. And if you come from I don't know where, you are an African.
Say we gotta live on forever. Love each other. We gotta live on forever. And love one another.
You just thank the Lord.
About, yeah.
youth about Gavin. Them colonial laws is hindering our progress. Got to break free from them pagan tradition. African solution to Africa's problem. Afrocentric curriculum in our institution. Dismantle all barriers and borders of division. But people in the West, time for repatriation. Up the mighty race and accomplish your mission. Here comes the hour of Africa's redemption. Teach the youth about Yahweh. Teach the youth about Yahweh. Ethiopia is the cradle of mankind. Civilization began at the banks of the Nile. Forces of slavery couldn't colonize. Gadamawe Haile Selassie, victorious over fascist Mussolini, the barbarian. They tried to take away we heritage and culture. Cause my people bow to a false picture. Propaganda via them news media. It's about Yahweh. I teach the youth about Yahweh. Yahweh. I teach the youth about Yahweh. Some get mystified, some get ignorant. Most can decide what to do with them life. Some suck blood like vampire in the night. I and I give praise to King of Kings Selassie. It's about Yahweh. Teach the youth about Yahweh. Ethiopia is the cradle of mankind. Civilization began at the banks of the Nile. Forces of slavery couldn't colonize. Gadamawe Haile Selassie, victorious over fascist Mussolini, the barbarian. They tried to take away we heritage and culture. Cause my people bow to a false picture. Teach the youth about Yahweh. Teach the youth about Yahweh. Marcus Mosiah, Yahweh. Marcus Mosiah, Yahweh.
All right. Good morning, family. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing?
First.
Race first. Race first. How's everyone? We have been on since 12 a.m. this morning because we decided, just like Marcus Garvey, he said, you know, basically accomplish what you will. We decided that we were going to do a 24-hour marathon event. And so we've been on since 12 this morning, and we're going to continue on till 11:59 p.m. tonight.
Okay.
We want to thank our president in Atlanta, Ross Marvin, for coordinating a lot of this and being the host because we are on his Zoom platform. Also, next on the program, we get to listen to President Lyon Blyden from Buffalo, New York, Division 433, and I'm gonna pass the mic on to him. Okay, we can't hear you just yet.
I have the sharing ability with the screen here.
Yes.
All right. How's the volume now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. We will keep it loud. So first and foremost, we want to greet the family in the words of peace. Shalom, assalamu alaikum, hotep, alafia, and as always, race first. We here at the Buffalo Division 433 would like to extend our thanks to President Ross Marvin, Sister Crystal, and all of those who have been keeping this particular call going, like she said, for the 24 hours. It's been amazing. We've been popping in and out. So this type of thing is something that we need to do on a regular basis. So let's keep this going. All right. So to everybody that's on the call, I want to let you know what we're going to do today for our segment. It will be a brief history of Buffalo Garveyism. Basically, it'll be Garveyism in Buffalo, past, present, and future. Okay. So to begin, Crystal, let's see if we got this. Yeah, we should be good. All right. We will always begin every program we do here at 433 with the singing of our national anthem. So if you don't mind a moment of silence or singing along, please.
Look at the words in that first verse. Ethiopia, land of our fathers, coming in where we come from. Okay, that's the message. So we want you to follow along as Mr. Queen sings the song for you. All right, and the words are, if you can't read them, no worries, she's going to be able to break it down. So without further ado, the Queen, we'll give her a hand.
Okay. Peace and blessings from the Most High unto you, my brothers and sisters. I am Nelson. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where the gods love to be. And storm clouded nights are gathered, army come rushing to thee. Us in the fight be victorious, as swords are thrust downward to gleam. For us will the victory be glorious, when red, white, and red, black, and blue. Let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe. Advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black and the green. With the might of the red, the black and the green.
All right. Like I said, this is how we begin every event presentation that we do according to our Constitution. Yes, yes. So, what is the UNIA-ACL? The UNIA-ACL is simply the nation of our people. It is very simple. So let's make sure am I still sharing there? Can you see that? No. Let's go on. Stop sharing. The UNIA-ACL, government of our people. Yes? So, I'm losing my place here. Give me a second. Sorry, I had some rehearsals, y'all. Okay, like I said, the UNIA-ACL, the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, was created in 1920. It started in 1914, obviously, in Jamaica with Marcus Garvey, the UNIA, and as he comes to America, he creates the ACL. During this time, Buffalonians were traveling back and forth to New York City to hear Marcus Garvey speak in Harlem. And as they would hear the discussions, they would come back to Buffalo and teach the people, just like they did in every other city Black people resided in the world. So we spoke about it earlier. We spoke about the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World, otherwise known as the Black Bill of Rights, which was signed on August 13th, 1920. We just had a celebration for that just the other day, yes? Salute and brace first. The UNIA-ACL Constitution was developed during this convention in 1920. During the entire month of August, the Garveyites sat down and decided what our Constitution, what our declarations would be. During that same meeting, they decided that the colors of the red, black, and green, mind you, the flag was already in usage, but it was made official that the colors of our race shall be the red, black, and green. Now, the other part that is so very important to our nation and our government is the fact that over 20,000 African people from over 40 countries around the world came as delegates to that convention. They spent that time pledging their allegiance to the glorious Grand Association of the Unia-Acl. Ashe, Ashe. Then Rabbi Josiah Ford, Benjamin E. Burrell composed the official national anthem, Ethiopia, Land of Our Fathers, what we just played a moment ago, to go along with the colors of our nation, to go along with our pledge and our constitution, to go along with our declaration, and to go along with our pride. Ashe, Ashe. Y'all can hit me with those. If you in here, y'all can hit me with those if you with it, with the Ashes. Yeah, I got folks in the background.